Chapter 301. It was 10 years ago. Looking at the expressions of everyone's amazement and relief, Kyle's mouth gently raised and immediately said, "But it's not that easy to join the dusk." He swept his eyes to everyone and then said word by word. "First of all, my abilities can only be displayed to those who are absolutely loyal to me. Secondly, when you gain new power through my abilities, your loyalty to me will be fixed forever at that moment. Even if I ask you to die, you will obey my orders without hesitation. I hope you can be mentally prepared enough before joining the Twilight Pirates." After Kyle's voice fell, the entire conference room fell into silence again. Everyone showed different expressions, fully demonstrating the unevenness of the world. Some people have relaxed faces, and even have expectations and joy in their eyes. They obviously have wanted to join the Twilight Pirates long ago, but they have not achieved it for various reasons. Some people have heavy faces and their faces are full of resistance. Free. This is a word that will always belong to the main theme in the pirate world. Whether it is the pirates who left their hometown and went out to sea, or the revolutionary army that picked up swords and guns and fought hard, what they did was not for the word, freedom. But now, the existence that once gave freedom to them personally is going to recycle this freedom. The shocking feeling between the back and forth made them feel at a loss. But Kyle didn't give them any chance to choose. Standing on the stage, he gave everyone a short time to think, and said again, "I know, this is not a condition that everyone can accept. After all, after joining the Twilight Pirates, it means that you are getting further and further away from ordinary life. Cultivation and growth will accompany you throughout your life. But I'm sorry to tell you. Unless you don't want to continue to survive on this planet, this is your only choice. At the same time, I will also distribute the above words worldwide." Speaking of this, Kyle paused suddenly, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a moment, when he opened his eyes again, his eyes had become extremely unfamiliar, and a heavy aura slowly released from his body. The whole planet was shaking slightly. For him who is already at the cosmic level, even if he destroys a planet, it is just a matter of thought. The absolute power gap has already created a huge gap between him and these old acquaintances in the past. They are no longer the same species. True freedom is never something that others can get through charity. This moment is Kyle's transformation from human nature to divinity. 3 years, I will only give you the last 3 years. Kyle's voice suddenly filled the majesty of the superior, in a commanding tone. 3 years later, I will see that all the smart creatures around the world become pirates of the Twilight Pirates. As for those guys who still don't want to give up their freedom, I have to take the initiative to help them leave this planet. I don't want anyone to affect my plan." After saying the last sentence toughly, Kyle explained directly to Robin behind him, then moved immediately and returned to the Tiga. Obviously, he didn't really want to face the next thing. But unless he gives up the idea of developing the pirate world and lets him die, this will be the path he must take. As for letting him protect the planet of Pirate World as a cosmic powerhouse. Sorry, he is just a wanderer who has not found a location in the universe, and has not been so selfless and generous. Conquering the world of pirates is just the beginning. Next, he will conquer several surrounding galaxies in the name of the Twilight Pirates. This is the universe. A dark forest where only the strong are worthy of survival. Certainly. If the other party does not resist, Kyle will also use the power of the Twilight Pirates to let the other party know that they have not chosen the wrong person to be loyal to. Robin, who was left in the conference room, looked at the direction where Kyle left with heartache. Immediately, she turned her eyes to everyone again, saw the faces with different expressions, and said in a slight tone, "I hope you can understand, Captain Kyle. The universe is not a place full of adventure and wonderful fantasy. In the endless starry sky, most areas are dark and empty. If you want to survive there, you must be stronger than other people and other races. If you don't want this planet to disappear inexplicably one day in the future, I suggest that you make a decision as soon as possible and join our Twilight Pirates." "Miss Robin, you don't have to say more." At this moment, Cobra, who had been silent, suddenly took a step forward. Because of Vivi's existence, he has a deeper understanding of the magical means of the Twilight Pirates than others. And he also unconditionally supports the Twilight Pirates where his daughter is located. From the day Mr. Kyle defeated Clockdell, I knew that in this world, strength is the most efficient way to solve problems. And the human heart is the most complicated place in the world. According to historical records in Alabaston, 800 years ago, the world government of the Tianlong people was not so dirty. Even in order to consolidate the regime at that time, what they did was no different from what Mr. Long and others did today. However, 800 years later, they are still corrupt. Mr. Kyle once told me, history is a huge wheel, and as it moves along the track of time, it will inevitably repeat what was before at some point. It's just that our lives are too short, we only see it moving forward, not its repetition. So instead of giving everything to uncertain time, I think it's better to choose to believe Mr. Kyle. I believe that Mr. Kyle, who had never thought of the rule of this planet 10 years ago, must have experienced something in the universe, so he made such a decision. On behalf of the people of Alabaston, I unconditionally support Mr. Kyle's decision. After returning to China, I will lobby the people immediately. Then, it's getting late, I hope you don't mind my early departure. After the words came to an end, Cobra was indeed decisive and walked directly to the gate of the conference room. Although he is nearly 60 years old, he still has his kingly demeanor at this moment. Even if he is a merciful king. As Kyle said, although he was still somewhat resentful, his movements were not slow at all. Soon, a letter to the world was spread all over the world in Morgans, a global news media leader. After the climate and geographical problems in the pirate world were solved, the ways and speed of information dissemination were naturally sublimated qualitatively. In just 3 days, people all over the world learned about the dangers of the starry sky and Kyle's mandatory requirements. Most people don't care about this. It's just joining the dusk and being loyal to the dusk. Because it has only been 10 years since then. Although the name of dusk has dim, the things they have done are still circulating among the people, like a myth. For many people in the dawn, it was dusk that created the current world. Judging from the continuous improvement of life over the past decade, they are very grateful to dusk. Now they have the opportunity to join the dusk, so they are naturally extremely looking forward to it. I heard that people at dusk are all pirates of the 4 emperors level, and their lifespan will be extended in dusk. For ordinary people, this is a completely different opportunity to reach the top in one step, who would want to give up. As for the dangers in the universe, if the sky falls, there is a high one to hold it up. What does it have to do with them? For a moment, many areas began to look forward to their life after dusk. However, after all, not everyone is willing to give up their freedom. It's better to be a chicken head than a phoenix tail. There are always people who don't like being regulated. Of course, this idea is understandable. I am afraid that some people have forgotten who changed the world 10 years ago. Bump. What does this mean? On the second day after the meeting ended, the world government's high-level conference room. A group of leaders in charge of various regions slapped the table, with extreme anger on their faces. Why? He threw down a bunch of messes, patted his butt and left. Why did he have to make us all obey him after he came back? What kind of person who joins the dusk must be loyal? Isn't this going to be a slave to others? This is definitely not in line with the spirit of our revolutionary army back then. This is exploitation. This is oppression. A group of former Revolutionary Army soldiers who had been sitting firmly on high positions for many years shouted in anger. And their words also directly affected the others present. But it is not without people who are born in Kyle. Senior Boar, you can't say that. As the secretary of the president of the world government, Sabo saw that Long had no idea of speaking, he immediately coughed lightly and said to the angry senior officials. If Mr. Kyle and the Twilight Pirates had not defeated the 5 old stars and IM, the world would not have been settled so quickly, and we would not have won the victory of that war so easily. Although he also had some opinions on Kyle's approach, Sabo couldn't help but stand up and persuade him when he heard his colleagues criticizing Mr. Kyle so much. Boar, named by Sabo, was originally a squad leader of the East Army of the Revolutionary Army. Later, because of his outstanding governance capabilities, he slowly climbed from a squad leader to a position that was admired by thousands of people. At this moment, when he heard Sabo speak his name, his heart suddenly burst, but he, who has been in a high position for several years, has long enjoyed this feeling of being in charge of power. Let him join the Twilight Pirates and start from the bottom of a pirates. This was simply unreasonable for him. Boar immediately retorted, HMPH. I don't deny the contributions of Kyle and the Twilight Pirates. But that was already 10 years ago. Didn't we, who were so tired and exhausted to turn the world into what we are now in the past 10 years? Why should Kyle become the master of the world as soon as he comes back? Who knows if what he said is true? Is the universe really that dangerous? They are clearly intact and they don't look like they have encountered any crisis. Maybe, he agreed with people from the alien planet to hypnotize us all, so that we can sell this world to others. Boar. Sabo punched the table with a punch and shouted angrily. If what Boar said before was still a resistance to class, it could be accepted by others. But what he said just now was completely maliciously smearing and escaping the facts. Sabo believes that Kyle will never make a fuss about such things. He just felt that there might be a better way to solve the problems that the pirate world will face in the future. After stopping Boar's words with his movements, Sabo immediately looked at the President Long, who was still silent. However, at this time, the dragon seemed to be asleep and had no reaction at all. Even Big Bear, Ivankov and others who had retired and returned to China and were called to have a meeting closed their eyes and rested, as if they had seen nothing or heard nothing. It was their behavior that made some people present think that Long and others didn't want to give up their current high status, but they just couldn't say anything. This also made some people feel energetic immediately, holding up the banner of negation, and starting to find reasons for Kyle to deceive them from all aspects. The situation of the meeting has been stalemate, and everyone has been arguing for half an hour. Even if you were originally neutral Sob, who refused the camp, unknowingly fought among the team that he recognized was under the perplexity of a group of people. However, at this moment, the dragon, who had been silent, suddenly spoke out. Okay, let's just stop here. As he spoke, the meeting scene suddenly became quiet. The opposition that verbally prevailed, thought Long had found a reason to reject Kyle from their quarrel. Just as their faces showed joy, Long's next words made them instantly it was in place. Mr. Molia, the situation is clear now, you can come out. Hey tilde. A sinister laugh suddenly appeared in the closed conference room, causing everyone's backs to feel cold. The next moment, a large number of black shadow bats suddenly flew out of the shadows of the crowd and gathered beside the dragon, and soon a huge figure formed. It was Moonlight Molia, who had already fallen out of the first tier of strength in the Twilight Pirates. Mr. President, what do you mean? Seeing the appearance of the huge onion head, the opposition guys immediately showed panic. But Long lamented and showed a complicated look to the opposition. Immediately he spoke. Sorry, everyone. Actually, there is one thing that I haven't told you. As he said that, an evil crimson color suddenly flashed through his left eye. The dragon slowly raised his head, his face heavy and majestic. In fact, we had joined the Twilight Pirates as early as 10 years ago. Chapter 302 Shanks, I am here tilde. What? Long's simple words instantly made the entire conference room look like an ice cave, extremely cold. Even Sabo, who was beside him, showed a confused expression at this moment. What's the situation? Mr. Long joined the Twilight Pirates. I don't know why such an important thing is. And looking at the appearance of several other senior executives of the Revolutionary Army, they didn't seem to be surprised by this. For a moment, Sob actually felt abandoned in his heart. As if he had expected Sabo's idea, Long looked at him, his eyes flashed, and he said with a smile. Sorry, Sabo. I wanted to hide this secret from you until you told you when you were the president. But since Mr. Kyle has other plans, we don't need to hide it. In fact, Even Kyle did not expect that Long and others would suddenly find him one night before they entered the starry sky and make the decision to join the Twilight Pirates. The reason for Dragon is also very simple. Because they were leaving the pirate world, in order to avoid never seeing their friends again, all those who were related to the main members of the pirate group were given to them forever by Kyle. Dragon is one of them. After having eternal life, they soon realized that this starry sky trip of the pirates in the evening was likely to be an endless journey. In order not to let Kyle forget about them and this planet, Long and several senior executives of the Revolutionary Army who were no longer planning to serve in the world government chose to join the Twilight Pirates. Because Long knew very well that anyone could do the position of leader of the world government. He can give this position to the younger and stronger Sabo after the world is stable. And they can be Kyle's reassurance, ensuring that even if they have not returned to the pirate world for decades, hundreds, or even thousands of years, the world will still not resist their return. After all, Kyle is not inseparable from the pirate world, but the pirate world is inseparable from Kyle and Dusk. Just like the information brought by Kyle and others when they returned. The universe is so sinister, with countless strong people and wealthy families, which makes Long and others convinced their decisions back then. What made them even more sure that they were not going wrong on this path is, in just 10 years, someone has been polluted by power. Who knows whether the world government will become the second celestial dragon in 100 years. Instead of that, it is better to give the whole world to the Twilight Pirates. At least Kyle will never let the people live a poor life. Long didn't know if his idea was influenced by what Kyle called absolute loyalty, but this was indeed what he was going to do next. Well, Long finally lamented in his heart. His eyes swept across the faces of his partners who had fought revolutionary battles with him one by one, as if he wanted to remember their appearance. After a while, he said heavily. "Go on, Mr. Molia. Hey, I'll wait for your words." A large shadow suddenly appeared behind the tall Moria, instantly covering the entire conference room and bringing everyone into a dim shadow space. Wait. Some people who were originally the opposition immediately showed a look of fear, stepped back continuously, and looked like they were resistant. But before he could say the second sentence, a little Molia figure holding scissors suddenly appeared behind him, and then he cut his shadow directly with scissors. Instantly. He is like losing his soul and leaving only an empty shell. He was stunned for a moment, standing in place with empty eyes. Another pair of shadow hands stretched out from the shadow on the ground, slowly pulling the person who lost his shadow into the shadow. Looking at such a strange scene, all the opposition present suddenly felt stressed. Some people began to retreat constantly, repeating words like, "I was wrong, I never dared to do it again." Some people directly cursed, "Long, you guy who betrayed the revolution." However, no matter what they say or do, they can no longer change the fate of being made into human beings. After becoming a senior government official, these guys have used their conveniences to find benefits for themselves. They all have good fruit abilities, which are considered excellent materials. Soon, in front of Molia, a strong man who had reached the stellar level, a group of top sky planetary guys disappeared into the conference room. In the entire conference room, only supporters and neutrals were left. Looking at the empty seat, Long sighed in his heart again. But the next second, his expression became serious and he sat down. Okay, let's talk about how to let the people who know absolute loyalty join the Twilight Pirates. The meeting did not last long. After all, the most fundamental problem has been solved by Long and Molia with Thunder means, and there are not many people who will resist joining the Twilight Pirates. What is really difficult is the new life born in the future and the group of people who are unwilling to surrender to the risk-turning group of people such as Red Hair and Hawkeye. It's okay for a newborn baby. If your parents are members of the Twilight Pirates, over time, not joining the Twilight Pirates in this world will become a strange behavior. But Red Hair is waiting for others. In 10 years, the world government has also had a lot of contact with these guys. After all, they are all strong men who can destroy a country at any time, and the world government must strictly control their whereabouts. However, it is definitely not an easy thing to convince them to join the Dusk. And according to Kyle's meaning, 3 years later, those smart creatures who live in the pirate world but have not yet joined the pirates group will definitely not have any good results. This is Kyle's last announcement. In the end, the meeting did not discuss any results, but chose to end it hastily. After all, they are not someone's parents. If someone is really so stubborn, I just hope they can accept the result of willfulness. Anyway, whether it is the pirate world or the Twilight Pirates, there are no less of them, and no more of them. In fact, they are not as important as they imagined. After a while, the whole world completely fell into a state of madness. Starting from the Red Clay Continent, speeding buses set off from Mary Chua and pulled the people living on the Red Clay Continent to Mary Chua one after another. Kyle, who had been waiting here for a long time, was tirelessly loading a character card for everyone. Most of these character cards are only D level, and only some people with special talents can get a C level character card for blessing. But these are already trivial matters and nothing to worry about. In order to exert the energy of these newcomers of the pirates, Cell deliberately asked Vegapunk to customize some special base spacecraft, bind them to the clone of the Tiga, and then spread them to various locations in the Red Clay Continent. Later, using the functions of the dock system, we added some infrastructure to each base spacecraft, such as training rooms, breeding farms, plantations, etc., to ensure that they can provide themselves with strength while ensuring their quality of life. Because the Star Alliance coins in his hand are relatively wealthy, Kyle also waved his hand and directly raised these facilities to a very high level. Although it is still not as high as the Tiga body, half a year is enough to turn an ordinary D-level character card loader into a planetary mid-stage powerhouse. That is the level of the 4 emperors. In the near future, the pirate world will become a truly dragon-like planet. If you should say it or not, the people who were originally hesitant could enjoy such treatment after joining the Dusk. Even when people from remote areas learned about this from the media, they set sail and headed towards the Red Clay Continent. What a joke. I don't know when it will be when Kyle arrives on their small island. There is that time, no one else knows how strong he is to become. One step is slow, one step is slow. They don't want to lose the opportunity at this important turning point in their lives. Anyway, the sea is basically calm now, and there are Coast Guard patrols in every sea area, so there will be no big danger. Instead of sitting at home and waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative. That's all. An alternative era of navigation has begun. A few months later. Originally there was no wind belt, an uninhabited island. The Red Foss docked under the coast of the island, hiding under the shadowed corner. This ship, which was once awe-inspired by countless people, is now slowly fading out of the world perspective. Who would have thought that 10 years ago, it was still a pirate cycling on the turbulent sea, carrying one of the world's top 4 emperors. At this time, the red-haired pirates, the owner of the Red Foss, was holding a serious meeting on this uninhabited island. In addition to the red-haired pirates, the participants also had an unexpected visitor, the previous generation of the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. The jumping flames made crackling sounds on the wood. The barbecue above had a burnt momentum, but no one reached out to turn it over, as if it had been forgotten. Shanks inserted his strange red hair with one hand. In 10 years, he also changed from the 4 emperors in his prime to an outstanding adventurer with a slightly sloppy but still temperamental. Looking at the reflection in the fire, the red hair couldn't help but sigh. So, what do you think? Because they have some intersection with the dragon, they have already obtained the information. 3 years later, if they do not choose to join the Twilight Pirates, they will lose the opportunity to survive on this planet. As for flying out of the planet and entering the universe in 3 years. This is indeed a loophole in Kyle's letter to the world. But let's not talk about whether they can gain the power to fly to the starry sky without the support of the world government. Even if they really flew to the starry sky, according to the information vaguely revealed in the dragon's words, it seems that they would not be able to escape from this galaxy. As for the impossible method, they knew that it was not because they were not motivated, but because of some other reasons. Nowadays, it seems that they still have many choices, but in fact, there are only 2 real choices. Either live or die. Compared with Shanks, Hawkeye, who was defeated by Zorro, looks much older after 10 years of baptism. However, he is so exquisite that he turns the traces of time into his own temperament, which makes him more calm and heavy than before. At first glance, he looks like a classic character who, "I have a story, do you have wine?" Elegantly holding up a wine glass, Hawkeye took a sip, and looked at the dejected members of the red-haired adventure group. His lips moved slightly and said slowly, "If there is really no way, why not join the Twilight Pirates? I don't think it's a wrong decision to join Dusk. Just like I chose to join you back then." Yes. After losing the title of the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye set sail again in order to sharpen his swordsmanship. But his luck didn't seem to be very good. Not long after he set sail, he encountered Kyle's frozen world and transformed the current. Because he didn't bring much food, he was trapped in the ice for a while, so he chose to abandon the boat and walk. Unfortunately, just after he walked for a few days, the sea began to melt quickly again. By the time he wanted to turn around and look for the boat, it was too late. Finally, sitting above the supreme fast knife and wandering in the sea, he was picked up by the red-haired group passing by. It was also at that opportunity that Hawkeye began to act with red hair. When he was fine, he would discuss with Honghai and train himself. Even after Redhead changed from pirates to adventure, he never left. When he heard Hawkeye's words, some opposition voices immediately popped up from the red-haired adventure group. "What a joke. We are the Red Hair Sea Adventure Group. How can we become someone else's subordinates? That's right. How could it be possible to make the whole world surrender if a declaration written in the newspaper is about to make the whole world surrender? HMPH. If he hadn't changed the world back then, maybe our captain would have become One Piece." Unlike Red High and others who know the inside story, these ordinary members are completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. In addition, they are all considered capable people, so they naturally cannot accept reading a letter to the world. He ran over and joined the other party happily. And it was the words of these people that made the red hair at this time feel as if he was being put on the grill. After all, before inviting these people to board the boat, he made great achievements and attracted their followers with his strong personal charm and courage. Now, if you want to tell them who follow them, you must follow others. This is really too harmful to the face problem of red hair. Of course, face cannot be eaten. Red Hair knew that if they wanted to survive, they had only one way to go. What he is struggling with now is just a way to make himself more decent and join the Twilight Pirates. At this moment, it seemed that God felt the entanglement in the red hair. A sharp voice suddenly sounded from the sky. "Wow, Shanks, I'm here to see you." Chapter 303 Clown vs Red Hair. Hearing this familiar and unfamiliar clamor, Shanks's expression suddenly changed. All members of the red-haired pirates also instantly raised their heads and looked into the distance. In the sky, a man with a red nose dressed in gorgeous and even fur cloak was standing in the air, looking down at the red-haired pirate group below. After seeing the visitor, Shanks' expression was instantly happy, which made him look directly the pain was left behind, and stood up and shouted. "Bucky! Where have you been going for so many years? I thought you were killed by a pirate." HMPH. Bucky, the red nose in the sky, snorted disdainfully, "Even if you are killed, I will not be killed. I'm a fighter of the 10th team of the pirates at dusk. Even in the universe, I'm famous. How can you, a guy who lives on this little broken planet, understand it?" As he spoke, Bucky fell directly in the sky and came to Shanks. Although he felt happy inside, he knew the secret of pretending to be X, and he showed a look of waiting for the enemy, and said to the red hair in the taste of those who have experienced it. "Shanks, for our past friendship, today I came to persuade you and your subordinates to go back to the Red Clay continent with me and join the Twilight Pirates." Hearing this, the joy on Shanks's face suddenly disappeared, revealing a look of confusion. "Did you have no news for so many years? It turns out that you have joined the Twilight Pirates. I thought you wouldn't join any pirate group anymore and become someone else's subordinate." Shanks' tone was full of grimness, as if he was recalling their past. But Bucky, who had seen the world, Didn't like him at all. Stop talking nonsense, Shanks. My time is very precious, I can't waste it here with you. Give me a happy word now. If you practice for 1 minute less, you will gain 1 minute less experience. Now that the star-level strong men in the pirates are appearing one after another, he is a planetary peak guy, but he doesn't have much time to relax. If Captain Kyle hadn't said that if the red hair and his group could be persuaded to join Dusk, he would be rewarded with an S-class weapon, and he would have said that he would never be able to come out for this mission. Hearing Bucky's urgent urging, Shanks's face couldn't help but darken. After a while, he spoke again. Sorry, Bucky, I can't make a decision so quickly. After all, I'm responsible for my partners. You're so rude. You're really old, Shanks. Before Shanks could finish his words, Bucky made an impatient ear-pull position and interrupted his explanation. Then, a light flashed across his red nose, and the corners of his mouth suddenly opened, looking at the old friend who had been crushing him for the first half of his life. Be simple. According to the old rules, let's fight together. You win, I'll go and tell Captain Kyle to let you live. If I win, you just take people back with me and join the pirates in the evening. How about it? This. Bucky's bet made Shanks hesitate for a moment. But at this moment, Bucky added, What? You dare not. What did you say, you red-nosed bastard? Before Shanks could reply, a young man who had just joined the Red Hair Pirates 2 years ago suddenly stood up. After following Honghai for several years, he believed in Honghai's strength. Even if the senior executives of the Red Hair Pirates kept telling him that there were people outside and there was heaven. But the reason why frogs in the well are frogs in the well is because everything they see limits their imagination. He really couldn't imagine that anyone could be stronger than the red hair that cuts a mountain or a sea with one knife. So at this time, he took the initiative to stand up and scolded the unknown guy in front of him. And his clamor also instantly attracted the support of most people in the Red Hair Pirates. Well said, Sean. Boss, hurry up and teach this red nose that is ignorant. You dare to challenge our Red Hair Adventure group. I remember this guy, isn't he the clown Bucky from Donghai? Although I was still young at that time, I remember that he seemed to be arrested by a naval colonel and went to jail. What? Being arrested by the Navy colonel? Ha 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 ha, then he isn't very strong. Navy colonel. Although it was an old product 10 years ago, they knew very well that it was not a powerful force at all. A group of newcomers who have just joined the red-haired pirates in the past decade couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. But at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly released from Bucky's body, like a violent hurricane, instantly swept across the entire island. For a moment, sand and stones flew, grass and trees bent, the sky was dark, and the waves were surging. The entire island seemed to be shrouded in a terrifying hand. Yes, it's just a Navy colonel, it's not that powerful. After seeing the vastness of the universe, Bucky's character has obviously risen more than one level. Now facing the ridicule of such a weak person, he can actually smile calmly like Shanks. But at the same time, his vengeful personality still exists, so he releases such a terrifying domineering aura to these guys who laugh at him. Hey, Bucky. Although a domineering aura that is a little weaker, it cannot be underestimated, was released from Shanks' body, protecting his own group of juniors. The sky was hit by the huge momentum of the two sides, and it was like tearing. Flow cracks. It's just a group of children, why bother with them? Although shocked that Bucky could release such a level of overlord color, Shanks said protectingly. What surprised him was that after hearing his words, Bucky actually began to gather his domineering spirit. Little kid Tilda. He smiled and looked around, sighing softly, that's true. After seeing many planets in the universe where the lowest is planetary powerhouse, Bucky also realized how weak the pirate world is. Therefore, Captain Kyle hopes to conquer more people in a short period of time so that this planet can become stronger as soon as possible. Despite this, there are still people who are ungrateful and want to resist Captain Kyle's kindness. It's simply unforgivable. Swish. Bucky suddenly looked up and looked at Shanks with anger and contempt. You're right, they are indeed a bunch of kids who don't know anything. But where are you? Bucky suddenly opened his hands, and his body instantly split into countless small pieces as big as marbles. The ability to split the fruit has been mastered by Bucky, and the fruit awakening has long been met. Now, although his basic strength has not reached the stellar level, if he is given enough time, he will not be unable to destroy a complete planet. The power of division. That is a powerful ability that is considered excellent in the universe. Me. Shanks was stunned for a moment, showing an unknown expression. Yes, it's you. Although it has changed into a mosaic-like shape, you can still vaguely see Bucky's figure and speak. Next moment. He stretched out a mosaic hand directly at Shanks. The arm suddenly split into countless tiny pieces in the air, but it condensed into the shape of an arm in front of Shanks, and then grabbed Shanks' collar. Bucky's voice followed. You guy, even though you know what the future will look like, you still have to play your ridiculous pirate playhouse game. What? Do you think it's fun to be strong among a group of weak people? At that time, Captain Roger placed all his hopes on you, but you were like a coward. He had already possessed enough strength, but he was reluctant to take a step forward. This moment is really just like that time and that moment. Aren't you waiting for some legendary person? Let me tell you now that your legendary person is nothing in the universe. If Captain Kyle hadn't given him the power, he wouldn't have known where to play plasticine. But even that little kid knows where the real future is. And you guy who Captain Roger thinks is more worthy of entrusting than me is just a waste now. As if he was about to expose the emotions accumulated over the years in one breath, Bucky grabbed Shanks tightly in the air, and his head flew over and cursed at his face. Bang! At this moment, an arm suddenly grabbed Bucky's wrist. Shanks slowly raised his head, but suddenly there was a look of perseverance in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to 10 years ago and turned back to the red hair of the 4 emperors galloping across the sea. Boom! A thunder caused by the collision of momentum suddenly flashed, illuminating Shanks's face. Bucky. Perhaps it was Bucky's words that touched him, or perhaps it was Bucky's behavior that trampled him. Shanks spoke with a heavy expression. I'll take your bet. Hey. Bucky grinned at the hearing of this and slowly let go of Shanks' arm. That's what it means. Bucky flew back to his original position again and became normal. So, in order to avoid being hurt by me, let your subordinates leave this island first. Shanks was silent for a moment, then nodded and said to the deputy behind him. Beckman, take everyone out of here first. Beckman, who had never said anything from beginning to end and had never changed his expression, no longer no head, then picked up his spear and carried it on his shoulder, and said to the members of the red-haired pirates around. Let's go. We shouldn't make things difficult for the boss here. Mr. Beckman. Some of the younger generations didn't want to leave easily, as if they were scared away by Bucky, but a sharp aura suddenly attracted the attention of all of them. Hawkeye slowly closed his knife, glanced at Bucky's body, and said slowly. Mr. Red Nose, can you ask you a question? Bucky turned his head and showed a listening look. Hawkeye's lips trembled slightly, but in the end he said. How is the great swordsman who defeated me, Rorano Azoro, now? Are you asking Captain Green Algae Head? Bucky blinked calmly and replied. Captain Kyle sent all the members of the second team out half a year ago, as if he wanted to conquer a galaxy with special resources. Count the time, if they are not lost by the way, now it should be fighting against the ruling family of that galaxy. Quote. I heard that the other party is a strong man in the late stage of the star. I hope that their battle will not destroy that rare resource planet. Planet destroy. The eagle-eyed pupils suddenly shrank. Has Rorano Azoro's strength reached that level? What? Are you scared? Bucky showed a disdain again. That's why I said, I don't know what you are proud of. It was obvious that Captain Kyle had specially invited you guys to use your potential to cooperate with the corresponding cosmic skills, plus the power given by Captain Kyle. You can become overlords in the universe long ago. But you just want to waste your time and live in this small planet. It's ridiculous. Bucky, who seized the opportunity, started to mock him mercilessly again. But this time, neither Hawkeye nor Shanks refuted anything. First, They really cannot believe in the authenticity of his words through Bucky's one-sided words. Second, I was also afraid. If what Bucky said was true, then what were they doing in the past 10 years? Maybe what Bucky said is right, what exactly is he arrogant? Shanks couldn't help but pursed his lips. Half an hour later, the red-haired pirates and their group finally left the island and rowed the Red Foss away from the island. After feeling that there was no extra guy on the island, a look of excitement flashed in Bucky's eyes. Bring it on. I wanted to beat you up long ago. Today, I finally got my wish. As soon as he finished speaking, without giving Shanks any chance to react, Bucky instantly activated the power brought by the character card, the magic of division. Split the world. Boom. With Bucky's roar, the entire island instantly made a violent buzzing reputation. Next second, pieces of water suddenly gushed out of the ground. Shanks, who had no time to react, suddenly widened his eyes, and then he realized. At this moment, countless regular square cracks appeared in the land under their feet, dividing the entire island. The sea water that soared into the sky was squeezed by pressure and splashed out along the cracks. Seeing this scene, Shanks couldn't help but frown. What does it mean? Isn't Bucky clear that he, a person with fruit ability, will become weaker when he touches the sea water? Chapter 304 Pirate Galaxy. Are you worried that my ability person will become weaker when he encounters sea water? As if he had a premonition of Shanks' thoughts, Bucky's laughter suddenly came from behind the water curtains, and then he took the initiative to explain to Shanks. Shanks, although I don't want to admit it, you have become a frog in the well now. In the universe, the side effects of the devil fruit are nothing at all. They can be easily removed at a very small price. Among the cosmic exercises collected by Kyle, there is an unexpectedly obtained Kimin exercise. Because it is too niche, this technique is only priced at 10,000 star coin. Compared with other cosmic exercises that start at 100,000 yuan at any time, it is extremely cheap. But, this kind of martial art is enough to improve the strength of the Twilight Pirates for a long time. Based on the research and investigation of the universe by Vegapunk and others, they finally came to a conclusion. That is the pirate world, a civilized world composed of a combination of the rules and the physical cultivation side. The main reason is that one of the main forces of this planet, the demon fruit, is one of the rules of this world, and many demon fruits have powerful power to change rules. At the same time, the characteristics of fear of sea water and fear of sea tower stone brought by the devil fruit are naturally part of the rule side ability. And this niche martial art also comes from a civilized star on the side of the rules. Its effect is to remove the negative effects on the regular side of the human body. Nowadays, this technique is a basic technique that all members of the Twilight must practice. Similarly, every member of the Twilight Festival now has a fruit ability, even those hundreds of thousands of cosmic races that later joined. This has become common sense of the Twilight Pirates a few years ago. That's why Bucky said, Shanks is just a frog in the well. Destroy evil and show good deeds for one day. Boom. Bucky finished speaking, and a fist with white gloves suddenly came out from the endless water curtain. The mysterious magic energy tangled and flowed on the fist, bombarding Shanks with special power. What a fast speed. Under the powerful sight and feeling, Shanks instantly discovered the changes in the air flow around him, and also discovered the flying fist that was bombarding him. At the same time, a future scenery also emerged in his mind. That was the scene when he instantly broke into countless small pieces after he got punched. This punch must not be taken head-on. Shanks made a decision in his heart instantly. He quickly bent his knees, stepped on the broken plot and stepped hard. Instantly. He flew out directly and avoided the flying white fist. Boom. The fist that lost his target hit the ground behind Shanks, and instantly made a deafening roar. Immediately afterwards, the earth that became wet under the erosion of sea water quickly differentiated into tiny soil particles, swallowed by the sweeping sea water. A big hole suddenly appeared on the entire island, making the sea water erosion more rapidly. It won't take long before the island will completely sink into the sea. And this is just Bucky's blow. Bucky. Seeing such a terrifying power happening to his childhood companion, Shank's mood was extremely complicated. But this is a duel, and there is no time for him to remember the past. He instantly waved the long sword in his hand, covering the entire island with a domineering look, and instantly grasped the location of Bucky's body. Although with your fruit ability, this blow should not cause damage to you. But I can't let you continue to mess around with others. God avoids. Wow. With Shanks's knife down, a brilliant and powerful slash suddenly flew out from the sharp blade and flew towards Bucky behind the water curtain. HMPH is Captain Roger's move. Looking at this familiar scene, Bucky couldn't help but make a disdainful sound from his nose. But facing this attack that was enough to break through the mountains and seas, he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he raised his other arm that was still on his body, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. But even if Captain Roger is standing in front of me now, he will not be my opponent. What about you, Shanks? Let you see what are the advantages and disadvantages of the planetary peak realm. The mysterious magical pattern flowed over Bucky's body again. This time, he used Kilda's strongest attack. The powerful magic power, combined with his body whose basic physical energy has surpassed the limit of the planet at this moment, the power it burst out is enough to shake the entire planet. Obviously, in order to make Shanks realize the gap between them, Bucky chose to be a person directly and burst out with a powerful force beyond the world. But at the same time, in order not to kill Shanks by chance, he spread the power that should have been concentrated and suddenly blasted towards the front. I've said it long ago. We are in different realms now. You are still far from it. Shanks. Break evil and show goodness in the sky. Boom tilde. Bucky punched forward with force. The violent impact was like a roaring hurricane, instantly wrapped Shanks's god-avoiding slash, and then destroyed it mercilessly. Then, under Shanks' unbelievable gaze, the fierce attack rushed directly to Shanks' body without stopping. Wherever it goes, the earth disappears and the waves flip, as if the world is inverted. Shanks. Captain. For a moment, the members of the red-haired pirates who felt the power of Bucky's attack all shouted in panic. Even Hawkeye pulled out the black sword behind him, ready to support Red Hair at any time to prevent him from being killed directly. The real strong man could already see how obvious the gap between Red Hair and Bucky was at this moment. There is a ravine between them that does not belong to this world. Rumbled tilde. The power of breaking evil and showing goodness advances forward, and in the blink of an eye, Shanks is wrapped in it. Seeing this scene, Hawkeye, Beckman and others' nerves suddenly frightened. They immediately rushed towards the battlefield without caring for anything, and then used their own strength to help Shanks fight against Bucky's attack. In an instant, the entire island was caught in the impact of power confrontation and was severely destroyed. But fortunately, Bucky's purpose is to defeat Shanks and teach him a lesson, not to really kill him. After feeling that the time was almost the same, he had already retracted his magic and left only a pure impact of power. Although his full-strength attack cannot destroy a planet, there is no problem in combing a small middle point for the pirate world. Under Bucky's power, this unmanned island has completely shattered. And half stayed in place, half flew towards the distance under his power. The clouds in the sky disappeared under the impact of this force and flew into the distance. The waves surging, as if they were back to the great geologically different route 10 years ago. After a while, when everything had settled, the rising dust was also brought into the sea by the splashed seawater. In the broken unmanned island divided into two. On one side, the red nose of the fist was calmly put away in the critical strike. On one side, Shanks and his friends were in various parried positions, in a mess, and covered in wounds. Bucky smiled lightly, revealing a sense of detachment that was completely inconsistent with his temperament. Shanks, you lost this battle. Shanks was pushed out and gasped heavily. Although the attack just now did not cause him too serious injuries, but just resisting the impact of that power has exhausted all his strength. Although he is also a strong man in the middle and upper level of the planet. But as the realm of strength increases, the gap between strength will increase by a factor of a factor. This is a completely crushing battle. The red-haired crew members who were docking on the pirate ship also became wide-eyed and stared at this moment. Because today, they have seen the existence beyond their cognition for the first time. A few hours later. Docked on the Tiga near the Red Earth continent. After a busy day, Kyle sat on the captain's chair and took advantage of the fact that no one was involved in the evening, and drew a hard wave of cards. Although he has been drawing elite gasoline machines with 10-star coalition coins for the sake of quantity, it is really too many to hold on to this quantity. It has only been so long since then that the star coins they have accumulated over the past decade are almost over the bottom. Fortunately, the other teams of the pirates are still in the starry sky at dusk, earning Star Alliance coins for the pirates. Soon after, Morgan of the fourth team will arrive in the pirates' world to add a wave of Star Federations to Kyle. Then Kyle planned to let them follow the direction of the pirate world, leave the Monty Star domain, go to the next star domain, and continue to make money. As for the other teams, Kyle also plans to deal with it like this. Starting from today, they will use the planet where the pirate world is the basis point to conduct radiation occupations to the surrounding planets, galaxies, and even star fields. And this is also a small announcement from Kyle to all forces in the universe. He and the Twilight Pirates are about to enter the frontal battlefield for the universe. Oh, did Red Hair agree to join the Dusk? It seems that Bucky didn't disappoint me. He promised him to reward him with an S-class equipment before. Let him go to the equipment room to pick one by himself. Kyle nodded when he heard Robin's report and immediately issued his order. The affairs at Dusk were so busy that he certainly could not do everything himself. The red-haired pirates incident was actually just a whim of Kyle. After all, he has collected 3 of the 4 Emperor's pirates. There is always one difference, which will somewhat make Kyle's obsessive-compulsive disorder a little dissatisfied. As for the talents of Red Hair and Hawkeye. Hug a little tilde. There are many people in the universe who are more talented than them. They may not be considered stupid, but compared with people like Morgan who are powerful people in the universe, they really can't rank well. That is, now all teams have been sent out to carry out missions. Otherwise the positions of captains of these teams may really undergo earth-shaking changes. Of course, Kyle also has a little eccentricity. If you draw any suitable props, you will give priority to Zorro and the others. Just like the mission he gave to Bucky this time. Originally, an S-class weapon reward would require Bucky to create value for the pirates in the evening for at least 2 or 3 years before it could be redeemed. But now he just relied on the relationship between Bucky and Shanks to send him a private mission, and directly asked him to take away an S-class weapon. Kyle has done this. As for how many people can maintain their position as captain in the Starry Sky race, it depends on their own. Time flies, and another few months of time pass. Morgan's arrival once again brought a considerable shock to the pirate world. The 4th team is currently the largest number of teams in the entire Dusk Pirates. After all, most of the guys who were forced to persuade had an intersection with Morgan, and naturally they all joined the team where their acquaintances were. Nowadays, Morgan has about 100,000 Starry Sky universe people under his command. And although each of them is not a genius, they are all powerful people who have cultivated to the planetary level by relying on themselves. Now that the increase in character cards has increased, my strength has been greatly improved. When I saw a powerful man with all his strength at the level of the 4 emperors, he came down from the spaceship with a chat and laugh, and went to check in and play around the pirate world. The local forces in the pirate world were completely shocked. This also accelerated Kyle's speed of conquering the pirate world. The original plan they made was to conquer the pirate world within 3 years. But now it seems that if there is no problem with the capital chain of Star Alliance Company, Limited, it will take about 2 years to complete the issuance of character cards to all smart creatures in the pirate world. Certainly. The premise is that there are enough Star Alliance coins. Don't look at an ordinary planet with intelligent creatures, only a star coin worth hundreds of millions of dollars in the universe. But if you want to completely conquer the planet in the pirate world, the star coin it needs is really an astronomical number. Fortunately, the pirates in Twilight are now strong enough, and their money-making ability is also rising steadily, and they can barely support the expenses required by the pillar Kyle. After Kyle transformed 1/3 of the population of the pirate world into his own, he finally began to take steps and set his sights on the extraterrestrial planet. On a spacecraft that was about to set sail, people, both men, women, young and old, were burly and powerful, excitedly picked up their luggage, prepare for the first planet colonization in the pirate world. And their first destination is the moon, the closest satellite to the pirate world. Chapter 305 Star Wars. Burga-punk, is it really enough to send only 100,000 people on the moon? Don't worry, Captain Kyle. Don't forget, they are not ordinary people in the dawn, but a member of the pirate group at the twilight that has been practiced for half a year. In addition to the various fruit abilities I have equipped them with, the number of 10W is enough for them to reclaim the surface of the moon. In just a few years, they can build the moon into a brand new planet suitable for the development of life. Kyle, who was standing in front of the spaceship, was about to see him off, nodded. He just asked in a chat, not because he didn't believe Burga-punk's judgment. These 100,000 people were originally just ordinary people in the pirate world, but now they all have planetary strength. Because of their curiosity about the stars, when Kyle recruited the first batch of planet transformers from the world, they all began to sign up enthusiastically. In order to give them the ability to transform the planet alone, Burga-punk has prepared a bunch of replicas of powerful fruits such as crimson fruits, roasted fruits, gas fruits, and ice bing fruits for them. Of course, there are naturally various fruit abilities that can make food by themselves, such as eating fruits, licking fruits, butter fruits, biscuit fruits, etc. Enough to let them cope with various environments. And this is just the first step in the planet transformation plan. Next, Kyle will continue to send a large number of Dusk members to the surrounding planets, turning more planets into habitable planets. Endless land represents endless living space and environment. All those who participate in the Planet Transformer program may also become lords of their planet. This is the real era of sailing. The goal is to rule the interstellar. The starry sky sails. Time flies, and time passes. In a blink of an eye, it has been 5 years since Kyle returned to the pirate world. Ryan Star Domain, main planet. As the ruler of this star field, Ryan enjoys control of all the star field. Under his leadership, the Ryan Star Domain has already entered the era where everyone is soldiers. All lives are eager to join Ryan's army. All of this is because Ryan elevates the treatment and privileges of soldiers to a pathological level. Nowadays, even if you are just an ordinary team leader, your identity is nobler than that of the patriarchs of the original major families of the Ryan Star Domain. This practice will naturally greatly suppress the rights of the aristocratic class, give more ordinary people the opportunity to reach the top in one step, and arouse strong dissatisfaction among the aristocratic class. But under Ryan's absolute power, no one dared to say the word, no. In the magnificent Void King Hall, endless galaxies flow above the hall, exuding the magnificence of the vast stars. The huge orc strongest man, Ryan, sat steadily on the throne of the Void King Hall, with his eyes as if he were like a copper bell, looking coldly at the cosmic subordinates below, and a domineering ray of light slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. The king smiles. It's been 3,000 years, this day is finally here. He sighed secretly in his heart. Since he was recognized by the Star Federation headquarters, he became the owner of this star field. 3,000 years have passed. I recalled that I had just arrived in this star domain and was coerced by other great noble families with cosmic combat power, concealed by local commanders of various galaxies, and was not favored by the various powerful people in the star domain. All of this is because of his race, the ugliest and simplest-minded orc race in the universe. The orcs are different from the fur tribes in the pirate world and the animals that Kyle met. This is a cosmic race full of green and pointed ears and fangs. Although they have a strong body, they are often called cosmic mental retardation because of their simple minds. And they seem to be a race born abandoned by elements. Apart from their own flesh, it is difficult for them to cultivate any other abilities, including their souls. But as the saying goes, the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. When the orcs have enough base, one or two variants will always appear. And Ryan is that variant. Although he was born in an ordinary orc family, his body was far less strong than that of the normal orcs. What he brought with him was his completely different wisdom from other orcs. Perhaps it is incomparable to the true intelligent race in the universe, but Ryan's wisdom is enough to be called a normal level. You know, this is an incredible thing among the orc groups spread across several large star fields. Ryan did it. Moreover, although it is not as good as an ordinary orc after a little exercise after adulthood, he has the highest level of planetary peaks. But Ryan's physique is also above the doctrine of the cosmic race, and after adulthood, he also has the level of mid-stage planetary rank. Although at the beginning, Ryan was discriminated against among the orcs because of his weak body. But once I saw that Ryan was able to bargain with the cosmic merchant passing by their planet, and he was still in the first place after the results are achieved. The orcs who were used to being deceived by the universe merchants immediately regarded Ryan as the elder of the race. It is also with this identity that Ryan can understand the outside world while sucking nutrients from the orcs, making himself constantly stronger. In the end, after thousands of years of wasted but wonderful experience, he successfully sat in his current position. As a star domain lord who has climbed from the lowest race of the universe step by step to this position, Ryan's ambition will certainly not stop here. The lord of the star domain will not be his end. He wants to do it higher. It is so high that the orcs can change their image in the universe because of his existence. He wants to become the real master of the domain master. Best. Ryan suddenly spoke, and a guy who was also an orc, but only level 7 in the universe, stood up from the crowd below in an instant. Grown-ups. Ryan asked, how is the deployment on the Monty Star domain? Good sir. Best immediately replied respectfully. The 20 legions sent to the Monty Star domain have now lost 1/10 of their contact. Although the rest are still in touch, the responses between Mari and Enlatai are strange, not like the usual styles of their two. So I suspect they may have been controlled or hypnotized by the enemy. In other words, our plan may have been exposed to the eyes of the Monty Star domain. Hearing Best's report, Ryan nodded in a clear way. According to the organization of the Ryan Star domain, the number of people in each legion is 1 billion soldiers. Every 10,000 ordinary soldiers have a squad leader at the early stage of the star. And for every 100 squad leader, a squadron leader of the mid-stage stellar realm is responsible for contacting. Each 100 squadron leader is commanded by a stellar late-stage brigade leader. In addition, each legion will also have a strong man from the universe as the supervisor. Although he will not command any war, he has the right to act independently. If he encounters any accident, whether he leads the entire army to attack or escapes alone, he will not be punished no matter what the result is. This is the privilege given to the powerful people in the universe. Of course, the powerful people in the universe who can be sent to these 20 teams are all people trusted by Ryan, and there will be no situation of running away alone. In this way, the 20 legions of the Ryan Star domain represent 20 billion ordinary soldiers, 200 W early-stage star-level powerhouses, 2 W mid-stage star-level powerhouses, and 200 late-stage star-level powerhouses. And 20 cosmic-level powerhouses. Such an army, no matter which star field it is placed in, is enough to conquer a world in an instant. But after entering the Monty Star domain, this army with a population of as many as 20 billion was broken into pieces, and did not cause too much waves in the Monty Star domain. It is enough to prove the vastness of the universe. The vastness of the star field. But Malry and Enlatai, Ryan repeated the name Best mentioned, and couldn't help but show a hint of regret. Those were two young men he was very optimistic about. Although they were not orcs, they already had cosmic strength when they were only over 1,000 years old. His talent is no less than that of himself at that time. Although I was able to achieve this today, it was because I encountered many adventures. But those two young people who were loyal to themselves were enough to become the mainstay of the Ryan Star domain in the future, but were tragically controlled by the enemy. There is also the Legion commander who had the other 2 hours. Although war will inevitably bring sacrifices, it is still sad. But soon, Ryan adjusted his mindset. At least the other 16 legions have completed their respective tasks. With the ability of those 16 legion commanders, I believe that the central area and outer periphery of the Monty Star domain should have been cut open. This will prevent you from getting any information from other star fields when you fight Monty when you are in a decisive battle, and an accident will occur. Best. Notify the entire army. Except for the border guards outside the star field, all the regional troops will advance. Attack the Monty Star field. Yes. The excited Best ordered the order in an excited tone, and immediately sent the long-awaited order to all the military headquarters. Instantly. The originally silent Ryan Star field instantly lit up countless spots of light. Warships appeared one after another from all over the starry sky, and soon occupied the entire starry sky and flew towards the junction of the Ryan Star domain and the Monty Star domain. Looking from a distance, it feels like a star is coming, and the scene is so spectacular. At the same time, the Monty Star domain is within the main planet. As that green guy, Ryan, can't help it. Also sitting on the throne, Monty, who was like an elegant king, had a calm smile on his lips. A bright light flashed in his gouging bubo's eyes. Then he ordered. Since that's the case, we must not lose etiquette. Download the notice and ask everyone to send troops to the border between the Monty Star domain and the Ryan Star domain, preparing to intercept the starships in the Ryan Star domain. In addition, it's time for those bed bugs that stay on my territory to clean up. Obviously, Monty had long seen the little tricks of Ryan Star domain. And the reason why he deliberately did not solve the problem was to make the orc, Ryan, commit the problems that all orcs would have, arrogance and conceit. He knew that when he saw that the army he had deployed secretly was so successful, Ryan would definitely be unable to hold back and launch a general attack. In order to make Ryan more convinced, he even sent people to destroy 2 legions, then hypnotized 2 legion commanders, and asked them to report to Ryan's star field in a plausible tone. At present, nothing exceeded his expectations. Instantly. A starship sea that is no less spectacular than the Ryan Star domain also appeared in the starry sky where the Monty Star domain is located. If the Ryan Star domain implements absolute militarization management, then the Monty Star domain is completely aristocratic thrift control. In order for the Monty Star domain to continue to allow the noble chables to develop freely as before, they will do their best to defend the Monty Star domain in this war. The gap in thought makes it impossible for 2 star fields to coexist. The channel from the cosmic level to the domain main level is only such a narrow gap. There are only so many people who can pass. The rest depends on who has stronger strength and who has stronger means. However, whether it is the elegant and simple Monty or the fierce and powerful Ryan, they will never think that it is at the center of this war. Ambition that is not inferior to them is growing vigorously. And they would not have thought that what forced this ambition to join the battle in advance was just a trivial matter. What did you say? All the galaxies they controlled by the TRA family blocked, and no starships are allowed to pass through. I understand. The Star Alliance coins here are enough for the time being, so I don't have to hurry to let you come back. But there must be a reason why the TRA family suddenly did such a thing. You guys are there to keep a low profile, be careful, and don't have anything to do. On the periphery of the pirate world planet, an asteroid that was forced to be fixed in orbit. The Tiga, whose volume has expanded again, is located here. In the captain's room of the Tiga, Kyle looked frowning and hung up the simple-looking video phone. Immediately he raised his head, looked at Robin at the desk, and immediately said, as the largest logistics operator in the Monty Star field, the TRA family cannot do such a thing suddenly. Robin, find someone to check out the strange things that have happened in the central area of the Monty Star domain recently. Well, Doflamingo and Analu seem to be operating nearby recently. I'll contact them now and ask them to investigate the situation. However, Captain Kyle, I guess that the TRA family can give up such huge interests and block all galaxies. I guess this must be related to the war we have been waiting for. I think so too. Kyle nodded slightly. But because of this, he was frowning at this time. After all, now he is only at the 6th level of the universe. It is still a bit too forced to participate in this battle in Kuai Xingyuan directly. Why can't I wait for 10 or 8 years? It's so big, Kyle murmured. Chapter 306 Xia Star Domain. Boom. The chaotic starry sky, the darkness of the underworld. A blazing beam of energy suddenly flew out from a distant place and suddenly penetrated a space starship sailing at high speed. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A lighting device suddenly shot out from the darkness in pieces, and a violent alarm sounded throughout the starry sky. As the dark universe was illuminated by the brilliance of various colors, thousands of cosmic starships suddenly appeared out of thin air, filling the empty starry sky. Soon, a starship detected the location where the attack was launched, quickly turned the direction of the artillery fire, and suddenly bombarded the front. In an instant, the entire starry sky seemed to be full of the Chinese New Year, filled with energy beams of various colors, which was very beautiful. If you don't consider that each beam of light has the power to destroy a planet. Damn it! The Monty Star Domain is ready. There is an ambush here. Quick! Move quickly! Get ready for space jump. Escape from the area hit by the bullet beam. Star-level magicians, hurry up and set protective shields on the starship ahead. Under the commander's shout, the ambushed fleet of the Ryan Star Domain immediately took action. When the 13th space starship was destroyed, they finally sorted out their formation and began to resist strongly. A cosmic-level powerful man also flew out of the starship and flew towards the dark direction, preparing to launch a flanking attack on the enemy's fleet. But since the Monty Star Domain dares to ambush in advance, it is naturally prepared. In the center of the ship group, in a well-protected starship, a girl covered in a purple veil suddenly opened her eyes and stroked her slender hands back and forth on the crystal ball in front of her. That ordinary crystal ball is in the girl's skin. As the skin touched, it instantly reacted, and a white smoothness bloomed. Finished. The girl shouted in a sweet voice, then immediately clicked on the star map in front of her, drew several routes, and passed the information to other starships. A few seconds later, a group of cosmic-level powerhouses suddenly flew out of the Monty Star's starship, intercepting the cosmic-level walking routes of the Ryan star field. It actually corresponds one by one, without exception. Technology, hand-to-hand combat, divination, army. This is the power of the Monty Star Domain, a vast star domain that can tolerate everything and allow everything to take root and sprout here. The battle soon entered a white-hot heat. People in the Ryan star field also realized that the Monty star field seemed to be prepared for a long time, not as weak as they imagined. In the army, with a large number of strong people on the side of the body, they immediately made a decisive decision. Rude. Fighting against the Monty Star Domain depends on who is the survivor, who is truly qualified to survive. This is not a simple-minded and will do whatever you want. In such a large-scale war, morale is often more important than any decision. Now that the army in the Ryan Star Domain encounters ambush, morale will decline. But with the usual brainless style of Ryan Star Domain, the morale gap can be made up soon. With the commander's order, hundreds of star-level powerful men flew out of the spacecraft, regardless of the energy beam that could injure or even kill them with just one blow, facing the Monty Star realm. The spaceship rushed over. There is no way. In order to protect more starships, the star-level powerful men on Monty can only face the challenge. The battlefield instantly changed from a science fiction sensible interstellar war to a group of Saiyans fighting each other. The intensity of the battle situation cannot be described in words. However, just when this battle was in full swing, no one noticed that in the space directly below the battlefield, a large spacecraft that had entered a stealth state was constantly passing by the edge of the battlefield. Get rich. Get rich. On the Tiga, Kyle raised the thief's extreme intention with one hand, released the awakened invisibility fruit ability, completely hiding the huge Tiga. The invisible fruit after awakening can not only invisible the objects you touch, but also cover up the breath and traces of existence to a certain extent. With Kyle's current cosmic level 6th level, it is naturally impossible to discover the stars on the battlefield. As for those cosmic-level powerful people, they are now concentrating on dealing with their respective opponents, and they have no energy to check the situation on the outside of the battlefield. In this way, Kyle and Tiga worked together to control Tiga to shuttle continuously in the battlefield. And their purpose is also very simple, which is to make a fortune in this battle. It's also a coincidence. Originally, Kyle left the pirate world to go to the galaxy where the TRA family is located and fish out Anilu and others. Unexpectedly, they happened to pass by here and a unique battle broke out here. At first, Kyle wanted to order little Tiga to stay away from this place of right and wrong as soon as possible, but a starship accidentally smashed directly towards Tiga. Kyle, who had no choice but to take action and intercept the starship. But then, he realized a problem. Under normal circumstances, a strategic-class starship will sell at least hundreds of millions of Star Alliance coins in the universe. Although this starship is damaged, it is still possible to dismantle and repair it. There is no problem selling tens of millions of star coin. In addition, there are still tens of thousands of planetary soldiers and hundreds of star-level powerhouses inside the starship at this time. Although most of them are in a state of death and injury, even the corpse is a considerable fortune. What's more, those who are alive, whether they are sold as slaves or hypnosis for their own use, are a good deal. In an instant, Kyle became greedy. Escape. Run away. Anyway, there are not only 2 star fields in the universe, Ryan and Monty. They can make a fortune here, and then turn around and go to other star fields to deal with the stolen goods in their hands, and exchange them for a large number of star coupons. In this way, the development speed of the Twilight Pirates will definitely be higher. The time for Kyle to become the peak of the universe will be greatly shortened. Now that I have reached the cosmic level, every time I want to go forward and go further, the difficulty will increase exponentially. From conquering all members of the pirate world to now being only at the 6th level of the universe, you can see how terrifying the power different from each level after reaching the universe. But the reason for all this is ultimately because of the scarcity of Star Alliance coins. If he has enough Star Alliance coins, not only can he increase the level of the character card loading under his subordinates, but he can also increase all the low-level training rooms in the pirate world, making the people stronger faster. This means that Kyle is becoming stronger faster. In short, Kyle could not miss this opportunity to earn a large amount of Star Alliance coins. Anyway, his cosmic level 6th level strength is still a bit convincing in this battlefield. In this way, Kyle immediately picked up the shrinking light, reduced the huge starship, and put it into the Tiga, preparing to let Vegapunk deal with it if he had time in the future. In addition, among the starship OF course, there will be someone to deal with the soldiers. Those who are not injured will be imprisoned in prison for the time being, waiting for Kyle to hypnotize one by one after another after having time. Those who are injured will be handed over to the medical team for treatment. After treatment, the treatment plan will be the same as above. As for the dead soldiers, they had to hand over part of their bodies to Molia to make zombie soldiers and part of them to the scientific research team for them to conduct research. Next, the Tiga kept wandering on the edge of the battlefield. When he saw a shot-down starship, he took advantage of the chaotic situation on the battlefield and went forward to hide it secretly. In a few days, Kyle collected dozens of starships and hundreds of thousands of soldiers and prisoners. This transaction alone was enough to make him make a fortune. However, compared to those starships that he did not have time to recover, although this number is not a drop in the bucket, it is enough to ignore it. War is about money and life. This also made Kyle realize once again how terrifying the dominance of a star domain lord over the star domain. Anyway, he heard that even the 8th level powerful man in the universe level was just a family that had created a family and ruled hundreds of prosperous galaxies. Such a family is already supremely brilliant in the eyes of ordinary people. But compared with the loss of this war, it is nothing. Well, it's almost the same, it's time to retreat. Looking at the starship full of warehouses, Kyle nodded excitedly. This can be said to be the first big fortune he made after entering the starry sky. Compared with this, the business empire they have built up with more than 10 years has become so small. But it's a pity that the battle between the two armies is about to be decided. The starships that were able to continue fighting were only about 1/3 of the first one left. In order to avoid being discovered, Kyle and the others had to give up their greed and leave here as soon as possible. A few months later, in the Monty Star realm, the galaxy where the TRA family is located. Two warships hovered outside a magnificent planet. Kyle stood in the air and smiled at a guy in front of him who looked like Prince Hata in Gintama. "Captain TRA, there is no need to send it away. I will pick up these two useless subordinates, and I will also rush back to the Shia star domain as soon as possible." "Oh yeah, what's your excellency Kate saying?" Although he looked like the prince of the celestial being, his temperament and demeanor were far beyond ordinary people and immediately smiled apologetically. "Please understand. Lord Monty recently issued a death order, so we had no choice but to make a misunderstanding." "Ha ha ha ha, don't worry, Chief TRA, of course I know your difficulties." Kyle, who was a pseudonym Kate, smiled generously, and then showed an empathy. "I heard that the Monty Star domain suffered a defeat before the time cut, and many troops from the Ryan Star domain were put in. It's been a big deal now, so it's hard for you to do it, Chief TRA. Who said no?" Hearing that someone could understand him and was a cosmic-level powerhouse with 2 levels higher than him, the head of the tribe TRA seemed to have found the organization in an instant and cursed. "The same is true for this dog Ryan Star domain. It is necessary to start a war at this time, which will make your excellency Kate's business difficult. But please rest assured that the Monty Star domain will definitely win the final victory. Please welcome you to continue to come to our side to cooperate in the future. At that time, you will ask your subordinates to report your name directly, and my family members will deal with it carefully, which can be regarded as a small compensation that will delay you during this period." No wonder the TRA family became a famous big family in the Monty Star field. "Captain TRA, you know how to do business." Kyle grinned, not intending to continue to be shabby. "Okay, Chief TRA, we are going back to the Shia Star domain, too. You guys go back soon. Yeah, okay." The head of the Tripatriarch wiped the cold sweat that should not have existed, and smiled and watched the Tiga go further and further away until he disappeared into the perception of his cosmic 4th-level powerhouse. Then he cursed. "Mad. A guy who can't make it in the star domain of the sea, what are you pretending? If I hadn't been going to war in a few days, I would have to make a good spoil on you." Of course, that's what it means. If he really asked him to trouble a cosmic 6th-level powerhouse, he wouldn't be so tough. However, it is just a trivial matter for aliens after all. Nowadays, the most important thing for Chief TRA is the war between the Monty Star domain and the Ryan Star domain. The whole people in the Ryan Star domain are soldiers, and they are also inclined toward a system of big pot meals, unified distribution, and talent distribution. This is simply unacceptable to the Patriarch of Terra, who is already accustomed to the aristocratic class. If the Ryan Star domain wins the war, his efforts over tens of thousands of years will be completely ruined. So he would never allow such a thing to happen. The way he prevented was to join the Mont Legion and contribute to protecting his star field. However, many soldiers who were fighting for the Monty Star domain did not have the vision of the leader of the Terra, so they naturally did not know. If Ryan wins this battle, they will become profiters in the new world and the future. It's a pity, I believe the asymmetry of the breath gives these ordinary soldiers only one way to go. The battles between star fields can be as short as 10 years, and the longest as hundreds of years. This is a lasting tug of war. And in this tug of war, how many lives will be sacrificed for this? This may not even be known about Ryan and Monty, who started the war. It seems that it is not exposed. After leaving the star domain where the TRA family is located, Kyle slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he filled in his information in the Star Federation of the Monty Star domain and also classified the planet of Pirate World under his name. If TRA discovers, he will be in a lot of trouble. According to the laws of the Monty Star domain, as long as they are cosmic strongmen who belong to the Monty Star domain, they must accept Monty's compulsory call and join the battlefield. But in order to fish out Anilu and the others from the blockade of the Terra Galaxy, he had to show some strength. Fortunately, the TRA family didn't think too much about it and did extra operations. This gives them the opportunity to leave the Monty Star domain safely. Looking at the endless starry sky ahead, Kyle's dark eyes flashed with shimmering light. The pirate world is far away from the battlefield and is not on the front line, so there is no need to worry. The galaxies ruled in the darkness have also been transferred in recent years. Next, we will go to the star domain next door and sell the goods in the Tiga to a good price. Wait, Mont, Lane, I'll be back soon. Chapter 307 The Secret of the Universe. Under the vast sky, a lonely boat is like a traveler shuttled across the stars, wandering alone in the endless starry sky. Tiga, how far is it from the star domain of the Sia? On the Tiga, Kyle finally loaded all the prisoners he had captured before onto the character card. He turned into his own people and stretched his waist and asked in the air beside him. The next moment, little Tiga's figure suddenly appeared beside Kyle, stretched out his hands and created a holographic projection of a star map with energy. He said seriously, "Captain Kyle, according to the star map provided by Mr. Bandy, we are now on the outer border of the star domain of the sea. But because this place is too desolate and has no resources, there are no registered intelligent races in the nearby galaxies." "Oh, have you arrived at the Shia star domain?" Kyle, who was staring at the star map, showed a look of surprise in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, at the boundaries of different star fields, there are usually some starships from the star field to guard it. But the Shia star domain actually opened the door open, as if there was no one in the world. After thinking for a moment, Kyle said to little Tiga again, "Go and call Bandy over, I want to learn about the situation in the star domain of the sea." "Okay, Captain Kyle." Little Tiga answered, and the next second, his figure flashed and disappeared in front of Kyle in an instant. Half an hour later, Bandy walked into the gate of the captain's room with brisk steps. Since joining the Twilight Pirates, his vision has been constantly being raised. And he himself has now become a strong man in the late stage of the star level. His life ushered in a new chapter. "Captain Kyle, I heard you were looking for me." When he arrived at the captain's desk, Bandy asked respectfully to Kyle, who gave him all this. "Yeah." Kyle nodded and gently stroked his fingers on the table. Instantly, the original ordinary desktop suddenly turned into a holographic projection device. The Tiga and its nearby star maps were projected in detail. Kyle asked, "This Shia star domain seems to be a little different from the Monty star domain. Didn't you say you've been here once before? Tell me about the information here." "Honor is so honor." Hearing that he could help Captain Kyle, Bandy immediately smiled and immediately said, "I think Captain Kyle should have encountered any interception when he accidentally entered the star domain of the sea. In fact, the Shia star domain is indeed different from other star domain. Not only is the regime scattered, but even the number of troops is far less than that of other major star fields. But, looking at the surrounding star fields, no one dares to launch a war against the Shia star field. All this is because in this star field, there are 3 the cosmic 9th level strong men. 3 cosmic level 9th level. Kyle's eyes flashed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "You should know that the 9th level of the universe can already become the lord of a star field. As long as you show your strength to the Star Federation, even if there are other rulers in the current star field, the Star Federation will allocate a vacant star field to it. Although the star domain that may be allocated will be more desolate than the mature ones, it is a first-class local emperor after all, and has obtained the ticket to become the domain master. Therefore, in the same star field, there are rarely multiple cosmic 9th level existences." Seeing the puzzled look on Kyle's face, Bandy immediately resolved the doubt. "That's right, Captain Kyle. In fact, the 3 cosmic 9th level powerhouses in the Shia star domain are actually a triplet. Quote. And the name of Shia comes from the surname of this group of triplet mothers. As for their father." Speaking of this, Bandy's tone suddenly paused, and a look of alertness appeared in her eyes. She bent down and said carefully in Kyle's ear, It is said that the father of this group of triplets is a senior executive of the Star Federation headquarters and a real-world Masters-level existence. Lord. Hearing this, even Kyle, who had always been calm, couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed. After all, even if he becomes the 9th level of the universe, he will never know how many years it will take to become the domain master. Although judging from his age, being able to have such powerful strength at such a young age is already the top talent in the universe. With the ability of the system and infinite lifespan, as long as he is given enough time, he will sooner or later become such a magnificent existence. But Kyle, who has always been accustomed to speed passing, doesn't want to wait that long. After all, who knows whether he will be inexplicably involved in other disputes while waiting, and thus cannot get out of it and encounter unexpected problems. Just like this sudden war between Ryan's star domain and Monty's star U, if he hadn't prepared in advance, conquered the pirate world, and allowed the lives of a planet to work for him, and raised his strength to this point today. Whether he can take Enelu and others safely out of the star domain controlled by the TRA family is a question. After amazement, Kyle calmed down again. He tapped the table with his fingers and said around Bandy. Continue. The intelligent Bandy naturally knew what Kyle wanted to listen to, and he directly followed the topic of the World Lord. It is said that although the ruler of the Shia star domain registered in the Star Federation is Bella, this star domain is actually divided into 3, namely Bella at the peak of the universe and Bella at the 9th level of the universe. And Bass ruled. This seems to be the test set by the Lord of the Realm. In the end, who can unify the entire Shia star field and gain the vows of the entire Shia star field, the Lord of the Realm will take action to cultivate that person as his inheritor. The universe is really cruel. Even twin sisters compete in this way. Hearing this, Kyle couldn't help but sigh. But then, he asked curiously. That's not right. As you said, the Shia star domain should be in a state of tense wars all year round, so why didn't you see the guards even at the border? Uthis. Bandy buckled her cheek uncertainly and replied. Captain Kyle, this information is all the rumor I heard when I was in the star domain of the West before. It cannot be true, but it has some reference value. I heard that it is because those 3 triplet sisters actually don't want to inherit their father's mantle. At the beginning, they just chose a way to do nothing, waiting for the other 2 sisters to decide the outcome. As a result, they unexpectedly discovered that even if they do nothing, more and more willing powers will gather on them. They realized that they actually had the same idea and were all promoting the advantages of the other 2 sisters in the territory they ruled. Over time, the 3 sisters began to compare with each other, one more foolish and one more ridiculous. 1,000 years have passed, and the originally prosperous Shia star domain is now extremely depressed. Even many resource planets are unharvested. It is precisely because of this that this place is deeply loved by businessmen. They can buy a large amount of resources in the Shia star domain at an extremely low price, and then take them to other star domain for sale. It's a pity that the increase in business transactions has also caused many pirates in the universe to smell the fishy smell and ran to several fixed business lines to rob. In addition, the Lord of the Star Domain here has no intention of management. Surrenders of the universe will soon stop coming here to trade. In addition, there have been constant wars in the Monty Star Domain recently. I guess those pirates in the universe have already run to other areas, so Captain Kyle is what you see now. It's really a world of wonders. Someone doesn't want the inheritance of the World Master. Can there be any traps in this inheritance? Kyle was puzzled. However, through Bandy's introduction, he has already gained a general understanding of the star domain of the sea. I have to say it. This place is simply suitable for the current Twilight Pirates. Although there are 3 cosmic level 9th level strong men, they never care about the matters in the star domain, which gives Kyle a great room to play. I just hope that the economy here can hold on and not let the damaged spacecraft in the Tiga not be sold at a price. There should be no need to worry about this. In addition to the Lord of the Star Domain, the Star Federation also has certain management capabilities for the star domain. At most, the development has slowed down, and it will not be possible to regress a good star field to the ancient times. Moreover, with slow development, his spacecraft might be able to be sold at a good price. After all, the slower the development, the lower the value of money will be. The value is getting higher and higher. It seems that this wave of Landia star domain has really taken a good move. It's just that hearing is false, seeing is true, not to mention that Bandy came to the star domain last time, it was decades ago. What does the Shia star field look like now still need to be investigated in detail. After thinking for a moment in his heart, Kyle looked up again and said to Bandy. Bandy, later you will tell Tiga and Robin what you know about the star domain of the Aya to Tiga and Robin, and let Robin decide which planet we are going to next. Okay, Captain Kyle. Bandy nodded repeatedly and said, leaving the captain's room, and then, led by little Tiga, went to the training room to find Robin who was practicing. At the same time, the central area of the Shia star field, the main planet of the Shia star field. This is a strange planet that looks like a huge colorful gem from the outside. And above this huge gem, there is a palace composed of red crystals. The enchanting woman wearing bright red silk and satin, with long golden hair but combed in a squat shape, was lying on the side of the diamond bed. She stretched out her slender hand and gently crushed it onto an unknown fruit, then slowly sent it into the tempting cherry mouth. The sweet juice suddenly sputtered out, filling the woman's wet mouth. I heard that the Ryan star domain and the Monty star domain are fighting again. Really, why can't my two sisters learn from others? Hurry up and seize the Lord of the Star Domain to chase them. Bella, the Lord of the Star Field of Shia Xingyu, scolded in a sweet voice. She has always been lazy and leisurely. In order to make those two sisters become the inheritors of the incompetent father, she tried her best to bypass the monitoring of Star Federation, suppress her own fields as much as possible, and transfer resources into the two. A sister's field. As a result, over the past 1,000 years, the three of them remained stable as usual, maintaining steady state. To be honest, Bella is already tired. But she couldn't stop. Because once she stopped, her two annoying sisters would definitely send a large amount of resources and instructors to make her subordinates rich and powerful, so that their subordinates would unconsciously wish. Provide strength to yourself. Although I have used the privileges of the Lord of the Star Domain to inform the entire Star Domain of this time, under the baptism of time, there are still people who think that it is all his contribution to doing all this. Oh my God. It really doesn't leave anyone a way out. And that damn daddy. I'm fine and put any pressure on the Star Federation, so no one in the surrounding star fields dares to have a chance to make us think about it. In this way, this depressing day will last until when will it end? I still want to go back to my dad's world and be my little princess happily. As the daughter of the Lord of the Realm, Bella knows many secrets that ordinary people do not know. For example, the universe is not infinite. Every universe is actually a world created by a strong man who breaks through the shackles of life imagination. It's just that some universes are very big, while others are very small. And the universe where she is now is said to be the most vast universe today. Because it is said that her father was born in this universe. So this universe is called the main universe by his father. The creator of the main universe is actually the creator of the Star Federation. A strong man at the peak of the universe can break through the limits of life and become a domain master if he has enough will. After becoming the domain lord, you can use your wishes to condense your own world. The path for the domain lord to be promoted to the realm lord is to constantly cultivate his own world. Until a domain master level strong man appears in his own world, then this domain master will naturally become a domain master. But to put it simply, if you want to use the power of the domain master to cultivate another domain master, it is still in the world you have created. This sounds like a fantasy thing. But in order to achieve this unrealistic goal, the domain masters began to think of their own solutions. Some people choose to constantly expand their world with their will, so that their world becomes the same as the big star field they rule, and then cultivate a strong man to unify this big star field and thus become the domain master. This is the choice made by most domain owners. But the time required is simply a bottomless pit that cannot be seen. Some people choose to put their experience in the main world, expand their big star domain, and allow themselves to have more willpower. Then all these wishes were instilled into the same individual, giving birth to a powerful man with the domain master level. Although the success rate of this method is relatively high, the domain master level produced is like a rootless duckweed that cannot survive for too long. After he dies, the realm master will also retreat to the realm master. Chapter 308 Occupy a new planet. Certainly. In fact, there is another way to promote the domain lord to become the realm lord. Because this method is too cruel and insidious, it is not placed on the table. But in fact, most realm masters are using this method in secret. That's by devouring the world that other domain masters have built, fill it into your own world, and reduce the time required to cultivate the world. The vast universe's brilliant star cluster. Hidden under this beauty is the cold blood and cruelty between life and death. The higher you climb, the more struggles you have to face will follow. Therefore, Bella and the three sisters did not want to inherit their father's mantle at all. Anyway, no matter how hard they try, they will never become a world master level powerhouse like their father. What is needed is not only resources, but also time and adventure. Instead of wasting time on the struggle, it is better to rely on the bounded main protection umbrella to enjoy a wonderful life in this dark world. The three sisters have always existed in their father's world in front of God's. Now they have come to the main universe, but have become workers in the Star Federation. The gap between this is a bit too huge. Bella sighed in her heart, and then her brain ran wildly, thinking about how to make all the residents in her territory endure the two sisters. When I was a child, I was obviously a cute silly girl following behind my butt. I didn't expect that now I would have a trick, and that was more clever than the other. I would have liked someone who could take away my identity as the Lord of the Star Domain Tilda. Bella sighed deeply. But who has the courage to snatch the star domain of the world leader's daughter? I would love to take this star field for myself. On a sunny planet, Kyle looked at the group of humans lying in front of him, and his face showed a rare look of longing. This is a planet that is extremely similar to the former pirate world. Although he has a cultivation method known as Qigong, he has cultivated many planetary powerhouses within the planet. But so far, this planet has not yet left its home planet and has been playing in its own small circle. This feeling is somewhat similar to the pirate world, it is exactly the same. According to Bandy, there seem to be many such planets in the star domain of the sea. And all of this is the result of the working of the three sisters. It's really a waste of resources to put aside great resources and let them waste them in vain. Looking at a group of Qigong geniuses who are not inferior to Ace and the White-Bearded, Kyle couldn't help but sigh again. But it is precisely the inaction of the three sisters that gave him an opportunity to take advantage of it. Robin, you take Tiga and Bandy to find a planet that can also engage in interstellar trade and sell all those starships. Then keep some people who can do things, and join me in your pocket. Okay, Captain Kyle. Robin, the young secretary in a tight suit, nodded immediately, and then used the communication tools on the Tiga to issue Kyle's next plan to the terminal of each crew member. Let those who have other actions prepare in advance. Today's Tiga is comparable to the land area of the Kingdom of Alabaston, plus various facilities with space expansion capabilities. Its scale is no less than that of a large country. So many things will become less convenient. Fortunately, the members of Dusk are not ordinary citizens, and with Robin and others helping Kyle to manage them, the Dusk pirates are now thriving and living and working in peace and contentment. After settling down on other things, Kyle turned his eyes and looked at the young men lying on the ground in front of him. For some reason, looking at the scene in front of him, he now inexplicably recalled the clip of Wukong's brother in the Dragon Ball invading the Earth and giving the Earthlings a sense of knowledge. And coincidentally, the purpose of both of them is to occupy this planet. This is a damn deja. After Kyle complained in his heart, he threw out a green light and shone on the bodies of the people on the ground. In just a few seconds, several Qigong masters who were already scarred slowly woke up. As soon as they woke up, they stood up instantly and took a vigilant posture to face the battle. Save effort, with you, it's hard to even defeat my subordinates. Don't waste your boring time. A domineering aura with a sense of oppression suddenly gushed out from Kyle's body, like a collapsed ridge, pressing against the Qigong masters. Under the terrifying momentum, the bodies of the Qigong masters seemed to be imprisoned in an instant, and even a moment of movement became a luxury. The cold sweat of fear instantly soaked their bodies. "Yuho or you?" One of the old men with a white beard, and the strongest among all Qigong masters, a guy with the planetary level 7th level, asked Kyle tremblingly. What scares them is not only Kyle's desperate power, but also the unknown brought about by the mysterious spacecraft falling from the sky. The unknown is the root of fear. Faced with the inquiry from a group of locals, Kyle had already prepared a set of rhetoric. No need to be afraid, a few geniuses from the local planet. I am the cosmic messenger who is here to guide your civilization to the next stage. You can call me Captain Kyle. College of the Universe. Captain Kyle. Thanks to the power of a rule-based boss, Kyle's words were clearly understood. For a moment, doubt flashed in the eyes of several Qigong masters. At this moment, Kyle also put away his momentum at the right time. The reason to suppress them again, I want to make these Qigong masters who have been the leader on their planet understand. The gap between them is a natural barrier that cannot see the boundaries clearly, making them give up the idea of resisting. Now that the goal has been achieved, Kyle naturally is no longer so strong. After all, in the next time, he still hopes that these Qigong masters can cooperate with his work well. Of course, it would be even better if they could be directly taken over as their command. That's right. Kyle smiled slightly, his eyes focused on the white-bearded old man. It seems that this old man should be the leader of this group of Qigong masters. With your strength, you should have long noticed that there are other lives in the starry sky that you cannot see. In fact, the starry sky is far wider than you think. It is a world that transcends the limits of creatures. And I was sent by the owner of this star field, Lord Bella, to help you, the civilizations who are still trapped in the planet enter the starry sky and become part of the starry sky. Now, who is in charge of your business? Send someone to contact me. Kyle showed a friendly smile and showed his gentle side. However, looking at the smile on his face, none of the Qigong masters present were infected. Because they knew very well that not long ago, it was this amiable man who killed all of them and others in an instant with a look. Ahem. The Qigong master was silent for a few seconds, and finally, the white-bearded old man coughed twice. Under Kyle's absolute power, he lowered his posture, took out the caution and vigilance that he was about to forget, and stepped forward and asked. May I ask this Captain Kyle? No need to add an adult, just call me Captain Kyle. Ah. The old man was stunned, but immediately realized, nodded and responded. Then Captain Kyle, can you explain to us more in detail about the starry sky? Also, I don't know how we should cooperate with your work. It's done. Hearing the old man's answer, Kyle was immediately delighted, but on the surface he was not indifferent, and replied indifferently. These things are complicated to say. When my subordinates arrive later, I can let them chat with you slowly. Now, please report to me about the information on this planet first. It's okay. The old man did not dare to hesitate, and nodded quickly, and then slowly told you Kyle about the reply report of the planet. The general situation did not exceed Kyle's expectations. This planet is actually a planet similar to the pirate world. However, the land area here is not as strange as the pirate world, but is normally distributed into several continents and some archipelagos. Compared with the pirate world, there is one point in this world that makes Kyle feel moved by. This is a world where everyone is martial. Here, no matter men, women, young and old, everyone will have an energy called Qigong. In fact, it is a product that combines natural energy with its own energy. Some are similar to Naruto's chakra, but they are used like the armed and domineering spirit of the pirate world. They can only attach to the surface of the body or release them outward. Apart from this, there is no special function. But it is precisely because of the simplicity of Qigong that this planet has spawned a lot of martial arts that match Qigong. Kyle had already briefly experienced some. I have to say that simple and pure are easy to make people stunning. The martial arts techniques on this planet are considered unique even if they are placed in the universe. It is not necessarily rare, but at least it will be sought after by most physical cultivation, and it can be sold at a good price. Just a rough estimate, Kyle felt that he could sell a star couplet worth 10 million by collecting all the martial arts of this planet. This is also an important reason why he chose not to use force to solve the problem. Moreover, when he was fooling people, he was the first to take the banner of Bella, the Lord of the Star Domain. Even if someone found himself secretly occupying other people's star domain planets in the future, he would have a saying that he would not mess with him too much. Trouble. No way. The universe is really too dangerous. There are even more powerful people, mysterious and unpredictable. Even Kyle, who is already in the universe, has to act carefully and plot carefully every step he takes, for fear of getting angry. After Robin arranged for the people to come out of the Tiga, Kyle directly handed over the subsequent docking work to them. Among them, there happened to be an old acquaintance of Kyle, who was Clockdell, who was still in the position of the Strong in the Twilight Pirates more than 10 years ago. It's a pity. The universe is too vast and there are many geniuses. In addition, Clockdell loaded only an A-level character card. Now, he has been left far behind by the combat echelon. Although he is very unwilling to give up, he finally chose to switch to a management position. At least in this way, he can be regarded as the strongest in the management position. And Kyle is also very relieved of Lao Shaw's ability to deceive. Even if he hadn't had to come forward to get people into the Twilight Pirates, he wanted to hand over this job to Clockdell from the beginning. In a blink of an eye, several months have passed. In Clock, with the efforts of Dahl and others, Kyle has completely controlled this treasure planet in just a few months. And the identity of the white-bearded old man is not simple on this planet. He is Li Tianyi, the head of the Tianyi sect, the strongest sect on this planet. He has great voice in the world. After being tempted by Clockdell, he successfully chose to join the Dusk Pirates and became a leader of Kyle. The explanation given by Clockdell was also perfect, and he directly arranged the Twilight Pirates into a powerful general under the command of Bella, the Lord of the Star Domain. Pushing civilization into the starry sky is a basic benefit to the planet. But if you choose to join the Twilight Pirates, you will receive Captain Kyle's unique reward. What you give is only loyalty. After thinking about it for a while, Li Tianyi still wanted to contact as many stars as possible. In order to make the rest of the planet do the same, Kyle directly restored the old man's body to his best youthful state and gave him an S-level character card, Turtle Fairy Wu Tian. Although in Dragon Ball, Turtle Fairy has very few scenes in the later stage and has almost become a passerby, she is still a ruthless person who pushes the moon. Under the power given by the character card, the strength of the Tianyi Master has been rising steadily and soon reached a height that people do not understand on this planet. With the influence of the sample Li Tianyi, other Qigong masters on this planet immediately looked for ways like crossing the river, wanting to join the Twilight Pirates. Kyle naturally refused everyone. Although not everyone is talented, he has already prepared character cards that can match Qigong masters at all levels, so he is not panicked at all. In this way, spring goes and winter comes. 2 years have passed. The Tiga, who went to the starry sky to sell those starships, finally returned to this Qigong planet with remarkable gains. At this time, Kyle had fully mastered the planet and brought all the talents worthy of contract to his command. Of course, he would not abandon this planet and ignore it if he achieved his goal. During this period, he also used resources that were of no value but were crucial to this planet to popularize the planet, giving the planet a new sublimation. With the return of Tiga, Kyle once again had a large number of star coins. Next, he will use the same method to officially launch the plan to devour the Xia star field with this Qigong planet as the basis. Chapter 309, The End of the Universe's Compilation. Things that others dare not do come to do in dusk. I will occupy the star field that others dare not occupy. With this belief, Kyle and the entire Twilight Pirates turned on the attack mode and began to assimilate, occupy and conquer the galaxies at the edge of the Xia star domain. Depending on the planet's characteristics, they will also make some adjustments in details. For example, some planets have bad tempers, so they can only crush them with their strength. Some planetary ruling classes do not want to contact alien civilizations, so Kyle and others donate resources from the universe to the grassroots people and led them to overthrow the rulers. Absolute strength is the key, and absolute loyalty is the guarantee, so that this star domain devouring plan will be in full swing and extremely smooth. In the blink of an eye, the situation of more than 10 years has passed silently. During this period, Kyle and the others also went back to the Monty Star domain twice. The war in the Monty Star domain is still in full swing. Just based on what Kyle and the others found out, it is said that the Monty Star domain has begun to launch a counterattack on the Ryan Star domain, and has even occupied many galaxies in the Ryan Star domain. Certainly. The Ryan Star domain also occupied a lot of Monty's territory. Judging from the current situation, Ryan's star domain is obviously a bit arrogant. I thought I could crush Monty with my strength, but instead delayed the war, so that Monty fought back. But these have nothing to do with Kyle. After confirming that the deployment around the pirate world was enough to prevent the troubles of the war, Kyle also let go and worked hard in the star domain of the West. In the past decade, he has won dozens of galaxies in the Shia star domain and occupied many resource planets, making a big profit. Because he has always acted as the lord of the star domain, he has not attracted much attention from many people and has really regarded them as Bella's subordinates. After all, the old guys in the star domain know. It is normal for their master of the star field to do something abnormal occasionally. They have long been used to it. In this way, with the accumulation of a large number of resources, Kyle's strength finally went further and reached the strength of the cosmic level 8th level. His original plan was to continue to develop until he became the peak of the universe, and then apply for a blank star field from the Star Federation to develop slowly. Sooner or later, one day, he can rely on the power of the system to become a domain master, or even a further realm master. But an unexpected invitation interrupted his plan for the future. Inside the captain of the Tiga, Kyle held an invitation made of special magic materials, and his face showed a depressed expression. "Oh, why don't you wait a little later, Tilda?" He slowly opened the invitation in his hand like a death row prisoner entering the execution ground. Instantly, a magic beam of light flew out of the invitation. Kyle quickly transformed into the appearance of a charming girl lying on a gorgeous bench. Kyle, who has been walking in the star domain for more than 10 years, naturally knows that the girl in front of him who looks only 17 or 18 years old is Bella, the name of the star domain. As for her real age, there is no way to know. However, according to a historical text of Thea thousands of years ago, this Miss Bella's. Faced with the star domain lord who was stronger than himself, Kyle dared not make any mistakes. He immediately made a respectful gift from a cosmic nobleman, and said to the gentleman, "Salute to you, Ms. Bella in the great star field. Your charm is even more dazzling than the most shining starry sky I have ever seen. Haha, my little mouth is quite sweet." The portrait condensed by magic made a teasing sound. For a moment, a bright red rose suddenly seemed to bloom in the monotonous universe. The magic light and shadow suddenly approached Kyle, as if he was about to touch Kyle's face. Bailey raised his lips lightly and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect that on the border of my territory. You are like a big man, Tilda." Mr. Bella was joking. What a big shot I am. Kyle looked slightly, avoiding the flaming red lips that seemed to be kissing, and then quickly said humbly, "Oh he Tilda, a cosmic 8th level strong man who is placed in other star fields can be able to serve as a minister of borders and rule at least hundreds of galaxies under his command. But you actually flowed into our Shia star domain and quietly occupied dozens of galaxies. Don't tell me that all this is a misunderstanding." Forehead. Hearing that Bella could directly tell the number of galaxies he currently ruled, Kyle knew that everything they did in the star domain of the sea has been known by the nominal lord of the star domain. As soon as his thoughts flashed, he stopped hiding it, but just showed an awkward smile, as if he was arrested on the spot by a prank. "I thought our actions were hidden enough, and the ones we chose were galaxies that did not touch the universe on the periphery. I didn't expect that you would find it." Mr. Bella is really good at hearing Tilda. Yes Tilda. Bella's eyes suddenly showed a hint of sorrow, staring at Kyle's eyes and said. What you did is hidden enough Tilda. If it weren't for the past few years that my vows suddenly increased abnormally, I would have really been hiding you Tilda. Tell me, did you send my two sisters here to make me deliberately come and have sex with me? Otis. Kyle was shocked, thinking of the information Bandy told him about the star domain of the sea before and what they knew over the years. He instantly confirmed that the rumor that Bandy heard seemed to be the truth. Listen to this. The wish has increased, but I am not happy. Doesn't this Lord Bella know that the Ryan star domain and Monty star domain next door have fought hard for a little bit of will? With his eyes rolling, Kyle immediately organized a statement to defend himself in his heart. He looked innocent, and his eyes were clear to Bella, and he said in a grievance. Sir Bella, why can't I understand what you are talking about? I just want to come to your star field to earn some star joint coins, and I don't know your sister or something. Please believe me. You can find someone to investigate. All the galaxies I occupied are not developed by anyone. And to avoid your misunderstanding, I have specially educated the natives of those planets in your name. Okay. It's really you did it. Bella's magic image suddenly showed a look of anger, and her whole face was directly pressed on Kyle's body, and her fingers that were unsubstantiated dots on Kyle's forehead. I didn't believe when I heard Mora's report. How could a powerful man of the 8th level of the universe do such a boring thing? More importantly, you actually broke the balance that I have finally maintained for hundreds of years because of a little bit of star coin. Do you know that the galaxies you ruled have now begun to radiate to the outside world? Ah. I really want to slap you to death. Bella, who was originally enchanting and charming, was like a barrel of explosives ignited in her heart at this moment, and her emotions instantly collapsed. Even because of her excessive movement, the evening dress that had not much fabric on her body accidentally exposed something that shouldn't have been exposed. Kyle, who was feasting his eyes, immediately choked up. Despite all these years, he has long become a veteran of the flowers. He even has contacted a lot of people like the ones who are apart from others. But at this moment, a light flashed in Kyle's eyes. Although it is just a virtual image, the excitement of being able to see the privacy of a cosmic peak realm is quite exciting. However, in order to avoid accidentally losing his life, Kyle immediately moved his sight. It seemed that he was reminded by his obvious actions that Bella also realized something, and she retreated, and her dress naturally returned to perfection. Don't say it, don't look at the young and virtuous lady who is only 17 or 18 years old. But she is an old woman who has lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. For this kind of love the reason didn't care at all, and even made Kyle wonder whether she did this on purpose, just to put herself at a disadvantage in the following conversation. No matter what, I am also a cosmic 8th level, and putting other star fields is also the target of being recruited by the masters of the star fields. Sure enough, Bella, who returned to peace, quickly showed a social face, and then looked at Kyle with contempt as if she was occupying a moral high point. Don't pretend to be stupid with me. I don't believe that you, an 8th level strong man, will not know the situation in Shia's star field. Tell me, you're out of the way, how do you plan to compensate me? Uthis. In front of Bella, Kyle also deliberately showed a hesitant attitude. After all, he had already prepared something in his heart. It would be better to say that being discovered by Bella is actually part of his plan. It's just a bit risky. Fortunately, judging from Bella's current situation, it seems that she has made the right move. Sorry, Lord Bella, it seems that I made a mistake before. I thought everything circulated outside was full of rumors. After all, how could anyone not like Wanli? It was my narrow vision that blocked my vision. I didn't notice that there were also a holy high mountain flower like you in the world. Kyle, who has long been used to hearing all kinds of flattery, finally has the opportunity to put what he has learned into practice. Not to mention, Bella's mouth was obviously raised several times when she was able to be flattered by a cosmic 8th level strongman like this. But Kyle's words suddenly made her eyes shine. In order to make up for the grievances that adults have suffered during this period, the younger ones are willing to take all their responsibilities. Sir, how do you think this is? My subordinates and I have been wandering in the universe now, helpless. Can we join your Xingyu and become a member of you? Then I can act in your territory with justification tilde. Of course, in order to make up for the mistakes I made, when I take action in the future, I will do it in the name of your sisters, including those galaxies in the past, and I will convey it one by one. In this way, more and more willpower will gather on them. Please believe that I am very professional in this regard. This. Bella's expression was instantly moved when she heard this. She completely believed in Kyle's ability, after all, she had already experienced it personally. In just over a decade, her growing willpower has even exceeded the effect that her two sisters can only have for 1,000 years. This is enough to show that Kyle has the power to convince the natives of those planets. Kyle was originally worried about being discovered by himself, so he acted cautiously. Once you give him the right to let him use it for his own use in his territory. Bella couldn't even imagine how much her two sisters' wishes would increase. After becoming the 9th level of the universe, you can feel the existence of vows. The process of ascending from the 9th level to the domain master is actually the process of accumulation of vows. Before, Bella became the master of the star domain because of the first successor, which led to the entire star domain of the universe civilization that contributed her will and pushed her to the peak of the universe level. Originally, Bella was still worried about this matter. After all, her wishes were so much more than those two sisters. But now, with the joining of the strong player Kyle, the situation seems to have become different in an instant. Good. Forcefully suppressed the joy in his heart, Bella suddenly said loudly. You set off immediately and come to the main planet. I will personally announce your official position in front of all the ministers, so that everyone in the territory can cooperate with your actions tilde. Well, for official positions, just use the one you often use, the messenger of the universe. From today on, you will be my cosmic messenger. Your status is only below me. Mr. Shebala. Hearing this, Kyle immediately bowed excitedly to express his gratitude. With this identity, he can act at will in the star domain of the sea, at least in Bella's domain, and even share the information of the star domain of the sea. This time, he had a golden thigh. Well, I will let go of your previous behavior. Come to the main planet as soon as possible. Looking at Kyle, who was bowing, Bella nodded with satisfaction, and then the light and shadow flashed, and her figure disappeared instantly. The invitation, which was given magic, began to disappear little by little as if it was swallowed by the fire line after it was extinguished by the flames. I finally got it done. Seeing this scene, Kyle immediately shook. Although everything was going as he planned, when he talked to Bella, he didn't dare to relax at all. After all, he is a descendant of the Realm King, and a star domain master and a cosmic peak realm powerhouse who can grasp their detailed information. If this Bella was moody and wanted to kill them, then he would have no other way except to escape from the star domain of the sea and throw away the family business he had built over 10 years. But the universe messenger of the Shia star domain. I am now considered a person with an official background. Is this the legendary? The end of the universe is the organization. Chapter 310 Top War, Starry Sky Edition. Done is coming. Immortality is coming. Immortality is coming. Immortality is coming. The universe is so peaceful. A certain year and a certain month. An inexplicable slogan suddenly appeared mysteriously in the Shia star field, and then quickly swept across the entire star field like a strong wind. For a moment, many people became curious about the dunyan in this slogan and didn't understand what it meant. Some people say that it is a religious organization that can brainwash people, some people say that it is an evil force trying to occupy the universe, and some people say that it is a visitor from a different time and space. Because the rumors were too outrageous, over time, everyone became curious about the dusk. However, only the senior officials of Bella's territory know. This evening was not as evil as they thought. Because that is just an organization that is on the edge of the Shia star domain, and has not yet left the life of the local planet. This kind of organization is actually not very rare. In other star fields, the master of the star field will even take the initiative to stand out and produce supplies to form such a department in order to promote his own name and gain more will. It was just because Shi Xingyu's situation was too special that everyone felt a little strange at first. But because Lord Bella personally issued a password to prevent them from making any public statements, the name of Dusk was revealed to have such an effect. In response to this, people inside the Shia star domain were also secretly laughing. But what they don't know is that the three most fiercely spread in the world are all real. It's too difficult to get promoted to the 9th level of the universe, right? If you think of the domain master level, when will it end? On the Tiga, Kyle, who was playing with an energy gem, lay on his captain's chair, as if he had lost his dream, staring at the ceiling above his head empty. It has been 15 years since he and Bella reached an agreement. In the past 5 years, because there is no need to sneak around, and with the star coin sponsored by Bella, Kyle and his Twilight Pirates have been fully fired, and they have shot at the surrounding galaxies in the Bella star domain. It can be said to be a not let go. Kyle finds ways to get it into the dusk with wise life and civilization. When encountering galaxies and planets without intelligent life and civilization, Kyle will buy war slaves from other star fields and put them in them after dusk, and give them all support to let them be independent. Develop. It can be said that with Kyle's efforts, the surrounding galaxies of the entire Shia star field have ushered in unprecedented development. And it can be foreseeable that in the future hundreds of years, one strong man after another will emerge from these galaxies and completely strengthen the entire Shia star domain. Of course, whether the Shia star domain was still called this name at that time is up to debate. After all, Kyle didn't come here with some kind intention. He just hit it off with Bella, the owner here. But what he didn't expect was that even though his command had ruled hundreds of galaxies and guaranteed that at least one planet in each galaxy had life and civilization, he still had not reached the 9th level of the universe. This also indirectly shows that the cosmic level 9th level and other cosmic levels that can be felt by the power of the will, does exist a huge gap, which makes it difficult to overcome. Well. After a slight sigh, Kyle's eyes turned to the star map in front of him again. According to the star map and information he obtained from Bella, there are more than 30,000 galaxies in the entire Shia star field. These nearly 10,000 galaxies were divided into 3 parts by Bella's 3 sisters, each occupying more than 10,000 galaxies. Among the more than 10,000 galaxies, there are at least 3,000 galaxies, which are worthless galaxies, which are neither suitable for life and have no precious resources. In other star domains, this kind of galaxy is generally a sealed territory used by the Lord of the star domain to reward the cosmic level powerhouses under his command. They each develop it, and all the benefits obtained belong to them. Until they become the 9th level of the universe and become the lord of the star domain in other places. Kyle's method of purchasing slaves to develop resource galaxies was also inspired by this. Not all the remaining more than 7,000 galaxies belong to the lord of the star domain. Instead, Bella accounts for the majority, and major organizations, families or cosmic level high-level powerhouses in the star domain occupy part of it. Although the Shia star field is not very prosperous, the resources occupied by these families and organizations are no worse than those of other star fields. After all, the world is prosperous for profit. Without sufficient profits, they cannot gain a firm foothold in the Shia star domain. If there is a cosmic 8th level powerful man like Kyle, who is willing to surrender, the Lord of the Star Domain will take out at least hundreds of galaxies and hand it over to Kyle, at least half of which are beneficial. A mappable galaxy. Of course, in that case, Kyle had to bind the Lord of the Star Domain to do things for him. This is something Kyle doesn't want to see. Although he is now doing business for Bella, the situation in the Star Domain of the Sea and other Star Domain is different. Compared with other star fields, the Shia star field is completely a gold wrapped in soil. Because there are many resource galaxies or galaxies with lower civilizations here that have not been developed or utilized. On other stars the domain, Kyle can only have a few hundred star domains, and the Lord of the Star Domain and other forces in the star domain cannot allow him to develop at will. But it's different here. In the star domain of Shia, as long as it is the gold he recognizes, he can take it for himself. So even if the treatment is slightly worse than that of other star fields, he enjoys it. Perhaps, he was somewhat infected by the free spirit of the pirate world . However, the most urgent task at the moment is naturally to let Kyle reach the 9th level of the universe as soon as possible. Only in that way can he be truly unscrupulous in front of Bella. I hope that day, I won't let me wait too long . Looking at a large area of galaxies on the star map that had not been developed, Kyle's dark eyes flashed with agile eyes, looking at the galaxies, thinking about it. At this moment, the door of the captain's room was suddenly pushed open. Except for little Tiga, there is naturally only Kyle's little cotton jacket, Robin. Although Kyle has been very romantic in recent years, even many of his crew members have been included in the harem by him, and they are often sleeping together. But the queen of this harem must be Robin. Because she is really capable. In various senses . However, today, his capable harem lord became a little less beautiful. Seeing this scene, Kyle immediately raised his head curiously and asked, "Didn't you go to Baikal to solve the accommodation problem of cloned soldiers? Why did you come back so soon? What happened?" Now, quote. Robin nodded, then directly placed a strange device in front of Kyle and said, "Captain Kyle, the situation is a little bad . Just now, news came from the Whitebeard that their team was attacked by unknown forces. Although they did not cause much casualties because of the timely escape . But in order to help them escape, Ace, who took the initiative to make the others back, disappeared." What? Kyle's eyes paused, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Hearing Robin's report, he immediately clicked on the partner interface, then his consciousness flew around and found Ace's name in the countless list of partners. Fine. His name is still in the system's record. This means that Ace should have been captured by the enemy, not died. But today, Whitebeard, Ace and others have long become powerful people in the peak stellar realm. Being able to fight them without any power, means that the other party has at least cosmic power. Cosmic level. Although Kyle was about to touch the cosmic tail in just a few decades, it seemed as if he could easily do it. But in the starry sky, any cosmic level powerhouse, even if it is only one level, is equivalent to a nuclear bomb. The difference is just the size of the nuclear bomb. I remember the area where Whitebeard and the others were responsible for did not leave Bella's territory, so it should be that Bella's two sisters discovered something. Even if the subjects of surrender are different, they should not have the courage to go to Bella's territory. So the enemy comes from outside Thea. Kyle's eyes froze, and his hands swiped quickly on the star map in front of him. Soon, he found the galaxy where Whitebeard and others were attacked. On the star map, several galaxies are separated from that galaxy, which is the Ryan star domain that should have started a war with Monty Star. Ryan star domain. Seeing the content displayed on the star map, a look of surprise suddenly flashed across Kyle's face. A thought flashed through his mind instantly. Kyle immediately looked up and asked, "Robin, have you collected the information from Mont and Ryan recently?" Some. When she saw that Robin, who was shown on the star chart, obviously had the same guess as Kyle. She immediately operated the personal terminal on her wrist. In a moment, a piece of data was passed to Kyle's office system. It is the recent report on the war between Mont and Ryan. The war between the two star domains is not a trivial matter even for the Lord of the Star Domain. Therefore, except for the Shia star domain with the background of the World Lord, other star domains have always been paying attention to this war, which naturally reveals a lot of information. Kyle went beyond those daily wars and looked directly at the battlefield direction in recent years. The war between Monty and Ryan fully illustrates the uncertainty of the universe. From the perspective of the Open, Ryan, a militarized all-star domain, is at least twice as powerful as Mont's combat power. However, I don't know when the war began to go beyond everyone's expectations. The Ryan Legion, which was originally an invader, was destroyed by Monty's army in various ways after decades of entering the Monty star domain. The result of this is that Monty's army has begun to occupy the Ryan star domain. And it has occupied 1/10 of the galaxy in the Ryan star domain, opened a powerful defense line in the universe, and based on this, slowly devouring the Ryan star domain. No matter how the Ryan star domain organizes a large army to break through, it cannot defeat Monty's army. In an instant, the offense and defense were different. Of course, this should have nothing to do with Kyle, who is constantly growing himself in the star domain of the Aya. But, from judging from the wars in recent years, Ryan's star domain does not know whether it is a risky move or a desperate person jumping over the wall. He actually wanted to burn the war to the star domain around the Ryan star domain. Kyle speculated that Ryan probably saw that he was counter-invading by Monty, so he had no choice but to go all out and turn Ryan's star field into a huge cake, giving other star fields a reason to join the battlefield. In this way, these forces will more or less have some friction with the army in the Monty star domain and play a role in hindering the Monty army from continuing to advance. The reason why Kyle thought this way was because he found that the star fields that Ryan provoked were all star fields close to the two star fields Monty and Ryan at the boundary. Captain Kyle. The intelligent Robin could see what Kyle could think of naturally at a glance. Her brows trembled a few times and couldn't help but scream. But after saying these words, her voice came to an abrupt end. Because Robin knew very well that the Twilight Pirates, or Kyle, could not represent Thea at the moment, nor could it affect Bella. With Bella's personality, it is inevitable that she will not be able to participate in such troublesome things as the Star Domain War. So they still need to deal with this matter by themselves. However, among the entire Twilight Pirates, Kyle is the only one with cosmic strength now. Although the gap between the stellar and the cosmic level is nothing to Kyle. But even with the power of the system, it will take at least several years to give birth to a second cosmic level. Of course, Kyle would not be afraid of the provocations of the Ryan star domain. But their Dusk Pirates do not seem to be qualified yet. If they rashly join the war in the Ryan star domain, for their Dusk Pirates, they will not only give up on maintaining the country they have won over the past decade, but they may also lose more in the war. This is obviously not a wise decision. However, Robin's eyes flashed. Just as Kyle was familiar with every corner of her body, she was also very clear and familiar with Kyle's character. Her man. Extremely protected. I originally didn't want to make a name for myself so soon, but since the other party has found our heads, then it's impossible to endure it. Kyle quietly clenched his fists and looked at the light spots representing the planets on the star map, with resolute determination and arrogant murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Robin, tell all the fighters to get back to Tiga to get ready. Next, there is a tough battle to fight. Yes, Captain Kyle. Robin didn't say anything, and immediately responded, then turned to convey the captain's order. After decades of coming to the starry sky, the Twilight Pirates, which have always pursued peace, finally took the initiative to welcome the first game. War belonging to the starry sky. Chapter 311 The Meat Mountain Monster. In the endless void, 4 huge planets wrapped in some mysterious energy miraculously put on a square pattern in a very unscientific form. From these 4 planets, several chains made of unknown materials were extended, connecting the 4 planets in pairs, forming 4 square edges. This strange scene looks like 4 small balls strung together from a distance. However, who would have thought that these are 4 huge planets? Every planet is no worse than the pirate world. From these 4 planets, a strange energy chain extends out, which meet at the center of the 4 planets. And if someone approaches and looks, he will be surprised to find the chains connected to the 4 planets actually imprisoned a human male with his upper body exposed. And this person is what Kyle and the Twilight Pirates are preparing to rescue, Portgas the Ace. But at this time, Ace not only had his limbs tied up by mysterious huge planet chains to restrict his movements, but also had a mysterious device on his head to separate it from the outside world. 4 huge planets suddenly became a huge cell, locking Ace tightly in this void. At the same time, near the planet prison, above a large starship, a strange creature covered with strange eyes suddenly screamed, as if it was hit by a heavy object. The whole person flew backward and hit the metal floor not far away. The next moment, a large amount of blood flowed out of his eyes instantly, lying all over his body, and the scene was very bloody. Around this multi-eyed creature, there are a group of cosmic creatures of various shapes standing. But when he looked at the injured multi-eyed tribe, he had no intention of coming forward to help, but his eyes were filled with fear and a panic look. The scream lasted for dozens of seconds before the multi-eyed race of this unknown race stopped wailing, and his eyes were closed all over his body, dripping blood. But then, the seriously injured multi-eyed tribe quickly made a kneeling gesture, and his whole body trembled constantly and said in fear, "Hug, sorry, Lord Satsuma, I have used my racial secret technique, but that guy's soul defense is too weird, I can't find any loophole. Please spare your life, sir. Save life." At this moment, a buzzing teasing sound suddenly came from everyone's heads. Everyone's eyes instantly looked up in the direction of the sound, and the fear that could not help but reveal in their eyes shows who is the source of fear here. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire room. Immediately, a slight tremor came. It turned out that the darkness behind everyone was not a thick wall. It is a huge meat mountain that is hundreds of meters tall, blocking the light source in the original room. In the meat mountain, a pair of bloodthirsty eyes were revealed, like a demon's gaze, and he turned his eyes to the multi-eyed tribe. Immediately afterwards, several disgusting tentacles suddenly appeared, directly binding the multi-eyed tribe. Feeling the sudden tightness of the body, the multi-eyed tribe immediately became panicked, twisting his whole body hard, and wailing constantly. "Give me your life, Lord Satsuma. Please give me another chance. I promise, I will definitely be able to find that person's memory. Stop your life." Click. The bloody red blood stopped suddenly with the sound of begging for mercy and splashed around. The huge meat mountain monster opened his mouth wide, mercilessly put the multi-eyed tribe into the huge mouth of the abyss, and then started chewing it cruelly. The gushing blood flowed out from the corner of the mouth of the giant monster in the meat mountain, fell from a height of 100 meters, dripped onto the ground, making a crisp click. And this sound was like a fatal electric current, penetrated into the hearts of other people, causing their bodies to tremble. After swallowing the multi-eyed tribe in a few mouthfuls, the voice of the flesh-body monster came from the top of everyone's heads again. "Next tilde. I don't believe that there are so many races that play with souls, but none of them are useful." As he said that, the giant monster of the meat mountain turned over again and blocked the light source, causing the room to sink into darkness again, a darkness that could devour people. Among the crowd, a guy with a jellyfish-like transparent head was trembling and began to do everything possible to break through the soul barrier in Ace's mind that was jointly studied by the Ant and Vegapunk. This soul barrier is a technique that Kyle specially asked Vegapunk and others to study after seeing the universe with various hypnotic abilities. This technique has no other function, it allows the user to absorb a large amount of soul power through the ability of the ant, and protect the practitioner's soul from being controlled and invaded by others. All members who went out to perform tasks have practiced this technique. After Kyle's test, this soul barrier has a very strong effect. At least at the same level, it can ensure that the soul of the practitioner will not be affected in any way. And Ace is now a strong man at the peak of the star level. If you want to break through his soul barrier, you must at least have to be a cosmic or even a soul expert to have this possibility. Obviously, today's banquet, which was gathered for Ace, was destined to be full of blood because of this soul barrier. However, this bloody debt cannot be dependent on Ace, who is already unconscious. Because all this comes from the cruel Lord Satsuma. That is the owner of this starship. The 896th ranked general under Ryan, Satsuma, the second-level cosmic level. As a cosmic powerhouse, Satsuma's experience is as rich and colorful as other cosmic levels. He comes from a strange race or planet. On that planet, a powerful race was derived, the Devouring Clan. In this race, everyone has a strong racial talent. That is infinite devouring evolution. The devouring race can rely on devouring everything with energy to make its body stronger. The only thing limits them is their digestive ability and lifespan. And Satsuma is the best in this group. His digestive ability is hundreds or thousands of times that of ordinary people. It is said that when he was just born, he ate all the resources in their village. At that time, on that planet, the devouring clan was besieged by other races because of its racial characteristics. Therefore, in the devouring clan, the more edible the person is, the nobler his identity is. Because that represents strength and strength. In this way, Satsuma has become a nobleman in the ethnic group since he was a child, enjoying more resources than his ordinary peers. Until his strength became stronger and stronger, he led his race to devour other intelligent lives on the planet and became the only king on the entire planet. But after that, Satsuma's devouring did not stop, and even became even worse. Because he had just occupied the planet and his tribesmen admired and grateful to him, they collected various resources for Satsuma for him to eat. Until more than 10 years later. After the entire planet's resources were swallowed by Satsuma by 1/10, the planet was completely trapped in a land of scarcity. It was also at this moment that the devouring tribes realized that they could no longer let Satsuma continue to eat unscrupulously. But at that time, Satsuma had already been swallowing up its strength and reached the level of the late-stage planetary realm. He has emerged from several classes with other powerful men in the devouring clan. Even if all the powerful men of the devouring clan combined, they did not defeat Satsuma, and they were even swallowed by Satsuma, making him even stronger. Satsuma, who has lived a pampered life since childhood and was named king, has a personality that is even better than a pirate. The dragon people in the world are even more arrogant. After all, he has that strength. After discovering that the devouring clan wanted to stop him from devouring, he was furious and directly killed all the devouring clan and turned them into his own nutrients. In the next few decades, he continued to devour everything on the planet until he turned his planet into a desert that was not suitable for life and survival. Under a large amount of energy accumulation, Satsuma also broke through the limit of the planet and became a star-level strongman, and had the ability to leave the planet. In this way, he soared all the way with the ability of his race, and has been going to other planets to devour everything for thousands of years, becoming the cosmic level today. But after that, ordinary planets could no longer satisfy Satsuma's appetite. He wants to eat more and more precious resources or cosmic creatures. For this reason, he chose to join the fierce Ryan star domain. Because he had already found out. Ryan had the idea of going further. In other words, he wants to start a war. The battlefield is the most suitable place for Satsuma. There are endless corpses of strong men there, which can make him feast. But with the defeat in the Ryan star domain, Satsuma has been extremely uncomfortable in recent times. Not only did he not eat many strong men, he was almost killed by ambush from the Monty star domain not long ago. Now, he is carrying out a secret mission for his Lord Ryan, the Lord of the star domain. It's not that he is trusted by Ryan, but that the current Ryan star domain is facing a stage where no one is available. And his mission is also very dangerous. That is to attract other star fields to join Ryan's battlefield and muddle the water so that Ryan's star fields have a chance to breathe. I have to say that even a guy as simple as Satsuma can see the embarrassment of the Ryan star domain from this mission. In his heart, he had long been thinking that he would immediately escape from the Ryan star domain when he saw that the situation was not good. So even though Ryan repeatedly emphasized the protection of the soul, he now ate it one by one and did not hesitate. At this time, he was still able to stay here to complete this shitty secret mission. In fact, he was looking forward to the final struggle of the Ryan star domain to break out in a bigger war, giving him an opportunity to take advantage of it. Whether it is the Monty star domain, the Ryan star domain, or other star domains. He really wanted to take a bite. The flesh and blood of the cosmic level powerful man. It's all a pity that Ryan actually ordered me not to anger the guys in the star domain of the sea. Otherwise, it would be so wonderful to have a star-level guy as a snack before the meal. Looking at Ace, who was trapped in the planet prison outside the starship, Satsuma couldn't help but feel a lot of saliva flowing out. But he remembered that in order to let his companions escape, the guy in front of him actually burst out with the power that could stop him with a punch. Although I was not too serious at that time, this is enough to show that this guy is definitely not an ordinary stellar peak realm. Only such a guy has the value of being eaten by him. But Satsuma is just arrogant and delicious, not really stupid. He is only at the second level of the universe, but he is not brave enough to violate Ryan's military order. Ryan is also a generous boss. He can tolerate his subordinates' mistakes in his work, but he will never tolerate his subordinates' intentional mistakes. Once Ryan discovered that Samo had violated military orders, death would be his luckiest ending. But Satsuma's eyes were filled with blood. He controlled the tentacles again and grabbed another guy who had not broken through Ace's soul defense, throwing it into his mouth like a snack, and continuing to chew. These snacks that you can't eat normally are also extremely delicious. On the other side, after gathering all the fighting members out, the Tiga set sail and flew towards the direction of the Ryan star domain. With Ace's life stuck, they don't have to worry about not being able to find Ace. I have to say, although the pirate world does not have the ability to give birth to powerful people in the universe, it has various props and abilities that can affect the entire universe. This also made Kyle even more sure that the pirate world can definitely be regarded as a powerful rule-side civilization. At this time, the atmosphere on Tiga was extremely heavy. Whitebeard fell into great self-blame, believing that he should be allowed to resist the enemy at that time, not Ace. However, Ace used his ability to move instantly. No matter how fast Whitebeard's speed is, how could it be comparable to teleportation? On the other side, Luffy also clenched his fists, his eyes full of worry. Nowadays, Luffy has become much more calm after experiencing a colorful journey to the universe. But this does not mean that he can still be calm after learning that Ace was arrested. But I heard Captain Kyle say that the guy who caught Ace should be a cosmic powerhouse. And myself. Luffy looked down at his hands, although his strength was terrifyingly improved after several stages of mastering the Super Saiyan. But the gap between the star level and the cosmic level is too huge. Nowadays, there are no 1000 star level peak level powerhouses on the entire Tiga. But there are only a few people who can see the cosmic tail. As Kyle continues to recruit cosmic races, Tiga naturally appears there are many geniuses, or guys who have loaded powerful character cards. For this reason, Kyle also increased the original number of teams again and again. Nowadays, there are 200 teams in the entire Tiga. The control of powerful guys are each controlled by powerful guys, and everyone is a strong man who can stand alone. Although Ace and Whitebeard are also in the captain position, they are now 100 team captains outside the lineup. Even Doflamingo, who mastered more than a dozen fruit abilities at the same time, ended up barely getting a 198th place because of his slightly inferior character card level. Nowadays, only Luffy and Zoro are still in the captain of the top 10 teams. Chapter 312 Luffy's Rescue. Just as the Domain Master level and the Realm Master level can create a new world, who knows which powerful power is created in the universe where Kyle and the others are now. Since everything natural is no longer natural, but may be artificially controlled by some great existence, even if something strange happens, it is considered a normal range. Perhaps, the one who created this universe might even like the pirate world . All personnel should pay attention. All personnel should pay attention. The Tiga has entered the border of the Ryan star domain. Please be prepared to face the challenge at any time. Notify again, all personnel should pay attention. A high-toned broadcast suddenly rang out in every corner of the Tiga. Hearing the sound of the radio, all members of the evening, who were already ready, were ready in an instant. Although they are not as powerful as Captain Kyle, they cannot interfere in the battle between cosmic-level powerful men. But when tens of thousands of star-level combat powers gather together and strive for the same goal, the momentum that bursts out is even enough to shake the surrounding stars. Very good. Have you finally arrived at Ryan? Kyle stretched out his palm, and a life card that was burning to the point where only half of it was burning floated up from his palm instantly and flew towards the direction of the Tiga. From the degree of damage to the life card, we can see that Ace's condition must be very bad at this time, but he is still a bit far from dying. Obviously. The enemy deliberately captured Ace, and there was definitely something conspiracy hidden. But it doesn't matter. No matter what kind of conspiracy it is, Kyle believes that their pirates in Dusk can smash it into pieces. With the investment of a large number of Star Alliance coins, Kyle's captain's level has been rising again and again. Now, his captain level has reached level 21. This also indicates that he already has 21 system reward skills, as well as 2.1 times the power of the basic panel data of the entire map member. From this we can see how difficult it is to improve after the universe level. You should know that in this time, in addition to these tens of thousands of star-level powerful people, the pirates in the Twilight have hundreds of billions of ordinary members. Although the level of the training room Kyle can leave for them is not high due to financial issues, it is reasonable for decades to allow 1/3 of the guys to have planetary power. Even in this case, he is still a little bit away from the 9th level of the universe. I don't know how long it will take him to overcome this threshold where he can feel his willpower. But now is not the time to think about these things. Ace is still in the hands of the enemy and is in danger of life at any time. They cannot subdue all hope to the mercy of their enemies. Same. This time, Kyle doesn't plan to continue hiding it. The previous forbearance was to pursue higher wealth. Now, even if the enemy is the lord of the Ryan Star domain, he must let the other party know. What is the price of angering Dusk? Don't forget. Kyle has an ultimate skill that can conceptually kill all enemies, a serious punch. Tiga, go forward at full speed. Our partner is still waiting for us to save him. Yes, Captain Kyle. Little Tiga's voice suddenly came to Kyle's ears from the illusory place. The next moment, he had already awakened the Piao fruit to the point of being superb, and immediately activated the energy device in the cabin. As tens of thousands of Coke barrels were squeezed and shriveled, a terrifying impact suddenly erupted from the tail of the Tiga, bursting out green high-temperature flames, impacting the thin airflow in the universe. The BGM field, which seems to be like the shrimp catcher, has opened. Little Tiga instantly turned into a huge meteor and rushed out quickly in front of him. At the same time, the planet prison. After eating up all the soul races that he usually dared not eat, Satsuma suddenly raised his huge body and sat in the wide starship. At this moment, a magic prop that looked like a mirror suddenly flew to Satsuma. In the mirror, Ryan, the most powerful ruler in the Ryan Star domain, appeared. As soon as the mirror acting as a contact device was turned on, Ryan's serious face quickly condensed and appeared in front of Satsuma. With the defeat of Ryan's army, Ryan's face obviously had no initial vigor and arrogance. Even if he is already extremely he was hiding with force, but his eyes that kept shaking still revealed his inner anxiety. Samo, how about it? Is there any movement in the Shia civilization? As soon as the equipment was connected, Ryan asked directly. In front of this peak-level powerhouse in the universe, Satsuma instantly transformed into a small person, nodded and said. Please rest assured, Lord Ryan. I have kidnapped a guy from the Peak Star realm in the Shia Star domain as you told me. Although he is not one of the list you gave me, according to the information I have collected, they seem to be Bailey, the cosmic messenger under Becky, and are doing something on a desolate planet, based on the information I have collected. Task. I originally planned to catch all those guys in one place, but I didn't expect that this star-level little ghost actually had a special secret technique to stop me from attacking. I guess this guy is likely to be the senior executive of the Shia Star domain, and he will definitely attract the attention of the Shia Star domain. Although there was a rebellious feeling in his heart, Satsuma still reported it very seriously at this moment. He even brought up some details to supplement them. Obviously, although Satsuma has no IQ, his basic survival ability in the universe has been trained. College of the Universe. After hearing Satsuma's words, Ryan frowned slightly in an instant. He didn't know whether he was talking to Satsuma or talking to himself, and began to mutter in a low voice. Why have I never heard of such an organization in the Shia Star domain? Can it be that it's the trick created by those two guys Bailey and Becky again? As an old neighbor, Ryan certainly knew the particularity of the Star domain. So even though I felt strange about this, I directly regarded it as the daily routine of the Shia star domain and didn't care about it. His thoughts flashed, and he nodded with satisfaction. Although Bella and the third sisters rarely participate in external affairs, a subordinate at the peak of the star was kidnapped. This matter is big and small. He was not afraid of the three sisters in Shia star domain coming to cause trouble for him. At worst, he could snatch some benefits and always coax those three little girls. I am afraid that the other party will really ignore them, so the situation in the Ryan star domain can only wait for chronic death. After talking about the recent situation at the border again, although Ryan intended to hide, Satsuma still heard from him that the situation was critical. This also made Satsuma, who was ready to escape, more determined to make his decision. Through the thick transparent material, Satsuma looked at Ace, who was imprisoned in the planet prison. As time goes by, Ace's injuries have begun to gradually recover. It was just because he had a special device that controlled his consciousness that he could not wake up. I've been waiting for a while, why haven't I seen anyone come to save this guy yet? That space-based secret technique is not a popular product. Could it be that I guessed it wrong? Looking at the figure in the distance, Satsuma, who was already a little impatient with having no snacks to eat, couldn't help but mutter. It can be said that Cao Cao will arrive. Not long after Satsuma's voice fell, one of his subordinates suddenly rushed into the hall in panic. Sir Satsuma, there's a situation. I saw an alien life with a lilac skin and countless tiny tentacles flying on his head running quickly, reporting. Just now, we detected an unknown flight device and was rushing towards us at an extremely fast speed. From their direction, it seems to be a flying device from the star domain of the sea. Oh. After listening to his subordinate's reward, Satsuma's fat big face suddenly showed a sense of relief. It's really here. I just said that this guy's fighting method is so novel, he can't be an ordinary person. I just don't know, what kind of people will the other party send over under the premise of knowing that they are cosmic level. Long before leaving the main planet of Ryan star domain and receiving this mission, Ryan had already emphasized to them. Their purpose is to introduce the power of other galaxies into the Ryan star domain. No matter what method is used, as long as the opponent is temporarily stationed in the Ryan star domain, the army in the Monty star domain can only choose to detour or pause when encountering other star domain forces that have not started war. Ryan was also prepared for the method and temptation to let the other party stay. Simply put, Ryan's method is to use some of his own resource-rich galaxies as concessions for collection by other star fields to form a diplomatic wall and block the advancement of the Monty star field. This method is undoubtedly to hurt 1,000 enemies and 800 of them. But in order to retain enough vitality and make a comeback, Ryan had to do so. Just as Samo was thinking about handing over those star fields to Thea, a burst of shouts that shocked the world rushed past the far side of the starship like storm waves. With the impact of the sound waves, the entire starship vibrated violently. Ace. We're here to save you. In the dark universe, a fireball with pure white light suddenly appeared. Light up everything around you. With a clear vision, Satsuma and others on the starship immediately saw the object emitting pure white light, not a star or weapon, but a huge creature with a funny face. It was Monkey D. Luffy, who could not wait to rush out of the Tiga directly. What's going on? Satsuma, who was thinking, was still confused, but Luffy outside had his eyes lit up, touching the planet that was convenient for sprinting in the universe, and then feeling the faint aura on Ace's body. Instant moves activate. Luffy, who inherited the Kakarot character template, appeared behind Ace in the blink of an eye. Faced with the 4 planet chains that were pulling his limbs, Luffy's head suddenly swelled, like a funny cartoon character, becoming extremely funny, but the size was comparable to the planet next to him. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked Satsuma and others to drop their chins suddenly appeared. Luffy, who had turned his head huge, said in a vague way. Nikanikani tilde, big mouth eats everything. Click. A crisp and loud voice resounded through the world again. The planet chain that tightly shackled Ace was bitten off in Luffy's big mouth like chocolate. At the broken marks, you can even clearly see Luffy's huge tooth lines. Fisho, is this possible? Seeing this scene, Satsuma's nerves suddenly tense up, and a big face directly pressed on the outer shield of the starship, looking at Luffy, who had already started eating the second chain in disbelief. Planet chains are a special prop specially made by the Domain Master level powers of the Star Federation to detain prisoners of the Star Federation. One of its sections must be rooted in the planet, absorbing energy, and the other end has a special ability to limit power. In addition, even a cosmic-level powerful man takes a lot of time to break the hardness. This kind of planet chain was soon welcomed by the lords of major star fields. But, Satsuma looked at the planet chains that left a punch at most, and shattered one after another in Luffy's mouth. His heart also shattered with the chains. What's going on? That guy's aura is obviously just a star. Why can he destroy the planet's chains so easily? At this moment, Satsuma was puzzled. What he didn't know was that at this moment, someone, like him, made a look of amazement at Luffy's behavior. Luffy, you guy. Looking at Luffy, he bit all the planet chains worth hundreds of billions of star coin and lost their effect. At this moment, Kyle Antiga felt his heart bleeding. If he hadn't been able to understand Luffy's eagerness to save brother, he would have to come forward to intercept Luffy, who was in full shape. But now, let's forget it. Ace was in the enemy's hand for a second, and there was a second danger. For the sake of his partner, he should bear the pain and make less money. Anyway, he will definitely get these losses back from the Ryan Star domain. He has never been a person who is willing to suffer losses. No matter what purpose Ryan has, their bond has been formed from the moment he kidnapped his partner. Over there, Luffy quickly rescued Ace with his ability to be called a powerful rule system in Nika fruit and took off his helmet that controlled his consciousness. At the same time, Luffy's figure holding Ace flashed and returned to the Tiga again. The white light on his body also slowly faded away, revealing a young man with golden hair. Since Luffy has practiced the Super Saiyan form from the character card, he has maintained this image for several years. Chapter 313. Overnight Revenge is also called Revenge. Ace. Seeing Luffy successfully rescue Ace, Whitebeard and other relatives who were caring about Ace immediately stepped forward and shouted worriedly. An invisible shock swept through, and the chain wreckage that had lost its energy supply collapsed instantly and fell off Ace's body. The device that controlled Ace to prevent him from awakening was also destroyed. Marco, who had already prepared, immediately stepped forward and used the flames of the immortal to recover from Ace's injuries. After checking for a while, he showed a reassurance to everyone. Don't worry, Dad, Captain Luffy, Ace is just spending too much physical energy now, and there is no other problem. Now his body can absorb natural energy from the universe and will soon wake up. As if in response to Marco's words, just after his words fell, Ace's closed eyes trembled suddenly, and then he let out a weak murmur of, "Yeah, tilde." Ace. Luffy screamed in surprise. At this time, a group of people in white coats walked over quickly. Chopper, who was the leader, directly transformed into the common people's strong man mode, picked up the medical props around him and started using them on Ace. The medical team's healing and Ace's own recovery ability dual effects, Ace's injuries disappeared completely in just a few minutes. And he slowly opened his eyes, woke up. Luffy tilde. Ace, who was still a little weak, looked at his younger brother beside him, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. But soon, when he recalled what happened before he fell into a coma, he guessed the whole story. Ahem. Are you here to save me? Supporting one hand on the deck, Ace slowly stood up and looked at the group of familiar faces beside him, and a warm smile couldn't help but appear on his face. He just knew. His friends never let him down. How is it? Are you getting better? At this moment, the crowd separated and Kyle walked into Ace's sight with steps. After seeing Kyle, the smile on Ace's face disappeared instantly, showing a full look of self-blame. He immediately stood up and bowed to Kyle and said, "Sorry, Captain Kyle, I'm embarrassing the Dusk." "Ha ha ha, don't say that." Kyle waved his hand indifferently, "It's enough for people to be fine." What's more, the enemy you are facing this time is cosmic level. You have proved yourself to the world to be able to protect your partners from evacuating safely. You and Chopper go to the infirmary and then raise it well tilde. Just leave the rest to me and others. Yes, Captain Kyle. Ace didn't hold on, but just replied weakly. After looking at Ace up and down, Kel immediately signaled the medical staff to take Ace to the treatment room for treatment. After reaching their level, they will no longer be injured easily. Once injured, it means that the problem is extremely serious. For example, the fists of some strong men already imply a certain rule-based power. Once they hit the enemy, they will fall into an endless state of injury unless their realm and strength are stronger. After all, the one who injured Ace was a cosmic strongman, and these things are still unstoppable. Although Ace looks like he has recovered as before, the examinations that should be done must be done in advance. The pirates at dusk are now considered a big business. There are detection equipment for various forces on the Tiga, which may take some time, but be careful not to make any mistakes. After rescuing Ace, Kyle reached out and waved at the others again, signaling them to retreat. Next they will face a cosmic-level strong man, which is not a scene they can participate in. With a little tow, Kyle's body suddenly flew into the air and flew towards the damaged Starry Sky prison. Don't look at Luffy who rescued Ace in a short time. But that's because he learned how to move Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball. That is a magical ability that can go anywhere as long as it can sense it and consumes very little. In terms of deeds, it takes at least 2 to 3 hours to reach the planetary prison, even if Tiga moves forward at full speed. Fortunately, Kyle is not without the ability to move instantly. After owning the mythical glider machine, he also successfully extracted many props that could upgrade the captain's skills, and had already moved the original B level instantly to the S+ level. Although it is still not as fast as the momentary movement in the Dragon Ball, it is enough for him to use it in special circumstances. After all, after reaching the cosmic level, the instantaneous movement of space-based ability has long been ruined, and there is almost no room for display in the battle. In a blink of an eye, Kyle's figure instantly disappeared over the Tiga and came directly to the starship near the planet prison and the Peugeot starship with the Ryan Legion. Boom! Without saying anything, Kyle directly released his terrifying domineering aura. A terrifying storm suddenly blew up, and he was pressing towards the surroundings with him as the center. The 4 planets that were originally shackled Ace were instantly destroyed under Kyle's momentum, turning into dust in the universe, scattering without a trace. And under this terrifying domineering aura, the starship of the Ryan Legion directly caused a number of explosions. Obviously, the internal structure has been destroyed by domineeringness. At the same time, Satsuma's spirit, who was brushed by Kyle's domineering aura, was also in a trance. Immediately he suddenly woke up, and his face showed a look of fear. You a strong man in the late stage of the universe. Satsuma suddenly opened his mouth wide, and looked at his subordinates who were originally reporting in front of him and were directly pressed by the domineering aura and was unconscious. He couldn't help but feel a panic. What's the situation? Isn't it just a star-level boy? Why did the Shia star domain directly send a guy from the late-stage cosmic realm? This why don't you play according to the routine? At this moment, Kyle's voice suddenly penetrated into Sabo's mind as if it was from the void. You injured my subordinates. Broken. Satsuma felt a chill in his heart. Listening to Kyle's tone, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. But he also knew that it was the stupidest behavior to hide and not say anything at this time. After thinking for a while, he walked directly to the starship gate, and after identification and authentication, he walked out of the starship and flew into the void of the universe like Kyle. But he deliberately lowered a little shorter than Kyle, and acted as if he was not that strong. Coupled with the huge height gap between him and Kyle, the picture looks quite for fun. Big sir. When he came to Kyle, Satsuma shouted without dignity. Huh. Kyle looked him up and down, and after confirming that the starship had only such a cosmic powerhouse, he asked again. Why do you want to hurt my subordinates? Oh, sir, misunderstandings. They are all misunderstandings. Satsuma made a pleading expression. Perhaps thousands of years ago, he was still a reckless man who was not afraid of the sky or the earth. But as he experiences more, he wants more, and his personality will naturally learn how to be soft. In fact, with his temper, even if the other party is a guy in the middle stage of the universe, he will not be so humble. Because he was sure, he escaped from the other party's hands. But Kyle had exposed his strength with just one momentum. In the cosmic level, especially in the later stages, the gap between each level seems to be in different realms, which is outrageous. In front of Kyle, Satsuma had no confidence in his ability to escape. All he left was Ryan's identity, perhaps it could be of some use. So Satsuma sold Ryan directly. "Sir, it's not that I want to hurt your subordinates. I'm also forced to do anything about this tilde." Then Samo may be worried that Kyle has the ability to detect lie, and without any reservation, she directly told him the order given to him by Ryan. Even a lot of his dissatisfaction with Ryan was added to his tone, so that he seemed to be standing on Kyle's side. After all, these are his true inner thoughts, so there is no need to worry about being exposed. "Sir, I really have no malice towards you. And even though I injured your subordinate, I actually can give this gift to you, sir. Look." As he spoke, Satsuma quickly clicked on his wrist, and a huge star map image suddenly appeared between him and Kyle. Satsuma stretched out his hand and pointed. "These nearly 100 galaxies are all galaxies with special resources. The Lord of Ryan said as long as you are willing to accept the gift from the Ryan star domain and become the agent of these galaxies, within 3,000 years, the output of these galaxies will belong to the Lord. And Ryan star domain will also take the initiative to help adults solve problems such as transportation and sales. Will the Ryan star domain be that good?" Kyle, who was originally planning to avenge Ace directly, heard this, and a flash of light suddenly flashed in the corner of his eyes. He directly used his terminal to illuminate the star map in front of him and then transmitted it to the Tiga. Soon, he got the information feedback from Robin. Kyle's mouth suddenly showed a sneer. "HMPH, it's exactly the same as what I thought." He raised his head and looked at Satsuma with playful eyes. "Is this your sincerity? Please take a group of resource planets that have been occupied by the Monty star domain as bargaining chips, and let others help you get the galaxy back. In 3,000 years, all galaxies will still belong to Ryan. I really have a good plan." The oppressive momentum rose again on Kyle, and with a cold gaze and ruthless tone, he pressed towards Satsuma. This scene made Satsuma's forehead instantly burst into cold sweat. He quickly waved his hand and shouted. No, sir. These are all used to honor you. You are alone. After all, behind you, there is still Shia star domain. Our Lord Ryan has also prepared rich benefits in the Ryan star domain. As long as Ryan can survive this war, the benefits will definitely be the Lord and the West star domain. Oh, I didn't expect you to prepare well." After hearing Satsuma's eager defense, Kyle also understood something. Obviously, the Ryan star domain was prepared very well this time, not only prepared the due benefits for other star domains, but also prepared enough rewards for the troops and generals stationed in the Ryan star domain. Although these rewards require some effort to get. But for an army in a star field, it is easy for them to capture the troops of just a few galaxies. At that time, just take some time and take the core to the corresponding area for a walk, and maybe you can directly scare away the starships in the Monty star field. In addition, at this time, it is impossible for the Monty star domain to provoke other star domains. At that time, these galaxies will form a natural barrier for the Ryan star domain and greatly reduce the root of the Monty star domain. Although it is said that Ryan is a reckless man who only knows how to fight, being able to come up with such a solution can be considered a hero who can sacrifice and divide. After commenting on Ryan in his heart, Kyle nodded immediately, with a satisfied smile on his face. Yes, if that's the case, it's still acceptable. Hearing this, a joyful look appeared on Satsuma's face. Nailed it. I just said, it's just a small star, which cosmic level will be exaggerated to such a subordinate. From this point of view, when he scared me just now, he probably wanted to get more benefits from me. Humph tilde. These guys are so dirty. People have always complained about Icheng's physical practice. Satsuma, his little thoughts were moving violently. But on the surface, he still smiled. Ha ha ha, then, if you are not in a hurry, I will take you to see Lord Ryan. If I knew that the star domain of the sea is willing to help us, I believe Lord Ryan would be very happy. No hurry tilde. Kyle looked at Satsuma with a smile, then smiled and said, before meeting Ryan, I think it's better to deal with our problem first. Ah. Satsuma was stunned and puzzled. Our problem? What problem? Kyle's lips raised slightly, showing a playful smile. Of course he's about you hurt my subordinates. How could the majesty of dust be trampled on by such a mess like you? White dragons, shining. Boom. A light that was even more dazzling than a star suddenly appeared in Kyle's hand, tightly wrapped around his fists, lit up the entire chaotic starry sky. The next moment, the fist with a terrifying force suddenly swung out, storm and majestic light energy, sweeping towards Satsuma not far away. What? Satsuma didn't expect that Kyle, who had a satisfied smile at the last moment, would turn against him just by saying that he would turn against him. He immediately raised his arms to resist Kyle's attack. But what does it mean that there are 6 classes in the cosmic level difference? If it were before, Satsuma, whose head was full of muscles, might not have thought about this problem. But at this moment, he got the answer directly. Boom. The dazzling white light came directly in front of him at a speed that could not be observed at the cosmic level of Satsuma. Immediately, a burning sensation suddenly came into Satsuma's brain. Before he could realize the pain, he felt his body's mutation became empty and lighter. And when he looked down, I only found that there was a hole that was tens of meters above my abdomen. The light that penetrated through the blood emitted a scarlet light, strange and mysterious. Chapter 314. The field is unfolding, infinite space. You. Satsuma was dumbfounded, his face was shocked, angry and frightened. The strong vitality did not make him affect his actions because of this attack. Faced with Kyle's sudden attack, he ignored everything else and directly cursed. You bastard! I'm Lord Ryan's subordinate. Aren't you afraid of being retaliated by Lord Ryan? Revenge. Haha. Kyle sneered on his face, if he has that ability, let him try it. Since Ryan wants to make things worse, Kyle doesn't mind helping him achieve this goal. He doesn't want it. Just so happens that the surrounding areas of Shia star domain have been educated much, so they can continue to move to the Ryan star domain. Anyway, here is now in chaos, and their targets do not even need to be placed on those lower civilizations that have not left the planet. Instead, you can directly choose to take all the civilizations that have been struggling in the universe for many years. Of course, this is on the premise that Ryan is really willing to avenge Satsuma. If it is not necessary, what Kyle prefers is win-win cooperation. He really doesn't believe it. In this cold universe, someone will offend him and the Shia star domain behind him for a second-level cosmic guy. Although there is only a simple cooperative relationship between him and Bella, others don't know. Without caring about Satsuma's wailing, Kyle stretched out his palm, put his little finger and ring finger away, and the gap formed by the middle finger and index finger just put Satsuma's body into his sight. Kyle said indifferently, saying softly. The field is unfolding. In an instant, a dark ball suddenly appeared in this void universe, completely wrapping Kyle and Satsuma in. What is this? Satsuma placed one hand on the hollow in his abdomen, pressing the gushing blood while using the secret method to quickly restore his damaged body. However, after being wrapped in a strange move released by Kyle, a miserable chill suddenly surged in his restless heart. For some reason, at this moment, he felt death. Swish! Kyle's figure suddenly appeared behind him. Looking at Satsuma's condition, he couldn't help but exclaim. I am worthy of being a cosmic guy. Can I still think normally even in my infinite space? Who is speaking? This thought came to Satsuma's mind instantly. Immediately afterwards, countless thoughts rushed over like floods that broke through the embankment. By the way, it was that guy named Kyle. He seemed to have the ability of space so he could appear behind me in an instant. Etc. What will he do next? He wants to kill me. He was not afraid of Ryan at all. Damn it. It must be those stupid women from Shia Star Domain that support him. What do I do? Satsuma's brain has never been so fast since birth. But at this moment, he was completely unable to control his thoughts, and thoughts followed one by one, without any interval. So much so that he was stunned in front of Kyle. Even though Kyle put his 2 on his brain, he still did not respond at all. It is the S-level skill obtained by Kyle at level 20, Infinite Space. Come to the exclusive realm of Gojogu in the automatic cartoon, The Return of the Sorcery. It can only be said that fortunately when Kyle traveled through time, the comic had not updated the plot of Gojo Go being cut in half, so he was still very happy when he learned that his new skill was infinite airspace. Today, it is also the first time that Kyle has used infinite spaces to fight the enemy. The effect of this skill is to create an exclusive domain space centered on Kyle. In this space, all hostile targets will fall into a state of knowing everything, and seeing everything, and never intermittently accepting infinite information. In this state, their brains will also think infinitely in order to live, but they can do nothing and can only wait to die slowly. The only way to solve the problem is to have a strength that exceeds Kyle, and you can go through this space. It can be said that the appearance of this skill has made Kyle more like a god. Under telepathy, all Satsuma's memories appeared in Kyle's mind like a slide. After recording the useful information, Kyle looked at Satsuma, who was still unable to move, with thoughtful eyes. The Devouring Clan. A race that can become stronger through eating endlessly. The vast universe, there are really anything that can be found. Kyle, who originally wanted to kill Satsuma directly, suddenly stopped the action in his hand. It's a pity to kill such excellent experimental materials like this. I wonder if Vegapunk and the others can use this guy's body to recreate a Devouring Clan. Obeys my Devouring Clan. Kyle's thoughts flashed, and finally a full-strength mental shock directly wiped Satsuma's consciousness, turning him into a breathing vegetable. The prison effect of Tiga should be able to suppress cosmic-level guys. Otherwise, except me, there is no existence on the entire Tiga who can change his body. Whispering, Kyle waved his hand and dispersed the infinite space, looked in the direction of the Tiga, and then started a momentary movement. A few days later. In the starship where Satsuma is located, some star-level powerful people who were lucky enough to not die under the impact of Kyle's domineering aura have also begun to wake up one after another. However, when they opened their eyes, they saw a group of strange faces in their starships controlling the starships and running normally. Who are you? A star of Orion Legion wanted to speak, but found that his body was actually in a container. As his voice came out, a strange bubble suddenly appeared in the container. What's the situation? Where is this myself? Before the star-level warrior could react, his awakening seemed to have touched some device, and a red light under him suddenly flashed. At this time, a pink-haired woman in a white coat walked over from the crowd. Huh, have you woken up so soon? Lei Ju looked at the guy in the nutrition jar, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. I didn't expect that the Ryan Star Domain, which cultivates civilization with physical practice, would have such a high mental strength. A marvelous sound was made from his mouth, but Lei Ju's eyes flashed with a playful and relaxed look. After all, no matter how powerful he is just a guy who is almost shocked to death by Captain Kyle's domineering aura. If I hadn't specially prepared this nutrient solution that could condense the soul, I'm afraid that none of these guys would have survived intact. Thoughts flashed, and Lei Ju directly pressed a button. The original large amount of nutrient solution in the bottle began to drop instantly, and the special transparent barrier that was detained at the star also slowly opened. Congratulations, you have successfully escaped from hell. Lei Ju smiled softly. Hell, what's going on? What happened? Are you Ryan's subordinates? Because Kyle's domineering aura was activated too suddenly, so that everyone on the entire starship, except for the cosmic-level Satsuma, had not yet reacted and directly lost consciousness or died. When he heard the star's speech, Lei Ju couldn't help but smile. Maybe Tilda. Don't worry, you'll know what's going on soon. She made a guiding move towards the star-level warrior. The unknown soldier didn't know what to do in the face of an emergency, so he had to follow Lei Ju's sign and walk towards a room inside the starship. And there, the hypnotist from the Dusk Pirates was already ready to welcome this poor guy. Since the mastermind who injured Ace and the vast majority of members were dead, Kyle did not intend to continue to kill him. After realizing that there were still people living on the starship, he directly asked Lei Ju to take over the place and rescued all the guys who could breathe. He was able to withstand the domineering aura that he had exploded with all his strength. Although he was in a state of dying, he would definitely die if no one was treated. But this is enough to prove the strength of these people. Instead of killing for nothing, it is better Toit is hypnotized and then taken into subordinates. I believe that with their talents combined with the right character card, they will definitely be able to break through to become a cosmic-level powerhouse in a very short time. Now they are really lacking in cosmic combat power in Dusk. Just like Ace was arrested this time. Fortunately, Ryan was more afraid of the star domain and issued an order not to kill or even hurt. Otherwise, with Satsuma's personality, Ace and the others would definitely lose their staff. And this also sounded a wake-up call for Kyle. These friends who have been following him since the pirate world have now become family-like existences. He doesn't want anyone to be in danger. So Kyle decided that after dealing with the matter of Ryan's star domain, the minimum standard for performing separate tasks in the future is to have at least cosmic strength. This is the minimum standard. Kyle did not intend to hide Satsuma's death. Even after finding Ryan's contact information from Satsuma's memory, he boldly sent an invitation to the Lord of the Star Domain. After learning that Samo was killed by Kyle, Ryan, who was Samo's open master, naturally showed an angry look. But when Kyle took out the Sia Star Domain, Universe Messenger certificate issued by Bella himself, his nerves were instantly mobilized by this strange identity. Especially after learning that Kyle, a cosmic 8th level strongman, was willing to join Ryan's battlefield, he directly and selectively ignored Samo and started talking with Kyle about future cooperation. Although Kyle argued, he wanted to directly mention the benefits of Bella's star domain. But Ryan would not give up the huge profits just because of his words, but would let Kyle show him some value. In the end, Kyle used the 3 star fields occupied by the Mont Legion as the standard. As long as he can regain 3 heavily guarded galaxies from the Mont Legion, Ryan will be willing to regard Kyle and the Twilight Pirates as agents of the star domain of the sea and hand over those galaxies belonging to the central area to Kyle. Management. At this time, what Tiga was going to was exactly one of the 3 galaxies. I didn't expect that after going around, we would eventually start a war with our own people tilde. After transforming several awakened original Ryan Legion soldiers into their own people, Kyle, who was sitting in the captain's room, couldn't help but smile with interest. Who would have thought that these guys who came out of the Monty Star Domain are now carrying the names of the 2 star domains of Thea and Ryan, and will attack the retreat of the Monty Star Domain. There are still many people from the Monty Star Domain on Tiga. And because they joined Dusk earlier, their strength is no longer underestimated. Let me look the Volaya Galaxy, a specialty is a fruit that can greatly increase the strength of the body after eating it. A fruit is enough to make an incomparable ordinary person become a half-step star-level strongman. Oh roar tilde the effect of this fruit is a bit powerful. Ryan actually took away such a strategic galaxy. Kyle muttered softly while flipping through the information compiled by Robin. It has to be said that even though Kyle has now occupied hundreds of galaxies, and has a vast territory, it is the first time he has seen such an outrageous specialty. Perhaps this is the foundation of a star domain lord. However, now such an important strategic galaxy has been occupied by Monty, allowing them to spawn a large number of strong men at all times. There is a reason why this Ryan star domain is called the Ryu star domain. Is it because I didn't expect the Monty star domain to counterattack, so I used all my troops to attack, which led to weak defense? I don't know if this Ryan is going to fight with all his might, or if he is really brave but has no strategy and simple mind. But that's true, a specialty that only creates a star-level powerful man. Maybe that guy Ryan didn't take it seriously at all. Kyle shook his head silently. The butt determines the head. It is indeed a bit inappropriate to evaluate the actions of a star domain lord based on his idea of a poor person. After looking through this information, Kyle immediately checked out what was truly valuable. For example, the guards of this galaxy. Mishur Alaya, Trikaran, a cosmic 6th level powerful man, good at using dragon magic and having a strong body. Hiss tilde. Ryan actually found me such an opponent as soon as I came up. It seems that this kid didn't want me to get the benefit smoothly. In fact, Kyle knew very well that when he said that the agent of the star domain received the benefits, Ryan had already guessed that the connection between him and the star domain might not be strong. But, after all, his cosmic 8th level strength is here, and for the current Ryan star domain, it is undoubtedly a timely help. That's why Ryan said nothing and was wrong. But obviously, without the backer of the star domain, Ryan directly treated himself as a mercenary, and it was a ruthless job to get up. But it's good tilde. Lien sees some benefits a little. It will be convenient for me to exchange for more war information from him next. Quote. Just look, are you earning more, or are I gaining more tilde Lord Ryan tilde. Looking at the dazzling stars outside the window, Kyle's lips moved slightly, but his eyes showed an ambition called conquest. Chapter 315 Plantation. Land of Gods. Rumbled tilde. With the disappearance of several innocent planets, a huge impact suddenly bloomed in this dark starry sky like a big bang. In the desolate universe, countless starships fighting fiercely also stopped the rhythm of attack because of this explosion. Without the effect of gravity, the universe is a large space without vectors. All the starships are intricate and hover around the battlefield in different postures. Ahem tilde. See a star domain. Do you really want to intervene in the war between us and Ryan? A huge crocodile's head suddenly popped out of the explosion, and his eyes showed a look of fear. Following his gaze, a man in a light casual outfit slowly walked out of the broken dust of the planet in the void. On the other side, behind the crocodile's head, a huge humanoid body emerged, paired with the ferocious beast's head, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. But facing the momentum of this crocodile man, the man seemed to have never seen it, and he still took a calm step forward. Every step was like a wake-up call in the other party's soul. Kyle slowly raised his head, looking at the crocodile man who had been scared by his power in front of him, and his mouth slowly raised. What war? I don't know about those messy things. I'm just here to take back my territory. No tilde. This is the loan certificate issued by Ryan Star Domain to Lord Bella of the Shia civilization. There is a magical heraldry of the Star Federation. Speaking of this, are you provoking the Shia civilization by occupying our territory and stealing our precious energy fruits? You. The anger on the crocodile's face was beyond words, but under the gap in strength, he had no choice. The sharp fingers that stretched out paused for several seconds, but did not say anything. In the end, he could only snort with hatred and left a sentence, wait and see. Lord Monty will never give up. After saying that, he turned around and left, using the secret technique of the race to control the power of chi and blood to form two huge wings, and flew towards a starship that had already left the battle. As the crocodile man left, other starships that were still fighting against the starships in the dusk quickly left the battle and left this star field. Captain Kyle, do you want to continue chasing? Ainalu, who had already fallen to the captain of the 11th rank, turned into a lightning light and came to Kyle's side and asked. Holding the Thor's hammer, he fully utilized the Thor's power of the character card and successfully integrated into this universe. If the captain's battle at that time did not take place in the training room, but in the universe, he might have the chance to advance to the top 10 teams. This situation is not rare on the Tiga. After all, many people can gain more powerful power through their surroundings. But of course the arrogant Ainalu wouldn't care about this status that was like being given a gift. He has made a vow to regain the top 10 positions in the Twilight Pirates with his own strength and efforts. No. Looking at the brilliant fire lights left by the starry couplet in the starry sky, Kyle's smile remained unabated. We are just here to take back the territory, there is no need to kill them all. Not to mention, The money Ryan paid is not worth our help to weaken Mont's troops. Do not kill the battle with Monty if it is not necessary. If both sides continue to tangle like this, we will have more room to play. I get it, Captain Kyle. Anilu nodded in a clear way, but said in his heart, I am worthy of being my own captain, my heart is really dark. I can hear your voice. At this moment, Kyle's voice suddenly came into Aniro's ears. Anilu smiled awkwardly, then immediately lowered his head and started operating on his Dusk terminal. As a team captain, he still has high authority in the Dusk system, and can almost be regarded as a rank with Kyle's personal secretary Robin. The only difference is that as the captain of the combat franchise, he has no right to manage the logistics and life of the Twilight Pirates. The order was issued soon, and Aniro, who had nothing to do, took aback, and then immediately flashed, as if he was afraid that Kyle would hear something in his heart again. However, Kyle savored the scene when he easily defeated the Crocodile Man, and couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. How do you feel that the Cosmic Level 7 guy is so weak? Is it because the other party does not have a threat of death, so he did not use his full strength? I always feel like I just felt like I could crush him to death just by moving my fingers. Kyle stretched out his palm and made the move to grasp the distant planet. Next moment, the planet that had become broken because of the previous battle shattered instantly, turned into a ball of dust and drifted in the universe. No. It is impossible for an ordinary cosmic level 8th level to kill a 7th level strongman with just one finger. At least one palm is required. Quote. Kyle, who noticed something in his heart, suddenly smiled excitedly. It seems that the other party is not too weak. But because of me, I've become stronger again. The 9th level, it seems that it is getting closer and closer to me. After the 9th level of the universe, he can feel the existence of the power of wishes. And that is also the most confident stage for Kyle. Compared with other cosmic 9th level, we have to use various means in the star domain to make more people believe in or believe in themselves. But for Kyle, as long as he has enough star coins, he can obtain endless power of wishes. Every member who joins the Twilight Pirates and is loaded with a character card will believe in him unconditionally. More importantly, Kyle can even make cosmic level strong men believe in themselves. The stronger the creatures are, the more will they be able to provide. This is a very reasonable rule. However, who can cultivate to the cosmic level will be a little arrogant in his heart. They can do things for other strong people, but want to believe in others with conscientiousness. That's really too difficult. Unless it is a cosmic level trained by the Lord of the Star Domain, it may reach that level. In a star field, such existence may not exceed 3 digits. Kyle doesn't have to worry about this at all. Today, the number of people at the peak of the Star Pirate group has reached hundreds, and it is still increasing. In time, under the power of the system, they will eventually break through this barrier and become a cosmic level powerful man. By that time, these people will continue to provide Kyle with great willpower. Cosmic level 9th level, come quickly Tilda. Kyle whispered softly expectantly. The next second, his figure flashed directly and returned to Tiga, as Tiga slowly descended to the planet that could produce energy fruit. Of course, the name of this fruit will not be so straightforward. But Kyle disliked the previous name too much and it was not nice to hear, so he changed his name to himself. Anyway, as long as the effect is still there, no one will care about these. Speaking of energy fruit, this kind of prop that can pull the seedlings and encourage growth is very rare in the universe. A whole huge star field may not exceed double digits. And this kind of thing that can make people become stronger without cultivation without any side effects is deeply loved by the children of those big families. The market price, the value of an energy fruit must be at least hundreds of thousands of star coins. And there is still priceless. If you sell 1 million star coin after reasonable publicity and when the other party has high demand, it will be easy. And the planet where Kyle is located at this time can harvest tens of thousands of energy fruits every year as long as it is cultivated properly. It can be said that the star coins earned by this planet in 1 year are enough to allow Kyle to conquer the entire galaxy. This is definitely the most valuable one among the planets Kyle has conquered so far, except for the pirate world. Before this, Kyle's source of income was to sell devil fruit clones and do some mercenaries or business trips. Although the devil fruit is considered a powerful prop in the universe, the various side effects it brings are destined to be of no high value. A devil fruit is equivalent to the value of half an energy fruit. This is also impossible. Who says that the devil fruit can only give abilities but cannot directly become powerful? Now, with this planet, their financial resources finally have one more leg to walk. More importantly, because of the rules of this planet, energy fruits will not be able to grow once they are transplanted to other planets. This is also the reason why energy fruits are not flooded. But, for others, things that can only be compromised and accepted are not without methods for Kyle. Who is Kyle? He is a systematic man. After landing on the planet, Kyle immediately asked someone to pick a batch of seeds of energy fruits, and then asked the person in charge of the plantation, Green Cattle Wangmu from the pirate world, to plant all the seeds of these energy fruits in the garden. As he expected. Under the power of Wangmu and a group of plants with the ability to induce plants, this batch of seeds quickly broke through the ground and germinated quickly. Almost at the moment when Huangmu and others were about to persevere, huge energy fruits appeared in front of Kyle. It can be done. Looking at the scene in front of him, two golden lights suddenly lit up in Kyle's eyes. The effect of a plantation is to adapt to the growth environment of any plant and allow it to grow rapidly. In the universe, Kyle also collected a lot of plant seeds that can make people stronger, planted them here, and handed them over to Huangmu and others for care and birth. But all of those things need to be eaten in large quantities and accumulated over time to see the effect, so the value is actually not high. So far, Kyle has just regarded the plantation as a grain production base for the pirates. But today, he finally saw the magic of the plantation. The effect of the energy fruit is there, simple and crude, unless the universe the star depreciates, otherwise its price will never be lower. The plantation facilities of the dock can perfectly solve the shackles that the energy fruit cannot grow outside the local planet. In this case, Kyle can fully load countless dock clones and match them with plantation facilities to allow it to continuously produce energy fruits from afar. In this way, Kyle will also have a continuous source of star federation. This is really so wonderful tilde. After decades of coming to the universe, Kyle finally saw a glimmer of hope for financial freedom. But before that, he has to do something else. Kyle immediately opened his personal terminal and said, along with his own private secretary, "Robin, help me find a little guy who has not yet obtained the organization, and let Kirby go and take him to the plantation." "Okay, Captain Kyle." Robin's clear reply immediately came from the other end of the terminal. Not long after, a pink flash suddenly appeared in front of Kyle. It was a pink flash Kebi who was still in the captain's position. Perhaps because the job of a mailman is really not as good as anyone, even though Kebi is not very strong due to his daily work, no one will compete for his captain position. And beside Kebi was a little girl with two white wings. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar face, Kyle was slightly stunned and then smiled. "I didn't expect you to find a Shandia person to come over, but it doesn't matter, it's the same anyway." Now, the number of people on the Tiga is as high as hundreds of thousands, approaching the 1 million mark. Among these people, there will naturally be some who look at each other and become connected. Naturally, when they give birth to children, those children can only live on the Tiga. And because their parents are not weak, the talents of these descendants are generally far beyond those of ordinary people. In order to avoid wasting talent using character cards in advance, Kyle set up a rule on the Tiga. That is, before these little guys reach the age of 16, they will conduct a comprehensive inspection to ensure that their future path can also go further with the blessing of character cards. Now, the person Kirby brought to is one of them. "Hello, little girl, what's your name?" "My name is Emily." The little girl brought by Kebi replied timidly. But because the person who asked was their beloved Captain Kyle, his whole little face was both panicked and excited, which was very complicated. On this Tiga, where everyone is 100% loyal to Kyle, the ideological education of these little guys naturally follows their parents. What's Emily? Kyle continued to show this kind of smile. All Emily's personal information popped up on his terminal. What surprised Kyle was, this Emily's mother is actually an acquaintance of him. You are Elsa's daughter. Kyle suddenly showed surprise and exclaimed. Aisha is the little girl on the Sky Island who has a strong and domineering attitude. At that time, because of her characteristics, Kyle loaded her with a C-level character card, Red Queen. Later, because she defeated the 5 old stars and I am at dusk, naturally there was no need for Aisha to guard the Magdu Island anymore, so she followed Weber and other Shandia people to board the Tiga and began the adventure of the universe. Even though decades of situations have passed, these scenes seem to have happened yesterday and still echo in Kyle's mind. I really didn't expect that the little girl Aisha would become an excellent mother. After a little emotion in his heart, Kyle returned to the topic of today. He reached out and picked an energy fruit from the branch vine and handed it to Emily. Emily, we are conducting an experiment. Can you help me test how effective this fruit is? Chapter 316 I feel full of strength. Experiment. This word is definitely not warm or interesting for a child. However, when he heard that Captain Kyle actually needed him, a cute light suddenly flashed in Emily's eyes. Yeah, of course it's no problem. Leave it to me, Captain Kyle. Emily nodded repeatedly, as if she was afraid that Kyle would give this opportunity to others. She directly stretched out her 2 young hands and took over the energy fruit from Kyle's hand. Then, without hesitation, bite the peel of the energy fruit. A sweet breath gushed out instantly. But none of the people present focused on the taste of the fruit. The energy fruit bitten off was as if it had touched a switch, and the whole fruit suddenly became soft, like a drink. Emily didn't need to do anything, and it flowed into her mouth. This is also one of the effects of the energy fruit, melting at the entrance. Although it sounds a bit funny, it has to be admitted that this is an absolute rule-side ability. As the flesh entered Emily's body, a surge of energy suddenly burst out from her small and undeveloped body, like a wave, flowing from her stomach one after another to the whole body. Her strength also follows her energy. The surge keeps getting stronger. The peak of the planet, the 1st level planetary level, the 5th level planetary level, the peak of the planetary level. Soon, Emily achieved the effect that the energy fruit could achieve. However, the energy fluctuations in her body at this moment had no intention of stopping at all. Seeing this scene, Kyle did not show any surprise, as if he had known this would be like this long ago. After all, after the 20th level of the plantation, a powerful ability to add plant grade has been added. Kyle asked Emily to come and test it, just to see how effective the energy fruit will have with the increase in plantation facilities. The result is naturally beyond everyone's expectations. The energy fruit cultivated under the powerful effect of the plantation actually directly pushed a girl with a bounty of tens of millions of yuan from Pirate World to a star-level powerful man. Although Emily's strength was only at the 1st level of the star level, this is enough to prove that the strength of the plantation and the value of the energy fruit will usher in a new round of improvement. After all, even in the peak of the planetary level, if you want to break through to become a star, the efforts and resources you have to put in are not something that ordinary people can bear. Those who are willing to buy energy fruits must be ordinary people with average talent and wealth. Compared to energy fruits that can only reach the peak of the planetary rank, they are definitely more willing to double or even several times the price to buy a more powerful energy fruit. Good. Looking at the effect on Emily, Kyle threw a character card directly on her. The stellar strength is already qualified to enter the official legion of the Twilight Pirates. It's a pity that her potential is still a little worse, and she has not inherited her mother Aisha's special talent for seeing and seeing. The strength I have now is also accumulated by eating foods and nutritional supplements with special effects over the years. According to the regulations of Dusk, if it is through normal detection methods, she may only be able to obtain a D-level or C-level character card in the end. Seeing her helping with the experiment, Kyle made an exception and selected an A-level Combat Angel character card for her, the same style as her Aunt Lanchi. Among so many children, she was selected, which shows that her luck in loving Emily should be pretty good. Luck is often also a part of strength. Kyle is willing to give this illusory power a chance. Emily, born on the Tiga, naturally regarded herself as a person in the evening. The character card was not at all dull and was loaded on Emily in an instant. After encouraging a few words and asking Enelude to say hello to Elsa himself, Kyle asked Kirby to send him back. Afterwards, relevant personnel will naturally follow up on the matters of the joining ceremony. Kyle's eyes instantly fell on the vine that began to nurture the prototype of the second energy fruit because the energy fruit was picked. This plant can only produce one energy fruit at a time. After the fruit matures, it will fall off naturally and then the second one will begin to be nurtured. It can be said that it is a plant that is extremely simple to cultivate and does not require much care. However, since they want to commercialize the energy fruit, they naturally need to package the energy fruit and increase the yield as much as possible. Robin. Without thinking for too long, Kyle directly clicked on the personal terminal, connected to Robin's channel, and issued an order. Do you still remember the dock clones we left behind after conquering the planet? Next, I plan to add a plantation facility to each dock clone in a planned manner and send the energy fruit there for sowing. For the specific implementation, you can hold a meeting to discuss the plan and then inform me so that the other side can cooperate smoothly. In addition, send some people to preheat in the Shia star domain and its surrounding star domain. Just say we have invented energy fruits that can make people never become the peak of the planet and the star level. Wait, the name of energy fruit is too simple. When it is promoted to the outside world, it is better to call it the little Zuguo and the big Zuguo. Soon after, I will hold a Zuguo sale in the star domain of the Aya star domain, and help me invite all the nobles and merchants of the star domain to attend the event in the name of Bella. Kyle is now practicing the trick of pulling the big banner and pulling the tiger's skin. With the name of Bella, even the nobles under her two sisters would never dare to refuse to participate in this sale. As for whether Bella would be angry when he did this, Kyle doesn't care at all. Not to mention that he is about to become a cosmic 9th level, and he is no longer afraid of his strength. Just talking about the desire he has grown to help her two sisters over the years, she couldn't even clap and cheer, so she couldn't bear to blame herself. What's more, with Kyle's understanding of Bella, she is completely a fun-loving mentality. From another world, she never has any sense of belonging to this universe, and her style of acting is even more unrestrained. This is somewhat similar to that of him, a time traveler. After arranging the planting plan for Huangmu and his planting team for Zuguo, Kyle did not stay here too much. A few days later, after leaving enough security personnel, the Tiga immediately started go to the next destination given by Ryan. As Kyle said before, he wants the chess piece thrown by Ryan. He wants the bait that Ryan hides. And his ambition will never stop like this. It is said that heroes come from troubled times. The war between Monty and Ryan is the most suitable stage for him. On the deck of Tiga, Kyle made seals with both hands, and with a puff, a cloud of smoke suddenly erupted all over his body. A few seconds later, a cosmic man with a crocodile head, sharp teeth and claws and a burly body suddenly appeared on the deck of the Tiga. It was the cosmic 7th level strong man in the Monty star field who was driven away by Kyle not long ago. At the same time, the flags of the Star Domain and the Twilight Pirates flying at the same time above the Tiga have also slowly changed, becoming the Peugeot of the Star Domain and the Monty Legion. This is Kyle's next plan. Take advantage of the troubled waters, and then create a territory of your own between the two star fields. In the end, when he became the 9th level of the universe, he used the killing ability of a serious punch to directly eliminate a master of the star field, and then defeated the entire star field in one fell swoop. This plan is very doggy and shameless. But this is the way of survival in the universe. I remember there seemed to be a galaxy next door that was still in the hands of the Ryan star domain. The one who was stationed on it seemed to be a cosmic level 6th level guy. As the captain of the Twilight Pirates, Kyle naturally cannot attack the territory of the Ryan star domain. But if it is a general of the Mont Legion, it doesn't matter at all. Kyle is confident unless he is much stronger than him, or he is not lucky enough to meet a guy who can directly see his fate. After all, his S+ skill, the transformation technique, evolved from the C-level skill in transformation technique, can perfectly imitate all details, momentum, and even some fate. Standing on the bow of the Tiga, Kyle looked at the planet in the distance, and a cruel smile appeared on his fierce face. Then let me, Desert Butcher Recton, kill all the people. Time is like a galaxy that cannot be seen in the boundless direction, which makes people lose it if they are not careful. In a blink of an eye, another 5 years have passed. On this day, Kyle, who had just disguised as a cosmic powerhouse in the Ryan star domain and occupied a galaxy under the Monty star domain, suddenly stopped and seemed to have some sense. "Are you finally here?" he suddenly murmured softly inexplicably. "Since I felt it last time, it should have been 5 years. I didn't expect that this little distance would have been so long. Do you know how I spent the past 5 years?" Kyle suddenly opened his arms and leaned his head towards the sky, as if he wanted to store the entire universe. At the same time, a huge energy suddenly surged from his body. This is a phenomenon that naturally occurs after his physical fitness reaches the standard, combined with the cosmic exercises he practices. Perhaps this is also the main reason why Kyle has not made any breakthroughs for a long time. Because he has been waiting and has never taken the initiative. And this means that he will welcome the next stage of his life form with a foundation-loaded state. Kyle's cosmic level 9th level. It came quietly like this. Finally, a breakthrough. Kyle slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, he found that the world seemed to be different. In the dim universe, he could actually see a thick light path extending to him in a gentle posture. When the first light path arrived at his body and contacted him, Kyle immediately realized. This light path can only be felt at the 9th level of the universe. The most mysterious power in the world, the power of wishes. Is this the power of wishes? As light paths arrived at his body, Kyle suddenly widened his eyes and felt another force suddenly appearing in his body besides the system. This power made him feel very strange, but it seemed to be innate, making him immediately know how to use this power. It is worthy of being the power that can create the world. Is this the gap between the 9th and 8th levels? Although he had not received all his own wishes, Kyle already felt that he could easily blow his former self a few minutes ago. With a roar of emotion, Kyle moved directly and returned to his captain's room. Close his eyes and use the sleep recovery effect of the captain's room to sort out the way of using his will. A few hours later, when the last ray of light disappeared from Kyle's perception, the power of his body's will was boiling like a rushing river, rolling trickle. In an instant, Kyle suddenly opened his eyes and showed a very surprised look. Sure enough, the previous guess is not wrong. The planets conquered by character cards can provide far more than the other masters of the star field. I'm afraid this size is not as 10 times as Bella said. And Kyle reached out and pointed it lightly on the table, and the scenes of 2 corners of the cultivation rooms were immediately projected in front of him. One of them is facing for Luffy, a cosmic-level powerful man, the other is Zoro, who sits cross-legged in the universe and feels the mystery of the universe. The most advanced facility on the entire Tiga, the effect of the training room not only increases the experience provided by cultivation, but also adds many powerful special effects like a plantation. For example, what Luffy used is to simulate the defeated enemies at dusk and project them in an uncertain number into the cultivation room. What Luffy projected at this time was a first-level cosmic powerhouse that Kyle had defeated before. As the saying goes, the predecessors planted trees and later took advantage of the shade. Just because of the enemies that Kyle has defeated in the past few years, it is enough to bring out a perfect training team for everyone at dusk. As for what Zoro used, it was the second special effect in the training room. Environmental simulation. Simply put, this can simulate the scene somewhere that any pirate group member or pirate ship has arrived. At this time, Zoro used the cultivation room to simulate the appearance of the universe, and then practiced to understand the universe. This way of cultivation not only fits the cosmic skills he practiced at this time, but also can improve his own small universe, plus the power brought by the upgrade of the character card. His speed of improvement is 1,000 miles a day. In the entire Pirates, it seems that only Luffy, the Kasaya bug, can become stronger by challenging the powerful enemy, being defeated, healing, becoming stronger, continuing to challenge, and can beat Zoro. In addition, the cultivation room has an additional feature of infinite space. After having this feature, each member of the Twilight entering the cultivation room will receive a cultivation space number of their own. They can control this space freely. Whether it is turning it into an illusory universe or a down-to-earth world, it is controlled by the owner of the space, including the size of this space. Chapter 317 Luffy and Zoro's Practice. At this time, Luffy and Zoro were also practicing in their respective cultivation spaces. However, today may really be Kyle's lucky day. Just as he became the 9th level of the universe, his two crew members gave him a big gift one after another. In Luffy's cultivation space, Luffy, who had been defeated repeatedly, was not discouraged at all. Every time he stands up again, his strength will go further. With the accumulation of tenacious struggle, he finally ushered in the sublimation of his strength. It's soon. It's soon. In the training room, Luffy fell to the ground again and was injured, his arms were completely bent, and his loose fists were covered in blood. The power of the Saiyans can indeed make Luffy become stronger quickly in the form of a bug. But the way to get this bug is to be injured every time and be in danger of life, and every time you have to be exhausted so hard that your breathing becomes difficult. It is in such a desperate situation that Luffy can become stronger by relying on the power brought by the character card. Along the way, after decades of experience, Luffy has left himself dead for many times. Today, his heart is inexplicably enthusiastic, as if there is a mysterious spiritual power supporting him and giving him endless motivation. A few minutes later, after Luffy was finally able to breathe more smoothly, he suddenly held his breath and shouted at the fantasy sky above his head. Come again. Instantly. Several members of the Dusk flew over from a distance and used various props to recover from their injuries on Luffy, allowing him to recover quickly. These people are the pirates under the Twilight team led by Luffy. Although the cultivation space belongs to individuals, at the invitation of the owner, others can also enter at will. These guys who were called by Luffy were all powerful people in the late-stage stellar realm. Because my own realm has become difficult to improve, in order to seek breakthroughs, I came up with a way to observe the battles of stronger people to temper my own cultivation. It just so happens that their practice method has also been recognized by the practice room. Even if they just stand in the distance and do nothing, watching the battle between Luffy and the cosmic-level powerful people, they can still gain the experience provided by the practice room. Value. This kind of cultivation method has become popular among many teams now. In addition to observing and practicing, they also have another task. Make sure their team captain doesn't accidentally mess it up, and it really kills yourself. Although everything in this training room changes with the owner's intention, Luffy's big nerves have almost died more than once in the hands of the practitioner he created. With a lot of recovery resources, a brand new Luffy stood up again. After repeated failures, his eyes were still so firm, like a flame burning in it. Super Nika form. Boom. Luffy suddenly punched the ground, and a surging aura suddenly surged out of his body and rushed towards all directions. And his black hair turned into a white, pale yellow color at this moment, rising into the sky. At the same time, a cosmic-level powerful man with a more shocking aura than Luffy suddenly appeared in front of Luffy. Without saying anything, Luffy, who entered the state of combat, suddenly turned into a funny rocket shell and rushed straight towards the cosmic level. Another lounge. Countless stars flow and move in the dark and empty space. Stars that emit light and heat, planets that nurture life, black holes that devour everything, and destroy beautiful meteorites. In this unlimited space, everything in nature and the universe maintains stability under the influence of some mysterious force. What is the composition of the universe? This problem that has been plaguing Zoro since he entered the stellar rating, and he has not solved it until today. He also asked other strong men of the pirates for answers in a confused time, but received a variety of answers. Enelu once told him that the universe is a combination of space, time, reality, power, soul and soul. Vegapunk told him that the universe is the product of gravity, electromagnetic force, strong force, weak advantage, and nano force. Captain Kyle said that the universe is a powerful existence, a world fabricated through his own will. Robin said that the universe is connected by countless nodes in the long river of time. Nami said that the universe is nature. Zoro received different answers to the same question. He knew that everyone was right. But at the same time, he also knew that none of these answers were what he wanted. Because the key to Zoro's exploration of this issue is to allow himself to fully understand the mystery of the small universe. Since he awakened the ninth sense and was able to cut off all his thoughts, allowing his body to completely integrate into the nature of the universe, and gain powerful power, Zoro has not found the key to allowing the small universe to evolve in the next step. Originally, after owning the cosmic martial arts and the cultivation room, he wanted to rely on the accumulation of time to keep himself moving forward. As long as you persist enough, sooner or later, you will be able to break through the boundary between the star and the cosmic level. However, the arrest of Ace completely sounded the alarm for Zoro and many people. Since he met Captain Kyle and joined the Twilight Pirates, everything he has been doing is so smooth. So much so that he almost forgot that there would be Captain Kyle in this world that could not be dealt with. They should not be canaries protected and kept in captivity by Captain Kyle, but beasts that can accompany Captain Kyle to face the enemy and show their fierce fangs. They are too lazy. It was also at that moment that Zoro realized that handing over everything to time was not the right decision. Let me ask, without Captain Kyle and the help of the training room, even with the help of cosmic martial arts, would Zoro himself reach this point? He had never thought about such a problem before, but after seeing Ace being arrested, he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. At the same time, it also made him realize that he was too dependent on Captain Kyle and too dependent on the practice room. This is not a bad thing, because dependence can also make him stronger. But what Zoro wanted was, it is the qualification to fight side by side with Captain Kyle. So he must become stronger by putting aside the cultivation room. For Zoro, what he relies on to survive was his kendo and the small universe. Or, the two are originally one. As early as in the pirate world, Zoro had already used the power of the small universe as his own swordsmanship. Now, the most effective way for him is to continue to improve his small universe realm. This is a powerful force that can make him fight beyond his level. But several years have passed, and although Zoro would spend half of his cultivation time every day to cultivate his own small universe, he had no gains except to make his own small universe stronger. With the power provided by this kind of growth, he can get the same effect even if he practices cosmic exercises. This is not the result he wants. However, after practicing the ninth sense of integration with the universe, he really didn't know how to move forward. Unless he can transcend this universe. He couldn't help but recall what Kyle told him about the possibility of the formation of the world. After the domain master level, you can form your own small world in your body. If the world they are in is really created by a certain existence, then if he wants to transcend this world, wouldn't he be more powerful than that existence? Even Captain Kyle is difficult to do, Can it really be done? Zoro had no confidence in this. However, lack of confidence does not mean that he will not do it. Because this is what he can think of the only way to make himself stronger as soon as possible. But after experiencing the universe for so long, Zoro was still confused about it. But fortunately, he did not have any gains. At the beginning, he tried his best to use the special effects of the cultivation space to create a brand new universe. In this way, when he integrates into the universe of cultivation space, does it mean that he has transcended the original universe? However, just as humans cannot create things that they have never experienced or seen, no matter how Zoro imagines or simulates them, he can only eventually build the cultivation space into a cosmic space like the outside world. There was no way, he had to find another way. The first step to transcend the universe is naturally to integrate yourself into the universe, and again pull out of the universe. Everything Zoro has done in the past few years is working hard for this step. The small universe is an absolutely idealistic power. Ideality represents the possibility of having all the possibilities, but it is extremely mysterious and cannot be obtained without the right time, place, and people. After meditating in the universe for so many years, Zoro has been looking for such an opportunity. And just now. Just the moment Kyle was promoted to the 9th level of the universe. It seems that there is a wisp of the original power of creating the world, the power of the creatures, wishes gathered towards Kyle, and happened to pass through the practice room of the Tiga. It is also this moment. Zoro in the cultivation room suddenly opened his eyes, and the bright starlight flashed in his eyes, as if he had grabbed the tail of a comet, and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised upwards. At the same time, a burst of mysterious aura suddenly rose in his body. No one can tell whether it was the opportunity for Zoro to feel the transcendence of his vows, or whether his years of practice allowed him to gain corresponding rewards. In short, Zoro had a great success in his magical skills. So, is this the 10th sense of the small universe? A look that seemed to have realized everything appeared on Zoro's face. At this moment, he lost the 9th sense and merged with the universe, constantly drawing power from the universe. Instead, it is the absolute perception of the universe. His eyes seemed to see the past and future of the universe. Zoro knew very well that this was not what time system power he had mastered. But because of him, see through the cause and effect. With a flash, Zoro suddenly walked out of the Tiga and quickly came to the real universe. His every move seemed to be hidden in some truth. The endless stars turned into mysterious streams of light and turned in his eyes. Zoro, who entered the state, seemed to have become the god of this universe. So, is that why I haven't become cosmic yet? As if he was conscious, Zoro's gaze suddenly set in a certain direction, and the dazzling holy garment suddenly appeared on Zoro's body, providing him with powerful power. I saw him holding the word Hidao, which had been recast countless times by precious universe materials. One knife flow of mystery, Juhei, lion song. A slash that Zoro had never used for a long time suddenly left his body. Compared with his previous attacks that destroyed the world and the moon by destroying stars and surrounding them, this slash was extremely light, and it only burst into a meter-long light in the universe. Just like the sword Zoro cut out when he first mastered the swordsmanship. However, what happened next was enough to shock countless cosmic-level powerhouses. Just after Zoro's slight slash, the entire starry sky seemed to have been cut into the artery, and countless mysterious energy hidden deep in the universe seemed to have accumulated for a long time and finally found a place to discharge the flood, heading towards Zoro's. The body is infused. Under the pouring of various cosmic energy, Zoro's momentum is also rising. Then, without any turmoil, he became a first-level cosmic powerhouse. Everything seems to be natural, and it should be like this in the world. After becoming cosmic level, the cause and effect that Zoro could view was even larger, and the range of control was even greater. Nowadays, he is far more powerful than the average cosmic first level. Because of the power of cause and effect, there is no boundary in itself. Until this moment, Zoro's long silent heart finally began to jump excitedly. He raised the words Hidao in his hand, looked at his face reflected by the faint starlight on the tip of the knife, with deep eyes. Maybe, if I go all the way, I really may be resurrected, you might even be Tilda. Guina. The baptism of time did not make Zoro forget why he swung his sword. After completing the first step to transcend the universe, Zoro seemed to have seen his future towards a perfection. Cause and effect, time, space, life and death, matter, soul. Anilu is right, and Bergaponk is right. The universe itself is diverse, but because everyone observes different angles, it is different. Today's Zoro can completely control part of the power in this diverse universe with a purpose to achieve the future that he wants to achieve in his heart. I really want to thank Captain Kyle for all this. Zoro sighed again, and then his body began to fall down and return to the Tiga. But his feet had just stepped on the deck, and he was stunned for a moment, as he had seen the cause and effect. Then Zoro smiled and shook his head gently and said, "I didn't expect that I was not the first to break through to the cosmic level. It's really not to be underestimated, these bastards." Chapter 318 The Law of Devouring. At the same time, Kyle's voice suddenly appeared in Zoro's mind. "Zoro and Luffy, you two, come to the captain's room." Captain Kyle. Zoro was slightly stunned, and immediately realized that Captain Kyle must have learned that they had become cosmic. Yes. Just a few minutes before Zoro successfully broke through, Luffy, who was fighting against a cosmic-level powerful man, finally took that step and became a strong man of the universe. Unlike Zoro's way of understanding the universe and transcending the universe, Luffy's method of breakthrough is more pure, which is to simply use his body and energy to accumulate himself, so that his life can be recognized by the rules and obtain a new sublimation. As he walked, Zoro walked to the door of the captain's room. Luffy, who pushed open the glorious and majestic door and came directly from the training room on the space corridor, had been waiting for a long time. Zoro. Seeing the iconic green seaweed head, Luffy's eyes suddenly shone. "So you too." A momentum that belonged to a cosmic powerhouse suddenly rose on Luffy's body, and Zoro, who had just entered the door, was also unwilling to be outdone and exuded a mysterious aura. The two auras collided in the empty captain's room in an instant, but they hid it until it hid and suddenly disappeared. Zoro had a cold smile on his lips, and walked to Kyle and stood with Luffy. "Captain Kyle." He bowed slightly and greeted. Looking at the two generals in front of him, Kyle's eyes showed satisfaction and nodded at them. "Not bad. He was able to break through to the cosmic level in such a short time. He deserves to be the person I brought out and did not discredit the pirate world. We are still far behind those guys in the universe." Luffy was not proud of his breakthrough in realm. After all, over the years, there have been 20 or 30 cosmic-level powerful men defeated and even killed by their Captain Kyle. Among them are some guys in the middle and late stages of the universe. In front of Kyle, who has such strength, a temporary breakthrough really cannot mobilize the arrogance in their hearts. Zoro on the side also showed respect. Everything depends on Captain Kyle's cultivation. Along the way to this day, Zoro no longer knows how he will repay Kyle's cultivation grace. If he hadn't lost his way when he was in the East China Sea, he would not know what his life would be like. Haha. Kyle smiled indifferently for the two of them's completely different answers, but still praised. "You don't have to underestimate yourself. Although it is because of my power, it can break through to the cosmic level in decades. Your achievements are enough to stand out even by those at the top of this universe." This is not Kyle is praising his partner. Looking at the entire universe, which one of the cosmic-level powerful people has practiced for hundreds or even thousands of years. With the help of character cards and training rooms, Luffy and the others were able to break through to the cosmic level at their age. If such an experience is promoted, it will surely make them famous in the universe. However, with such an existence, Kyle's ship will soon spring up like mushrooms after a rain. Since Luffy and Zoro can successfully break through, it means that even if the remaining people are a little bit inferior to the two, they will definitely not fall too far behind. And this is also the reason why Kyle called the two of them over. Luffy, who received the praise, smiled foolishly. Although they are almost over 50 years old, they are still full of innocence and childlike fun. Luffy touched the back of his head and asked with a smile, "Captain Kyle, what's the matter with you calling us here this time?" "What's the matter?" Kyle tapped the table with one finger, and a smile that could not be stopped on his face. It is indeed hard to be unhappy that two happy events happen in a day. However, since he was going to talk about the main things next, he gradually put away his thoughts and suddenly waved his face on the table. The star map of the universe suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. At this time, Kyle smiled mysteriously and said inadvertently to the two of them, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you something." Seeing that the two of them immediately focused their eyes, Kyle slowly revealed. "Just not long before you two broke through, your captain, He also broke through to the 9th level of the universe. What? Kyle's words had just fallen, and Luffy had no reaction yet, but Zoro's eyes suddenly shone with excitement. The 9th level of the universe, will that mean? He couldn't help but hold his hands on the table and showed some inquiring and expecting gazes at Kyle. That's right. Before Zoro finished speaking, Kyle nodded and admitted, and said with a smile. We are about to have our own star field. Wow! Luffy, who was beside him, finally felt aware, but he obviously didn't think as much as Zoro, and just celebrated excitedly. So, we need to have our own territory. Captain Kyle, I want a planet that can continuously produce delicious food. Luffy immediately raised his hand and said, as if facing a teacher-student. Do you guys know how to eat in one day? Listening to Luffy's naive request, Zoro immediately looked helpless and sighed in his heart why he was surpassed by such a guy. Even the time to break through the universe level was a few minutes earlier than myself. But soon, Zoro adjusted his mindset, his eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he said to Kyle. So Captain Kyle, are we going to attack other star fields? Zoro has been living in the universe for so many years, the rules of Star Federation are naturally very clear. Every cosmic level 9th level can actively submit an application to the Star Federation. Then the Star Federation will designate a desolate star field and hand it over to this cosmic 9th level to develop, cultivate intelligent life, and then absorb the power of wishes. But that's just something that the conventional cosmic level 9th level does. In addition to this path, there is another path to take at the 9th level of the universe. That is to kill the Lord of the Star Domain in other star domains, directly replace his position, and occupy the entire star domain. And for so many years, their pirates have already occupied a large amount of territory in the 3 inter-border star fields, Mont, Ryan and Thea, and have established many bases. Naturally, they will not go to the desolate star field where they are unknown and then develop from scratch. So after hearing that Kyle was already at the 9th level of the universe, Zoro immediately realized. The war started by their dusk will come to the head of a certain unlucky star field lord. With a flash of thought, Zoro immediately put his hand on the long knife around his waist. So which galaxy did Captain Kyle choose? Kyle raised his eyes and smiled. Hearing Zoro ask this question, he immediately knew that Zoro had realized everything. Immediately he replied softly, of course it's our old friend, Lord Ryan. Ryan, Zoro repeated thoughtfully, then nodded with a sudden realization. Indeed. At present, the only one that suits them to occupy seems to be the Ryan star domain. On the Shia star domain, let alone the star domain Lord Bella, who had been very helpful to them before, was quite friendly. Just because the 3 sisters stood a World Master's father and a World Master's mother. They can't choose them without any interest. The most recent ones left are Mont and Ryan. Although the Monty star domain was the star domain where they were born, they knew very little about it. The unknown often represents danger and trouble. From this point of view, Ryan, who took the initiative to provoke the war but was beaten to pieces, would be best bullied. Thinking of this, Zoro immediately asked. Captain Kyle, we need to prepare further, after the others are promoted to the universe. No. Kyle waved his hand and interrupted Zoro's words, then grinned. The battle between the 9th level of the universe cannot be controlled by a few cosmic first level. I'll call you here this time, mainly because there are other things to tell you. Do you remember the big guy we met when we first came to the Ryan star domain? Just arrived at the Ryan star domain, Zoro and Luffy fell into a state of contemplation together. This time, Luffy was the first to recall. Captain Kyle, are you talking about the guy who kidnapped Ace? That's right. Kyle nodded with a smile. Do you still remember his race? The devouring race, a magical race that can keep growing stronger as long as it keeps devouring. Although I killed that guy before, I left his body behind and left it to Vegapunk and others for the experiment. Although the effect of the devouring clan clone using that guy's cells is not very good, it is far from my expectations. But in the experiment, Vegapunk made an unexpected gain. Next. Kyle waved his hand and threw out 2 syringes that stored mysterious substances. He continued to explain, "This is a mysterious substance extracted from that guy's body. Although the output is not large, it only looks like a dozen pieces, but it contains a powerful devouring law. Inject it into your body, and these substances will remain in your body until they are integrated with your body. At that time, you will also gain the power of the law of devouring. Although it's not as good as that big guy, I guess he should have the abilities that ordinary devouring tribes should have. It's a pity that this mysterious substance itself has its own devouring law. When it enters the bodies of other organisms, it will begin to swallow cells and nutrients uncontrollably. Only a cosmic-level powerful man who has transcended the laws of the universe can be injected safely." The law of devouring. Zoro and Luffy took the syringe thrown by Kyle, and then they looked at each other and saw different expressions from each other's eyes. For Luffy, this way of cultivation that can become stronger by eating is simply the ability he has always dreamed of, and he has long wanted to have it. The devouring law that Kyle took out now is exactly what he wants. However, Zoro had a little hesitation in his eyes at this moment. They are not unfamiliar with the power of law, and they have already come into contact with it. The rules system, one of the four major types of civilization systems in the universe, is actually a kind of power that uses the power of laws, but it is called differently. But just like an ordinary junior high school student, he can easily say, 3 strands and 4 strings must be 5, but he cannot prove how this theorem is proved. The devil fruit, or other rules-cited power, is actually just a simple way to utilize the power of the law. After reaching the cosmic level, the power of the law will become more clearly visible in front of them, and will no longer be so mysterious and unsolvable. Just as Zoro cut off the cause and effect that he could not advance before, it was actually a kind of application of the power of the law. But for Zoro, he had already set up his future path. The power of this devouring law is not very compatible with him. Especially after learning that the amount of this reagent was limited, Zoro holding the reagent hesitated. "Captain Kyle, my cultivation path doesn't seem to require much assistance from the law of devouring. This reagent should be left to those in need." As he said that, Zoro was going to return the potion in his hand to Kyle. But Kyle directly refused and explained. No. Zoro, you haven't realized the seriousness of the problem yet. The law of devouring is just an opportunity. Did you forget that we were born? Zoro was suddenly stopped by Kyle's words, revealing an unknown look. Ha. Seeing this scene, Kyle no longer sucked his appetite and said directly. This is the devouring law of the devouring clan that only cosmic-level powerful people can suppress. Don't treat it as a simple devouring power like a devouring fruit. Swallowing is both invasion and merger. It can not only devour all matter and turn it into nutrients that strengthen itself, but also plunder other powers and turn it into its own possession. If I guess correctly, you should want to pursue the power of laws such as cause and effect, time, life and death, right? Yes. Zoro nodded immediately and replied. Kyle asked directly, so, do you have a clue now? This, Zoro, who had just advanced to the cosmic level, had no time to think so much, and he immediately shook his head hesitantly. Seeing this, Kyle immediately showed the playful smile that I expected and said. Zoro, don't forget, we are the indigenous people of the pirate world. And the specialty of the pirate world is the devil fruit. Although the power of the small universe can indeed support you to go further, occasionally you should look back and look at those inconspicuous details. You know, the devil fruit is the product of the law. Although it's extremely slight, if you're confused by the laws you want to practice at this time, why not put down your posture and look back at the devil fruit you abandoned from your memory? While speaking, Kyle suddenly took out 2 clones of demon fruit from the dimensional space. One is a lucky fruit with traces of the law of cause and effect. One is a fruit of time with trace law of time. Chapter 319 Funny characters are the strongest. The devil fruit clone is obviously nothing new in the Twilight Pirates. Especially after Kyle collected a certain universe secret technique that could freely change the fruit ability, almost all the combat members at Dusk have eaten fruit ability that match their combat style. After seeing the lucky fruits and time fruits that Kyle took out one after another, the hesitation on Zoro's face faded instantly, and he became shocked and joyful. "Captain Kyle, you mean?" He suddenly moved forward excitedly, with excitement emitting a stream of excitement in his eyes. "That's right." Kyle nodded and smiled. "The power of the devouring law can allow you to quickly absorb all devoured objects, and will not damage your own abilities. After using the law of devouring, although the devil fruit you swallow will not give you the power, it can allow you to quickly refine and master the laws contained in the devil fruit. I think this should not be difficult for you who have become cosmic level. In this way, if you want to condense that law, you can find the corresponding devil fruits, and then find the scientific research department to help you clone them in large quantities for your use. Let you be one step ahead in cosmic cultivation." Quote. "I see." Hearing Kyle's explanation, Zoro's mouth suddenly raised his head with a joyful smile. Immediately, he directly held the syringe in his hand and stabbed it in his chest like Luffy. As the mysterious substance began to flow in his body, Zoro suddenly felt a monster-like existence appearing in his body and began to swallow his body. However, it is already a cosmic body, how could this small mysterious substance be swallowed up? In the end, the mysterious substance that had no choice but to do with Zoro's body chose another way, dispersed into countless pieces, wandered around Zoro's body, and symbiosis with Zoro. At the same time, a mysterious feeling suddenly surged into Zoro's heart. He understood that now he had successfully mastered the power called devouring. Next, choose the laws you want to practice. Without any hesitation, Zoro directly chose the lucky fruit, a devil fruit that can refine the law of cause and effect. Because this is the power that is most in line with his 10th sense in the small universe at present. Although laws such as time, life, and death may allow him to find a way to resurrect Guina, this is obviously not something he should pursue now. After Captain Kyle defeats Ryan and occupies this star field, there will inevitably be some nobles or officials in the original Ryan star field that will join. It's in the evening. There will definitely be many cosmic-level powerful people among them. In order not to be squeezed behind the team by the sudden cosmic level at that time, the most important thing for them now is to improve their own strength. After Zoro made a choice, Luffy quickly made a decision. But his choice was a bit beyond Kyle's expectations. What he chose was a devil fruit that had nothing to do with fighting. Childish Fun Fruit. A fruit ability that is completely biased towards the rule side. Its function is to turn people or creatures without resistance into obedient toys and let the world forget them. In the past few decades, as a provider of the bloodline factor of the child's fun fruit, Kayotang has long been awakened to the ability of the child's fun fruit. Like the ordinary superhuman system, the awakening ability of this fruit is to assimilate the surrounding environment and turn it into a place like a fairy tale world, with a sweet style. After reaching the stellar rating, Sugar once conducted a test. With all his strength, he directly turned the entire planet into a fairy tale world. However, in this world, all combat methods will be invalidated, which will only produce collision effects but will not cause any damage. It can be said that after using this awakening ability, the sugar that was originally loaded with the Trive Tornado character card immediately turned into a doll that would blow strong winds, without any harm. Therefore, this awakening power was sealed by Sugar and will not be mentioned anymore. This ability is not without advantages, but there are too few opportunities to use it. With better choices, no one will choose such a fruit ability. And when Kyle has a large number of low-level character cards, the Twilight Pirates do not need the ability of Child Fun Fruit to create any toy soldiers or slaves for them. This directly turns the childlike fruit into a useless existence. However, after Luffy obtained the law of devouring, the first thing he wanted to swallow was the childlike fruit, which was really unexpected. After hearing Luffy's proposal, Zoro, who was standing next to him, immediately cast a curious look at him and asked, "Children's fruit, why choose this? The power of laws it contains seems to be of no help to combat." The ability of the childlike fruit is also relatively complex, so it naturally contains more kinds of law power than other devil fruits. For example, the law of forgetting, transformation, or the special law formed by the mixing of simple laws. But no matter which one it is, it doesn't seem to be suitable for Luffy now. However, after facing Zoro's question, Luffy immediately showed a look of rightful expression and asked back. Why doesn't it match? Isn't the fairy tale world that can be created after the awakening of the childlike fruit just in line with my Nika fruit abilities? What's more, didn't Captain Kyle say it too? Funny characters are the strongest. While speaking, Luffy suddenly showed the Nika form that he was already skilled in his heart. He took out a sunglasses from somewhere, and then put them on his face casually, making a proud look. Zoro was suddenly stunned by Luffy's words. Funny characters are the strongest. Was Captain Kyle a joke during the banquet? Zoro frowned. On the one hand, he didn't believe that Luffy would be aimless and chose a childlike fruit that was completely inseparable from them. On the other hand, he believed in Luffy's intuition and did not think that he would choose a devil fruit that was useless to him to absorb. After all, I know. Next, Captain Kyle must want to use a lot of resources to produce devil fruit clones in all aspects for them at the cosmic level to help them improve their strength faster. With a flash of thought, Zoro turned his gaze to Kyle again, ready to hear what Captain Kyle said. After hearing that Luffy wanted to choose the childlike fruit, even Kyle was slightly stunned. However, after Luffy finished explaining, he inexplicably felt that this was the most suitable choice for Luffy. Funny characters are the strongest, and this sentence was indeed just something he said casually at that time. But if you think about it carefully, it may not be really just a joke or a joke. After all, if this joke can be brought up, it must have its reasons. The awakening of the childlike fruit can turn the surroundings into a fairy tale world. To a certain extent, this is not a change of dimension. Compared to things that exist in the material world such as the world and planets turning into lines, glutinous rice cakes. The awakening of the childlike fruit is obviously even more special. Special childlike fun plus special Nika. Perhaps, Luffy can create a graceful fighting style that pulls enemies into his familiar style and then defeats them with rich experience. The awakened world cannot be hurt, but it does not mean that the enemy cannot be defeated. Luffy's Nika power even took out a sunglasses with casual grabbing from behind, which naturally allowed him to take out some strange things. Then you will become a funny character. Who is Luffy's opponent? Even Kyle himself seemed to have no better way than to break through Luffy's laws with absolute power. Not to mention those who were of the same class as Luffy. Thinking of this, Kyle nodded immediately and agreed. Indeed, the awakening ability of the childlike fruit is to turn the world into a fairy tale. With Luffy's power of Nika, maybe it can really collide with something extraordinary. Spark. Hearing this, Luffy immediately smiled proudly at Zoro. Look, I just said that my choice will never go wrong. Is that true? Although I still couldn't understand, since Captain Kyle said so, Zoro naturally wouldn't say anything more. Next, Kyle issued an order to Vegapunk in front of the two, asking him to send some scientific researchers to connect with Luffy and Zoro. On the one hand, they are equipped with enough devil fruits, and on the other hand, they are also recorded their changes at any time to provide more experience for later generations. A few months later. As Kyle guessed, the third cosmic powerhouse was born on Tiga. But this is the ancestor of a family that Kyle conquered in the star domain after entering the starry sky, and is probably over 2,000 years old. Because it was useless to stay in the family, I became a combatant on the Tiga and became the captain of the third team with the strength of the peak star. Now, he finally guarded the clouds and saw the moon bright, and went further and became a higher level of life. In the following years, the entire Twilight Pirates seemed to have entered a specific celebration period. The captains of the team, who were originally stuck in the peak of the star level for unknown periods, also began to advance one after another. It is worth mentioning that those guys who have followed Kyle from the pirate world. Powerful people such as Whitebeard, Ace, Enelu, Clockdell, Moria, Hancock, Dover, etc. seemed to be favored by the creation god, and they all advanced successfully. And many new faces appeared. Dasky, who first followed Kyle, Sanji, who came with Luffy as a dowry, Drake, the head of the security issues on the Tiga, and Kebi, the captain of the cleaning team. Under the baptism of time, the talents of these guys also began to shine brilliantly. Although it is not as good as Luffy, Zoro and others, it is only slightly inferior, which makes the Twilight Pirates, which were originally lacking in cosmic-level powerhouses, suddenly add nearly 100 cosmic-level powerhouses. Although they are all only first level and are not high-end combat power. But this is just the beginning. Because in the next time, the nearly 1 million crew members on the Tiga will continue to emerge. If only in terms of the number, in 10 years, Kyle is confident that the number of their cosmic-level strong men will exceed 3,000. This is definitely a terrifying number even in the eyes of the masters of various star fields. Before that, Kyle has to do something more bold. That's with the power of entering the 9th level of the universe, defeat Ryan, who has been at the peak of the universe for a long time. Captain Kyle, welcome. Please dock the starship in the NINK 111 area. Because you need to wait for other generals to arrive, the time of the meeting is still unknown. Please wait for a while with your subordinates. Ryan Star Domain, near the main planet. A special voice suddenly appeared on the signal receiver of the Tiga. The helmsman who received this command immediately reported it to the ship Elf Tiga, and then guided him to dock at the docking device provided by the Ryan Star Domain government. Today is the day of the long-lost general meeting in Ryan Star Field. All cosmic-level powerhouses in the entire star field must return to the main planet to participate in this meeting. Because of the war, they had not held such a full staff meeting for a long time. But with the successful implementation of Ryan's cake dividing plan, a isolation belt composed of other star fields successfully appeared between them and the Monty Star Domain, which made the Monty Star Domain dare not make arbitrage easily. Of course, the more important reason is that since 10 years ago, their territory has been constantly attacked by unknown enemies, so they have to transfer the troops entering the Ryan Star Domain to guard the local forces. People in the Monty Star Field are not fools. Although Kyle fights every time he acts, he is known to the Ryan Star Domain. Anyone with a discerning eye will know. That is definitely a disguised action taken by people from other star fields to take advantage of the situation. Ryan Xingyu also feels the same in this regard. It was just because Kyle's actions were too sudden. After occupying the galaxy, he stayed for a while and left immediately. At most he took away some special resources. When Monty and Ryan sent people there, they only got an unoccupied galaxy. However, how could the top leaders of Mont and Ryan know? The galaxy they occupied again had actually become the shape of Kyle. Not only did all members load the character cards and become 100% Twilight people, but they also handed over all the resources useful to Twilight to the Tiga. At a stage where the number of cosmic levels is insufficient, this is the only thing Kyle and the others can do. But it won't take long before such a thing will happen again. Because Kyle and the others have obtained the qualification to walk openly in this starry sky. What Kyle wants to attend this meeting is to make the entire Ryan Star Domain, even the nearby star fields, know that they have obtained this qualification at dusk. Chapter 320. Please give up your seat. Because they have to wait for other cosmic levels to return to the main planet of the Ryan Star Domain one after another, Kyle and his team will live on the main planet for a while, waiting for the expiration of their personnel. In the vast universe, especially in the powerful cosmic level, the concept of time has become very vague. After all, everyone is an old monster who has lived for at least hundreds or thousands of years. As the final lifespan is extended, some situations are nothing. Therefore, it often takes several years to organize a meeting of this size in the star field from planning to execution. This is something that is accustomed to in the universe. However, because the Ryan Star Domain is still in the war, its action power is much higher than usual. After receiving the notification from Ryan, all cosmic levels immediately rushed towards the main planet at the fastest speed. That's all. It was only half a year before Kyle arrived on the main planet, and the meeting finally started as scheduled. Ryan Star Domain, main planet. The most important is the command center of the highest power of the Ryan Star Domain and the residence of the Lord of the Star Domain. This planet can no longer be called a planet. It is completely an office space for Ryan's star domain management. So on this planet, it is even difficult for you to see life forms below the stellar rating. Even if a maid who serves tea and water here is still a star-level foundation. Today, this planet ushered in an even more terrifying moment. When the entire cosmic level of the entire Ryan star domain arrived here, the entire planet and even the entire galaxy seemed to have been suspended for time, and even the air became solidified. Thousands of cosmic-level powerhouses, even the momentum emitted by inadvertently, are enough to shock the universe. This is also the main reason why Ryan dared to choose the Monty star domain. However, what he didn't expect was, although the Monty star domain is inferior to their Ryan star domain in terms of high-end combat power and military strength, Monty has secretly cultivated a large number of strong men on the side of the rules. There are many cosmic levels among them. When facing Ryan Xingyu's relatively single core of the sect, Monty was always able to send troops that just restrained them and defeat their troops. After experiencing the war in the past few decades, Ryan also found out from other star fields. It turns out that beside Monty, there is actually a cosmic 8th level powerful man who practices the power of cause and effect. The power of cause and effect can be said to be one of the few difficult to practice among all laws. And in battles of the same level, the combat power of cause and effect is obviously not as good as the power of other laws, so in Ryan Star, it is rare to see strong people who will touch this aspect. But Ryan never expected that the role of the power of cause and effect in war would be so powerful. The cosmic 8th level powerful man helped the Monty Legion complete the deployment of troops before he even left the main planet of the Monty Star domain. He even dispersed his causal power to the front line, helping those war auxiliary personnel with star-level and even planetary abilities such as predictors and causal-related abilities in the Monty star domain to make more accurate calculations and predictions. Over the long run, the Ryan star domain has not only been defeated repeatedly in large-scale battles, but also rarely has the opportunity to beat Monty in small-scale battles. That's why they were defeated so thoroughly, and even the invaders were invaded. Now Ryan is also aware of his cognitive mistakes. At the meeting, he was planning to take advantage of the current division of the front line, replan the cultivation system of the Ryan star domain, and cultivate his own causal and effect powerhouses as soon as possible. Although this is considered a temporary cram, if they don't hug them, their Ryan star domain will really be swallowed by other star domains. This tough battle directly defeated the galaxy in the Ryan star domain by 1/5. Fortunately, most of the lost galaxies were occupied by forces outside Monty. He has signed a treaty with these forces, and thousands of years later, these galaxies will be returned to Ryan by Yuanshu. After all, although they suffered a defeat in Monty, if you look at the surrounding star domain, in addition to Shia, who has a huge backer behind them, the strongest one is also the Ryan star domain. They just picked the wrong opponent and underestimated Monty. Of course, after a war, the Monty star domain's reputation in the surrounding star domain became completely popular. Stepping on the giant's head and upward. Nowadays, Monty is the strongest star field recognized by everyone. It's really spectacular. Kyle, who brought Luffy and Zoro to attend the meeting, flew around the main planet for most of the time and finally found his own attendee seat. Although he is not from the Ryan star domain, because of his cosmic, 8th level strength and his tacit cooperation, he helped Ryan drive away many troops in the Mont star domain. He was considered a special guest identity, attended the meeting. I have to say that although this guy Ryan only knows how to be reckless in war, he really opened Kyle's eyes when it comes to showing off and enjoying it. He thought that this meeting would be called somewhere inside the planet Open. After all, this planet is hundreds of times larger than the size of the pirate world. In addition, it can freely control the size of the body after the cosmic level, and the space is very abundant. But even during this period, this guy, Ryan, still used precious materials to create a large number of magnificent divine court thrones on the gravitational orbit of the main planet for the participants to use. With the tumultuous stars as the background of the meeting, the boundless universe is used as the room for the meeting. This should be the highest end meeting scene Kyle has seen in so many years. Remember it, after I turn around and become the Lord of the Star Domain, I will set up a conference site that is even higher than this. After sitting down, Kyle secretly planned in his heart. As for Zoro and Luffy who accompanied him, although they were also cosmic, because they were not on the list of the conference, they could only stand behind Kyle. However, the two of them didn't care about this. After all, they were not really here to have a meeting today. As all the participants found their respective seats, they began to move slowly along with the orbit of the main planet. At their feet is the magnificent scene of the most beautiful planet in the Ryan star field. However, not many people present were in the mood to appreciate such a scene. For them, they are the failure side. Today's meeting is actually a summary of the reasons for their failure and a repentance. As for the grand meeting scene, they have long been used to it. Since Ryan just became the Lord of the Star Domain and was said to be too old-fashioned and not at all. Ryan found a special staff to design such a conference site located outside the planet. However, these are all from the old almanac thousands of years ago. Just when everyone's minds are different and they forget each other without saying a word. A powerful force of chi and blood suddenly came to the top of everyone's heads like countless planets. After all, the peak period is the peak period. Even Kyle, who was already at the 9th level, was a little surprised by Ryan's powerful aura at this moment. This is definitely the most powerful force he felt after entering the universe. Are you worthy of being the top physical cultivation sect in the universe? This feeling is not comparable to Bella's side. Kyle immediately murmured slightly and sighed softly. At the same time, this also makes us look forward to what will happen next. On the other side, Ryan did not retract his momentum, but appeared directly at the front of the open conference room in a state of suppressing everyone. Everyone. A rough, mixed, hoarse but very thick voice suddenly appeared in this universe. We failed in the war against Monty. Unlike this spectacular conference scene, Ryan, who had just appeared, did not have a gorgeous opening remark, nor any regret or sigh, but instead declared to everyone in a very calm way that this should have been a shame. After Ryan's voice fell, everyone present felt a sense of loss. But then, Ryan continued. But, I don't think this is a bad thing. This war is just the beginning of our Ryan star domain conquering the universe. Maybe in the war, we did lose a lot, but the same we also gain a lot. Our outstanding opponents have successfully made us realize our shortcomings. Tactics, prophecies, rules, formations. We have seen so much in Monty. And it was precisely because of these forces that we did not value before that Monty defeated us with an army of only our average number. It's okay. It's not too late for us to fail. From today, the Ryan star domain will reduce the research and development of physical strength, and save funds and resources, and I will invest it in those forces we have never had. Next, if any of you discovers a talent with outstanding talents outside of physical skills, you can send his information to me. I will set up a new department to support the growth of these geniuses. Although Ryan looks unpretentious, he looks like he is not very wise. But when making a decision, it was unexpectedly neat. After realizing the gap between them and Monty, he actually issued a double sanction and transformed the Ryan star field. Based on his point alone, it is enough to see that Ryan really hopes to make progress. Unfortunately, it was too late to make this decision. Mr. Ryan, can I recommend it now? I have an extremely suitable candidate here. At this moment, a cheerful voice suddenly appeared, interrupting the meeting chaired by Ryan. Hearing this voice, Ryan felt anger in his heart as he felt that His Majesty was being provoked. But then, he quickly suppressed the fire. After all, being able to recommend someone so quickly shows that the feasibility of their policy is still very high. However, when he noticed the identity of the speaker, his face became shocked again. Kyle. For the rare cosmic 8th level, Ryan certainly would not forget Kyle's appearance and instantly recognized his identity. That's right, it's me. Kyle slowly stood up from the throne and cast a smile on Ryan. Ryan frowned slightly, not understanding what this guy who is actually from the star domain of the sea, wanted to do. Although he did invite Kyle to attend this meeting, he actually didn't attach much importance to Kyle. Even the arrangement is relatively backward. This also caused a considerable distance between Kyle and Ryan. Both of them stood in the void and looked at each other. Kyle chuckled, suddenly reached out to signal, and directed everyone's eyes to Zoro beside him. "Mr. Ryan, please see. My subordinate is practicing the law of cause and effect. I wonder if he can get to the eyes of adults." While speaking, Zoro cooperated with his short-term success. A mysterious aura suddenly spread throughout the conference site. At the same time, Zorona's cosmic second-level strength was clearly shown in front of everyone. Yes. Cosmic level 2. Just a while ago, about a month before Kyle and his friends arrived on the main planet, with the cooperation of the Devouring Law and the Devil Fruit, Zoro and Luffy quickly condensed it by absorbing the power of the Law and the Devil Fruit. Turn into one's own strength. Finally, less than 2 years after being promoted to the universe level, he became a second-level strongman in the universe level. The growth rate was even faster than Kyle's promotion at that time. There is no way, who told him to cheat the crew? After feeling the extremely rare power of laws in Zoro's star field, Ryan's eyes suddenly lit up. Nothing wrong. That's the feeling. This is the power of cause and effect that these reckless men rarely get involved. Although a cosmic second-level causal law holder cannot play as much role as the one in the Monty Star domain, it is enough to affect the trend of a war. Even if it is only the second level of the universe, it may be enough to interfere with the battlefield in the Monty Star domain. The reason for their failure is not that they are weaker than the other party in the control of Kimon's extraordinary skills, but because they don't know the strange skills at all. Now, with Zoro's joining, their Ryan Star domain can quickly get out of the sadness of defeat and prepare for the next Star domain battle. Unexpectedly, the power I begged for was actually within the Ryan Star domain. Ryan's mouth raised greatly, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. He laughed and said to Kyle, "Very good. I didn't expect that there was such a good general under His Excellency Kyle. You deserve a great reward. I wonder what kind of rewards Mr. Kyle wants tilde." While Ryan laughed happily, he did not forget the identity of someone outside Kyle. Now because of Zoro's existence, he already wants to completely tie Kyle to his star field. So this time, he was ready for heavy bleeding. But Ryan never expected that Kyle's answer would be, "Thank you, Lord Ryan, for the reward. Since that's the case, please give up the position of the Lord of the Star Domain to me." Chapter 321 Full State. As Kyle finished speaking, the entire starry sky suddenly fell into an extremely unusual state of quietness. Ryan's face, who was smiling, suddenly changed, and his gloomy eyes rushed straight towards Kyle like surging flames. "What did you say?" A surging aura suddenly rose all over Ryan. In an instant, the entire galaxy seemed to have fallen into boundless hell. The burning of karma fire and the coldness of extreme ice act in this space at the same time. As the peak of the universe, even a little bit of anger is enough to make the cosmic level powerful people present tremble. However, facing Ryan's anger, Kyle just smiled lightly. "What? Didn't Lord Ryan say he wanted to reward me? Can you go back on your word?" At the same time, a momentum that was no less than Ryan suddenly surged out of Kyle's body, sweeping through several surrounding galaxies like storm. In the blink of an eye, the originally quiet and peaceful universe turned into a terrifying hell on Earth. Countless planets were instantly crushed into powder under the collision of the auras of the two sides. Fortunately, the life planets located near the main planet are not ordinary people. Seeing that the situation is not good, they immediately opened the energy shield, which avoided death under the impact of Kyle and the others. After feeling the aura on Kyle's body, Ryan suddenly widened his eyes. "Cosmic level 9 level. You broke through?" he asked in a reprimand. "That's right." Kyle grinned. 2 years ago, I luckily broke through to the 9th level. "So you're just eyeing the position of the Lord of the Star Domain." After learning that Kyle had become the 9th level of the universe, Ryan's anger dropped a little. Perhaps he subconsciously felt that the cosmic level 9th level was already qualified to offend him. But being qualified does not mean that he will let Kyle spread on his territory wild. Lyle suddenly said regretfully. It seems that I'm thinking too much. I thought our previous cooperation was very pleasant, and I planned to treat you as my own. What a petite's really a pity. Bang! A violent heartbeat suddenly sounded in the starry sky. Immediately afterwards. Bang! 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 The successive vibrations covered up all the sounds. Under the shocked gaze of cosmic powerhouses, Ryan's body instantly turned red, like burning magma, and the hot blood turned into red lines, expanding in his body. As the heart beat violently again and again, Ryan's body also grew bigger quickly. In the blink of an eye, he became a huge beast wearing blood-colored armor. Damn it! Isn't this Red Lotus Godzilla? Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar feeling in front of him, Kyle suddenly felt surprised. But soon, the shock of the participants around him answered his doubts. Yes, it's Lord Ryan's unique skill, Blood Beast armed. A strong man who looked gentle but was a cosmic 7th level strong man suddenly shouted loudly. But another cosmic level instantly showed a look of fear, and his figure quickly retreated. While retreating, he shouted and directed. No, Lord Ryan is serious. Hurry and take the surrounding planets away from this galaxy. The battle between cosmic-level powerful men is enough to destroy several surrounding galaxies with just one impact. Not to mention, it is a battle between the peak of the universe and the 9th level of the universe. Although there are still many people in a state of confusion, there are also many sober people. This is the most central area of the Ryan star domain, and it can be said that this is the capital of the Ryan star domain. Even the value of these nearby planets is enough to catch up to 1/10 of the entire Ryan star domain. If this place is destroyed by the aftermath of the battle, the loss will be a bit too serious. Fortunately, as a cosmic level, it is as easy to move a planet as eating and drinking water. And here, there are thousands of cosmic people gathered. Although there are many people in a state of confusion, there are also many sober people. Soon they mobilized and walked towards the distance with the nearby planets. It was seen that Ryan did not attack on purpose. After giving his subordinates time to transfer their star domain property, Kyle also said to Luffy and Zoro behind him. You two, go to the side first. The next battle is not something you can get close to. Yes. Although Luffy and the others were unwilling to accept it, they immediately responded and withdrew from the battlefield sensibly. Not long after, only Ryan and Kyle, who turned into giant monsters, were left in the entire starry sky. After everyone was exposed, Ryan, who turned into a giant beast, felt as if his heart had received a round of baptism and spoke again. Boy, I have just been promoted to the 9th level and mastered mysterious and powerful wishes, so I feel a little arrogant and conceited. I can understand these states of mind, after all, I came here like this. However, at the beginning of the 9th level, I tried to challenge me at the peak. You are no longer arrogant. But you are ignorant. And ignorant. You still have a chance now. Join forces with me. Help me conquer several surrounding star fields, and then I will actively recommend it to Star Federation to help you apply for a better wasteland to develop. Ryan, who was eager to love, once again offered an olive branch to Kyle. But the result is already destined. Forgive it. Kyle smiled slightly, thanks to Lord Ryan to respect me. But in this star field, I still feel that what I earn is more delicious. Ha 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 ha. Okay. After being rejected by Kyle again, Ryan suddenly laughed without being angry. Although I'm very stupid, I'm a bit like I used to be. It seems that the relationship between you and Bella should not be that pure. It's a pity that you are still too impatient. Just like me back then. I actually want to compete with my 9th level peak with my strength at the 9th level. As if he saw his own shadow on Kyle, the huge monster shook his head gently and revealed again. Don't worry, boy, I won't kill you. After losing this battle, follow me obediently. After I step into the realm of the Domain Lord, I can give you this Ryan Star domain. Stop drawing, really can't eat it. Hearing Ryan's invitation to him for the 3rd time, Kyle finally understood why the number of cosmic-level powerful men under this guy was twice as high as that of other star fields. If I were really a little rookie, who had just entered the 9th level, I might have been attracted by the cake drawn by Ryan, who said that the School of Physical Cultivation will not use its brains. But, sorry, Lord Ryan. It's not that the conditions you proposed are not cost-effective, but I have been enduring carefully for decades since I entered the universe. Finally, I had a happy opportunity. My heart was not able to retreat so easily. What's more, who told you I'm just entering the 9th level? Boom. The terrifying domineering aura suddenly gushed out of Kyle's body. This is from the pirates. The skills of the world have now become the standard skill for Kyle's combat show-off. At the same time, he directly drove his full power and began to command the power he had. But this scene directly shocked Ryan on the opposite side. Thisho, is this possible? Ryan suddenly widened his eyes, and his huge scarlet beast eyes looked at Kyle's body incredibly. In the special perception that he only possessed after he became the 9th level of the universe. I saw countless wishes like rushing rivers surged from all directions of the universe and poured into Kyle's body. Let his strength begin to rise steadily. First enter the 9th level, the middle stage of the 9th level, the late stage of the 9th level. In a few seconds, Kyle's power actually reached a level second only to him. Although it is not yet peak. But when I think of him being just an 8th level existence a few years ago, this matter suddenly became strange. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ryan only felt that there seemed to be a crack in his hard will. But a few years ago, he personally used secret techniques to explore Kyle's strength, which is the absolutely correct cosmic 8th level. As the Lord of the Star Domain, he has a special secret method to control the star domain given by the Star Federation. He cannot let a cosmic 9th level guy run rampant under his nose. What's more important is, Ryan focused his eyes on the thick torrents of wishes on Kyle's body, and then looked at his body as thin as silk, which was completely based on the number of wishes on his body. For a moment, he seemed to be a fake cosmic 9th level. This is unscientific. According to his cognition, based on the manifestation of Kyle's will, at least thousands of intelligent creatures with large-scale planets are willing to contribute 100% of their faith to Kyle. And those slightly inferior but equally stout and extremely stout roads of vows were immediately recognized, which was a manifestation of the cosmic contribution of vows. There are also 2 or 3 on him. But in Kyle, he actually saw hundreds of such a path of light of wishes. With such a strong will, I guess Kyle will be able to break through the domain master level soon with some time to develop. How come your practice and mine are different? Ryan couldn't figure it out. But at this time, Kyle directly entered the battle form. The reincarnation I evolved from the Yuju skill and the reincarnation I evolved from the white eyes appeared in Kyle's pupils, one left and one right. As his breathing frequency suddenly changed, the stars in the nearby universe received some wonderful power attraction, and suddenly poured energy into Kyle's body. The breath of the sun, the ultimate form, the breath of the stars. Kyle can be used to absorb the surrounding cosmic energy and turn it into his own power for combat. The advanced edition of the White Dragon destroying magic, the power of the Holy White Dragon. Immediately afterwards, the Fire Dragon destroying magic, the Fire Dragon destroying magic, the Fire Dragon King mode. The moves from the Smart Stone Man, Rock Skin, Yuki from Tokyo Fudi Donka Kirishima, and the Shinkong Kun Thor battle form from the Black Cat Yiki of the Death God. Several forms or buff moves were fully unfolded by Kyle in an instant. And these moves have been upgraded to the current highest level by Kyle using system props, and they have very powerful combat power even in the cosmic level. In a blink of an eye, Kyle became a humanoid monster with scarlet blood wings and covered with hot lava armor. In the cracks of the lava armor, incandescent light burst into rapid invasion, turning into a larger dragon wing, covering the blood-colored feathers. The two forces blended with each other, and soon formed a pair of brand new dark red wings. Endless lightning shines around it. Kyle, who completely released all his strength for the first time, greedily used the promotion skill of Sun's breath to absorb the energy in the universe and felt this unprecedented powerful force. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Ryan, who was a little stunned. Kyle suddenly smiled and said, "So Lord Ryan, the battle, it's begun." Whoosh! Without any gap, Kyle's figure suddenly disappeared within Ryan's perception range. It appeared silently behind him. It is a stealth technique from World of Warcraft. After being promoted to the top level by Kyle, even a strong man at the cosmic level could easily skew. "Where are you looking at? Lord Ryan?" Boom! Kyle punched out, and the majestic flames and light converged into the light and shadow of a giant dragon, and suddenly rushed fiercely towards the back of Ryan's ferocious beast. Forehead. Ryan, who had not reacted, suddenly let out a painful moan, and his whole body was knocked out by the dragon. But this punch did not cause much damage to him, but instead woke Ryan up from the shock. The ferocious beast turned around, staring at Kyle with huge eyes. "Although I don't know where you came from. But one thing I have to admit is that now I must regard you as an opponent of the same level." Obviously, under Kyle's operation, his danger level in Ryan's eyes rose sharply. A hot thread suddenly burst out from the bloody armor covering his body. The light, Ryan's ferocious beast's body suddenly began to flow vigorously like a volcano coming. I saw him open the huge mouth of the abyss, and there was no time to prepare. He was facing Kyle and directly penetrated the sky universe. Wherever you pass along the way, time and space suddenly twisted, as if it was directly erased from the map by this energy beam, leaving behind a deep and terrifying narrow black hole. Is this the power of the peak of the universe? Seeing this scene, Kyle immediately smacked his tongue. Fortunately, he didn't give in, so he went straight to the point where he came up, otherwise he might not have been able to avoid Ryan's move that erased time and space. Without any hesitation, Kyle, who had already prepared, moved in an instant, but the whole person came behind Ryan again. With such superb flexibility, he always feels like a waste if he doesn't perform backstabs or something. Swish! Two pairs of huge blood-like dragon wings suddenly opened and became larger, and their scale surpassed Ryan's body in the blink of an eye, and they could accommodate the entire planet. "Come and try this trick." Kyle continued to tilt the corners of his mouth. The next moment, countless blood-colored light sources shot out endlessly from Kyle's wings like bullets, aiming at the strange scales and lava blood vessels behind Ryan, and stabbed them ruthlessly. Boom 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 boom. The fleece bullets that pierced into Ryan's body suddenly exploded, emitting terrifying flames and lightning power, instantly covering Ryan's entire body. The two sides have just fought, but Ryan, as a veteran strong man in the universe, has been hit twice by Kyle. If this matter is spread, it is estimated that few people in the cosmic level of the surrounding star domain will choose to believe it. Chapter 322 Domain. Rumble. A violent vibration suddenly came from the entire starry sky. After the energy of light subsided, the power of thunder and flame instantly poured into Ryan's huge body along the blood mark, and then exploded with a bang. In an instant, the originally chaotic and dark starry sky seemed to have suffered a big bang, becoming extremely hot and as bright as day. Thinho is that guy. In the distant viewing position, a group of late-stage cosmic powerhouses who could barely open their eyes suddenly showed shocked expressions, looking at Kyle, who caused damage to Ryan one after another, showing a look of confusion. Ah! After being hit by Kyle again, Ryan also let out a painful scream. But the next moment, his body seemed to have been touched by some mechanism. Blood suddenly gushed out from his body like a roaring tsunami, and soon covered the power of thunder flame. "Kyle, you forced me." After realizing that Kyle was not an ordinary 9th level of cosmic level, Ryan completely gave up the idea of recruiting him and began to use his cosmic skills with all his strength. What he practiced was a physical practice by constantly sucking the blood of ferocious beasts and storing their energy in his body. This type of exercise is simple and crude, but it takes slow results, and can only be regarded as a conventional exercise in the universe. But Ryan has reached his current position with his ordinary skills. Along the way, it can be seen how much blood and sweat he has paid and how many opportunities he has encountered. The light in the sky was suddenly covered with blood, and the universe fell into chaos and darkness again, with only a few scattered lights shining from the depths of the universe. Ryan, wrapped in blood, once again expanded in size. The giant beast, which was already comparable to the size of a conventional planet, quickly became a huge ferocious beast comparable to a star. It was not so appropriate to describe it as covering the sky and the sun. Kyle, who was only the size of a normal human, was like an invisible dust in front of him. Kyle tilde. The rumbling sound was heard throughout the universe. At this moment, all living creatures couldn't help but raise their heads and turn their attention to the direction where Kyle and Ryan were. At the same time, Kyle's name also instantly became popular throughout the universe in this alternative way, and its popularity increased rapidly. Have you grown bigger again? It's so outrageous. Looking at Ryan, who had entered the second stage in front of him, Kyle couldn't help but sigh. As if he heard Kyle's voice, in the chaotic blood color, the eyes of the huge ferocious beast suddenly shone, and he opened his mouth in the abyss to look at Kyle. Ryan suddenly let out a loud roar, "Let you see the most powerful power. The blood realm." The roaring sound waves shook the world. Endless blood-colored energy fluctuations suddenly gushed out from Ryan's body, instantly covering the entire galaxy. At this moment, the world seemed to have turned into a color of blood, and what caught my eye was a tragic red color. And this bloody color also successfully wrapped the battlefield, making it impossible for the outside world to see the situation inside. Here you come. It's Lord Ryan's domain power. The cosmic powerhouse, who seemed to know Ryan quite well before, was amazed again. Another cosmic level also echoed in confusion. You can actually force Lord Ryan to use this move. Who is this Kyle? That's our captain. At this moment, a sudden sound of intrusion suddenly interrupted the cosmic thoughts. Immediately he saw two guys who were obviously only at the second level, and they were unexpectedly come to their group of front row viewing seats where they are at least level 5. You are. The cosmic level people around Ryan's star domain quickly narrowed their eyes, and then someone immediately recognized the identities of the two. Aren't you two men following Kyle? Isn't this guy wearing golden armor the guy who is suspected to have controlled the power of cause and effect? Instantly, a series of malicious eyes suddenly cast their eyes towards Luffy and Zoro. But Luffy and the others didn't care at all, and they had no sense of going deep into the enemy group. Instead, they complained about the bloody world ahead. Really, why do you need to block the content of the battle? My live broadcast device has just been turned on, why don't I show it to you? While speaking, Luffy turned the strange instrument in his hand helplessly and pointed it at his big face. Brothers, it's not that I'm not good at it, it's really that guy on the other side is too sinister tilde. Now I can only wait quietly for the result. When I looked closer, I could see a small screen above the instrument, and various texts were constantly coming from above. Damn, what are you doing? I finally invited today's team training. I didn't even eat, just show me this. Luffy, you disappointed my brother. Damn Ryan, he didn't let the I family appreciate Captain Kyle's heroic posture in fighting. He deserves to die. Is this live broadcast? Noticed the strange movements in Luffy's hand. A group of cosmic-level people who were also unable to watch the battle looked at each other. After seeing the device in Luffy's hand, they, who were knowledgeable, immediately guessed its function. Only. At such an important and critical moment, you're still doing these messy things. Kyle's subordinate, don't you know what nervousness means? You too, a cosmic-level powerful man suddenly spoke, trying to ask Luffy and the other two. But at this moment, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the bloody world. The cosmic expressions present suddenly changed, and he quickly turned his gaze back. Impossible. How could Lord Ryan's blood-colored realm be cracked so easily? But before these cosmic-level groups could react, Kyle's voice suddenly came out of the blood-colored world. Infinite space. Tilde. The crazy blood-colored universe suddenly became quiet at this moment. The domain skills that had been used on Satsuma appeared again in the universe. Through the blood color, everyone could clearly see a huge black ball, and then it began to expand continuously. Almost instantly, the black ball replaced Ryan's blood-colored world and appeared in the center of the universe openly. No, impossible. The cosmic-level man next to Luffy instantly showed a dumbfounded expression and started shouting loudly. Open black lens bracket domain close black lens bracket. This is the ability that only the 9th level of the universe has the opportunity to touch. Its prototype is actually a small world that the 9th level powerful man has opened up to halfway through the unfinished after absorbing enough vows. And this blood-colored world is actually a projection of the small world created by Ryan. In this small world, all the rules will be formulated by Ryan. Because it takes a lot of voluntary power to project the small world into the main world, Ryan will not use this trick easily. But Kyle gave him a feeling that was too weird. He was obviously just a newcomer who had just entered the 9th level not long ago, but he was able to repeatedly use his ability that was difficult for him to resist. This also forced Ryan to take out his trump card as soon as possible, and caught Kyle off guard. The only thing that can fight against the field is the field. No matter how weird Kyle's methods are, he cannot condense his own small world in such a short time. However, what Ryan didn't expect was, he thought that after he released his realm, he could completely control Kyle. But Kyle, he actually mastered the power of the domain and was even more proficient than him. In the white world of nothingness in the infinite void, Kyle suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Confirmed that Ryan had fallen into the effect of infinite space and was unable to move, so he quickly used his skill, Immortal Art, Palm and Immortal Art to heal himself. After the breath stabilized, Kyle looked at Ryan and complained softly. It turns every cell in the human body into an individual with independent consciousness. You guy, can you see too much platelets? Because I don't know the power of the domain, Kyle has actually hit Ryan's domain effect just now. In that moment, he felt that his body was not obedient in an instant, and every cell began to rebel, causing him to enter an abnormal state that was unable to move and could not think. Like a brain-dead vegetative. If he hadn't used his will to resist the effects brought by the blood-colored realm, he would have really had the possibility of his gutter capsized. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, Kyle instantly activated his own field skills, Infinite Space. After entering his own domain, the abnormality in his body disappeared. And he also realized Ryan's domain ability, cell lifeization. Simply put, in his field, he can transform all biological cells into individuals with independent thinking ability. And these individuals will completely obey Ryan's orders. Just like just now, Ryan has actually made Kyle's whole body cells enter a stop state and cannot run, and he has given up a certain degree of life activity. Normally, at that moment, unless Kyle is a ghost cultivator, he can fight for another 300 rounds in his soul state. Otherwise, he is destined to lose this battle. It should be said that the old-fashioned strongman is worthy of being a veteran-fashioned strongman, and his methods are indeed extraordinary. It's a pity. What he met was Kyle who had cheated. The system is a magical thing. He is neither in Kyle's body nor in Kyle's soul. As long as Kyle's consciousness can still act, he can still use the abilities in the system, including his skills. So even when he was brain dead and could not think, he was able to use his system skills smoothly. It seems that I won this battle. Losing the support of the power of the domain, Ryan's body once again became the size of an ordinary planet. Kyle launched an instant move and came directly to him. Even the difference in appearance and size between the two is still extremely exaggerated. But Kyle knew that Ryan's eyes were already focused on him. It was just because of the ability of infinite space that he had completely lost his ability to move. As the saying goes, the higher the vision, the more you see and the more you know. The more you know, the more you don't know. At this time, Ryan's consciousness was completely attracted by everything unknown, and fell into the abyss of thinking and could not extricate himself. In fact, he shouldn't have been controlled by Kyle so easily. But he chose the most consumed power in the realm and tried to give Kyle a blow to kill, so that his intelligence was ultimately mistaken. He consumed a lot of power, but was sanctioned, which made him lose his freedom. Even Kyle didn't expect the battle to go so smoothly. Speaking of this, I thought you were a self-cultivator and wanted to have a refreshing battle with you Tilda. I didn't expect that the battle would end so soon. It's still nothing. Hearing Kyle's provocation, Ryan briefly broke through the control of Wuquandian, opened his mouth slightly, and vaguely revealed a few words. In fact, after a lot of thinking, Ryan had already passed the surprise of being broken in the field and thought about how to defeat Kyle. As Kyle said, he is an absolute physical practice. In addition to the domain, his body is also a weapon he is proud of. He didn't believe that Kyle could easily hurt himself. As long as he delays enough time, when Kyle's wishes cannot support his realm, he can move freely again, and then faces an ordinary cosmic level 9th level who has lost his wishes. However, his ideas are beautiful, but the reality is extremely cruel. He didn't know that what Kyle's field consumed was not the willpower, but Kyle's own physical strength. And his other skills allow him to have a powerful effect of absorbing cosmic energy. Therefore, as long as no one interferes from the outside world, under the same level, it is impossible for anyone to break through the infinite space. Oh, you can still talk. Kyle was really shocked when he heard Ryan's voice. As the master of the domain, he certainly knew very well how terrifying the power of the infinite space was. But even in this situation, Ryan still has the ability to think and speak, which shows how powerful his willpower is. But it is precisely because of this that Kyle has the idea of a quick battle. No, I can't hold on. If you really let you live again, it wouldn't be fun. While speaking, Kyle suddenly closed his hands and placed them on his waist, and his body sank slightly. In line with respect for you, the strongest man, let me use this strongest move to see you off. Tenfold Realm King's Fist. Turt, Sect, Chi, Gong, Bo. The surging power of which suddenly condensed from Kyle's body and the universe toward his palm. Next moment. The azure blue energy beam that was as if to be slaughtered in this world suddenly flew out from Kyle's hands, and then expanded instantly, directly completely wrapping Ryan's huge body. In an instant. The entire universe seemed to have been suspended for time and became quiet in an instant. Chapter 323 Star Federation. The azure blue energy light wave broke through the power of the domain in the infinite space, and continued to move forward with an unparalleled impact until the universe was unknown to the depths. Outside the black field light ball, a group of cosmic-level people waiting for the result looked at each other. Looking at the direction where the light wave disappeared, they suddenly felt dry and coughing in their throats, but they didn't know what to say. But there was a thought in their minds. Lord Ryan, who has practiced the blood technique, shouldn't be able to release such pure energy impact. So this power comes from. Everyone's thoughts at this moment it ended abruptly. Because they dare not imagine what will happen next, even if the truth is revealed to them. Bang tilde. A sound like a shattering bubble suddenly sounded from nowhere, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. I saw an incandescent crack suddenly popping up on the huge black field sphere, and a strong light burst out. Ah, Kyle, you must die so hard. Ryan's heart-wrenching roar came from the strong wind. Pain, regret, unwillingness. The mixture of various emotions made the faces of the cosmic level present who heard the sound twisted. Even some low-level guys almost got their brains torn by this scream. But after surviving the stinging of their spirit, they all showed shock. What's the situation? Could it be that Lord Ryan really want to lose to that little devil? He has been a 9th level man with a name and surname in this universe for thousands of years. Why? What is this Kyle's background? However, before the cosmic level could communicate with each other to relieve their inner surprise, a violent explosion suddenly attracted everyone's attention to the black field again. Immediately afterwards, it was like a giant hitting inside, and the scale of the crack became larger and larger, and in a blink of an eye, the black field was completely cut open. The large area of light mixed with the smell of blood instantly spread throughout the universe, washing away the bodies of everyone present. And wherever the light has passed, everyone's strength has been improved to a certain extent. The death of the strong will bring kindness to the universe. Everyone's eyes widened in an instant, looking at the phenomenon that only occurs after death at the cosmic level in front of them, and they could not come back to their senses for a long time. Here. Wherever the blood-colored light passes, vitality suddenly appears. Countless originally desolate inanimate planets, after being swept by this light, immediately possess the basis for nurturing life. In time, after life continues to evolve, this place will eventually become a prosperous civilized planet. So, after the 9th level of the universe dies, the energy in the body will be fed back to the universe and create more life. Standing in the void, Kyle watched the energy and life elements left by Ryan after his death dispersed throughout the world, and he had no intention of stopping him. But all this in front of him made him feel inexplicably the myth that he had seen when he was a child, and after Kuafu died, his body was grateful to the earth. Is it possible that Pengu is actually a realm master? Kuafu is a cosmic 9th level cosmic in Pengu's world. After being killed in battle with the sun god. Good. If that's the case, things will become interesting. Looking at Ryan's death, Kyle's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. After the death of the 9th level, the energy dissipates, returns to the primitive universe, and gives birth to a new life. Maybe the earth I was in before was the world created by another creator god. A strange thought suddenly rose in Kyle's mind. But soon, he put aside those things that had nothing to do with the present. The frequency of breathing returns to normal, and the eyes that turn into yin and yang reincarnation also turn into dark eyes. Kyle slowly cancelled the release of various buff skills and returned to his normal initial state. But at the same time, a remnant power suddenly raged out along his body, covering the nearby cosmic level one by one. Ryan is dead. From now on, I will be the new owner of this star field. Everyone, come and see me. At the same time, a cold but majestic voice appeared in the minds of all cosmic levels. They were knowledgeable and immediately realized. Their spirit and brain have been invaded by Kyle. With just one thought from Kyle, their spirit and soul will collapse instantly. This is why the Star Federation only allows the 9th level of the universe to serve as the master of the star domain. Because the strongest people have all-round control over their lower classes. There was no too much hesitation, even though they were not ready for Ryan's death, and they did not expect that they would face the incident of a substitution at an ordinary regular meeting. But under the instinct, they rushed towards Kyle's position quickly. Throughout history, there are countless people like Kyle who challenge the Lord of the Star Domain. But there are only a handful of people who have truly succeeded. Not to mention, what Kyle challenges is the old Star Domain master like Ryan. He has fully proved with his strength that he is qualified to lead the people, so naturally others dare not do anything to do anything. It was just the fall of a generation of cosmic overlords, and it was so inexplicable that anyone who saw it would be so sad in his heart. But just a moment later, the cosmic level came to Kyle quickly. Mr. Kyle. The cosmic level people who were once extremely loyal to Ryan were now kneeling in front of Kyle obediently, not daring to speak out at all. This day is finally here. Seeing the thousands of cosmic people in front of him, Kyle's mouth was completely uncontrollable. Even if this scene was expected, he had already expected it. Facing thousands of cosmic levels, Kyle slowly smiled. As you can see, from today on, I will be the new owner of this star field. To avoid the future it causes unnecessary trouble among you, if any one of you doesn't want to be my subordinate, or is loyal to Ryan, wants to seek revenge on me. I'm welcome at any time. I'll give you 1 minute. If you have anyone who wants to leave this star field, you can leave now. After the words came, Kyle began to quietly look at the cosmic level powerhouses below. The entire universe suddenly became quiet. However, quiet means that no one in the audience was ready to leave. Even the cosmic level people who once had a very good relationship with Ryan chose to stay at this moment. In front of the 9th level strongest, naturally no one would make any boring little thoughts, such as wanting to lie dormant and think that Ryan would take revenge and look for opportunities. In the Star Federation, there are ways to test whether a person is loyal. So these cosmic level people really want to continue to follow Kyle and become Kyle's subordinates. What a joke. They followed Ryan, because they valued Ryan's strength and were ready to follow him to strengthen Ryan's star field and thus gain benefits for themselves. Now Kyle killed Ryan so easily. Doesn't that mean that Kyle's strength is far higher than Ryan? It's too late for them to raise such potential stocks in a crazy way, so who is willing to withdraw their investment? But these cosmic levels will never expect that this minute is Kyle giving them the only chance in their life. Because after this minute, they will become Kyle's most solid partner. After all, Kyle has been running around for the past few decades, for this moment. A minute later, looking at the powerful people in front of him, Kyle suddenly clapped his hands and chuckled. Very good. It seems that everyone does not object to me to command everyone. To be honest, I'm very relieved. Then, I officially announce. From this moment, the Ryan Star Domain was renamed Dutch Star Domain. At the same time, all cosmic levels of the Dusk Star Domain must join my Dusk Pirates. Everyone, do you have any objections? No, Lord Kyle. A group of cosmic ranks replied tremblingly, fearing that Kyle would suspect that he would be unfaithful if he responded one step later. It was also at this moment that thousands of light speeds that only Kyle could see suddenly flew out of his hands and drilled into all the cosmic eyebrows that were present one by one. This is the main reason why Kyle wants to become the Lord of the Star Domain when he is exhausted. Because from this moment on, no one in the entire Dusk Star Domain will refuse to join the Dusk Pirates. Including these cosmic level powerhouses in front of you. As character cards loaded, all the cosmic levels suddenly closed their eyes and began to realize the special experiences contained therein. After all, they are guys who can become cosmic level by relying on their own cultivation. Their talent is second to none in the entire universe. Kyle naturally won't load any bad character cards on them. For this reason, long before he came here, he specially stored more than 1,500 powerful character cards, the worst of which were S-level. In fact, for the cosmic level, the power of character cards will not be effective for them in a short period of time. But this doesn't matter. Because what Kyle wants is just the hidden effect brought by the character card, absolute loyalty. The reason why these cosmic people are loyal to Ryan is naturally because they have received huge benefits from Ryan. Territory, star couplet, martial arts, resources. However, for Kyle, these things are the most important things that can make him and the pirates stronger, and of course he will not reward him like Ryan. So, as long as everyone is turned into an absolutely loyal member of the Twilight, naturally no one will ask him for any resources, star coins, or the like. Anyway, there is no street light in the universe that can hang my street light. Even if you squeeze your subordinates, you don't have to worry about your life being in danger. Why not do it? Looking at the large area of cosmic level in front of him, Kyle showed a bad smile on his face. Taking advantage of all the cosmic levels that were experiencing the mystery of character card, he waved his hand and teleported Luffy and Zoro in the distance to himself. He smiled and said to the two of them, "Notify Tiga that the entire Ryan star field has been taken over by us. Prepare others. The next period of time will be the busiest day for our pirates. Don't worry, Captain Kyle, we're ready." Hearing this, Luffy smiled and flipped the live broadcast device in his hand directly, allowing Kyle to see the barrage floating above. Obviously, you who are still raising energy in the Tiga have already prepared for this. However, there is another more important thing right now. After hesitating for a moment, Kyle slowly took out a magic invitation letter from the dimensional space. It was the one that Bella sent when she found him before. Kyle's body was filled with his will and he injected it into this invitation that had been around for some time. Soon, a lazy and viscous voice came from the invitation. What a strange magic frequency. Is this Kyle's? Suddenly, a sudden scream came from the invitation letter, followed by a rustling sound of tidying up, the sound of clothes. As if he woke up in an instant, the voice of Bella, the Lord of the Star Domain of Shia, sounded. "Kyle, you're entering the 9th level so soon. This invitation letter is a secret method of Bella, or their family. Through the magic above, anyone can communicate normally no matter how far apart, or even in different worlds. The only limitation is, this is a magic that can only be driven by the power of wishes. So this means that this is a call method that can only be used above the 9th level of the universe. This was what she said unexpectedly during a chat between Bella and Kyle more than 20 years ago. Of course, this is not a secret. It's me, Lord Bella. Kyle spoke gently and responded with a smile. On the other side, Bella seemed to be completely awake, her tone was surprised and festive. How did you do it? The last time we met, you just entered the 8th level. What about God? How many years have it been? Kyle, you're such a fucking genius. Hearing this familiar teasing flavor, Kyle immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 tilde Lord Bella, it's been 12 years since we last met. I'm right, right. No, no, no tilde, the voice transmitted through magic quickly retorted. 12 years. To me, it seems like the effort of a drink. You guy, you have actually become the 9th level. I really can't imagine what you will become if you give you decades. Well, maybe you can imagine it now. Kyle first asked back, then he showed a reluctant to part with his tone and said. Mr. Bella, our cooperation may end here. What does it mean? That means Lord Bella, just half an hour ago, I defeated the Lord of the Star Domain of Ryan. Now, I already have my own star field. So, I may not be able to go back to Shia for a while. In addition, I contacted you this time mainly to ask you how I should contact the senior executives of Star Federation so that they can know about the name change of the Star Domain. Hey! Chapter 324, Heading Out. A few hours later, Shia Xingyu, in the palace of the main planet. It has been a while since the connection magic was disconnected, but until now, Bella has not yet woken up from the shock. Kyle, kill that guy Ryan. I drank too much wine and slept for hundreds of years. No, even for hundreds of years, it would be a very outrageous thing to make a cosmic 8th level guy kill Ryan at once. How did this guy Kyle do it? For a moment, even Bella, who was far higher than the Lord of the ordinary star field, was deeply shocked by Kyle's operations. And this guy quietly occupied the Ryan star domain. I think his appetite will definitely not be small. It seems that this universe is about to become lively in recent times. No, I have to remind Becky and Belly a little bit. You have to calm down during this period and don't cause any accidents. As for Kyle's desire to contact Star Federation, a light red light flashed in Bella's eyes, and then quickly disappeared. Well, this kid looks like he is not an ordinary person at first sight, so he should just take it as a favor. After thinking and murmuring, Bella suddenly stretched out her slender fingers and pointed it lightly at the void in front of her. In an instant, an irregular ripple suddenly appeared in front of her. Immediately afterwards, the ripples quickly transformed into a smooth round mirror. Inside the mirror, a male figure appeared in a pitch-black uniform. His Highness Bella. After seeing the successful connection of the screen, the man took a step back 3 times, let his whole body appear in the screen, and then slowly knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Bella nodded calmly and immediately said, Pole, I will send you a magic ripple later. It is a very potential young man I have discovered here. He just took down a star field and didn't know how to contact the Star Federation. You find 2 subordinates of my father and ask them to contact this young man in person. Remember, this kid is really extraordinary, don't neglect it. As for your order, Your Highness Bella. The gentleman in the round mirror instantly received the order. Immediately, Bella explained, don't mess it up for me, and directly cut off the contact. As the descendants of the Lord of the Realm, how could Bella and the others not have any means to transcend ordinary people's cognition? In fact, once Bella and the others encounter danger, the Star Federation will send a large number of Domain Master level powerhouses to ride in the space wormhole controlled by the Star Federation and directly descend to Bella's vicinity. Domain Master. For this universe, it is simply a dominant combat power. Just like Kyle's current Ryan star domain. However, even for the powerful Domain Master level, they had to lower their proud heads when facing Bella. Because Bella's father is the supreme control of power under the founder of the Star Federation. On the other side, the unknown space of the universe, the headquarters of the Star Federation. After Bella cut off the contact magic, the gentleman named Poole immediately waved his hand and emitted an energy fluctuation, sending out what Bella told him. If Kyle could see this scene, he would have stared wide in surprise. Because this guy named Poole, the energy emitted by the wave of his hand was something Kyle had just controlled for a while, the power of wishes. And Poole is a powerful domain master. If you introduce it in detail. He is the named commander of the SISS-175 universe, and he is also a peak powerhouse who has been practicing at the domain master level for tens of thousands of years. Even for many star domain lords, they may not have the chance to be involved in such a big shot in this life. However, because of Bella's line, Kyle had the opportunity to contact the real senior management of Star Federation for no reason. It has to be said that if Ryan had not launched a war against Mont suddenly and influenced Kyle's plan to continue living, they would not have gone to the star domain of the West. As for why Poole, a domain master, is so willing to obey Bella's cosmic commands. In addition to Bella's father, the Lord of the Realm was his immediate superior, Moore. If Bella and the others really want to enter the domain master level, with the resources provided by that adult, they can directly enter the domain master level within a few years. And the other party can even directly obtain resources from the Lord of the Realm, and the small world he created exceeds that of him, the domain master who has been practicing for many years and minutes. So the identities of Bella and her two sisters are still highly powerful even in the Star Federation. It is just because the third sisters of Bella have always been low-key and play their own styles, so the nearby Star Field Masters have not experienced it at all. What a unique thing it is to be a descendant of the World Master. A few hours later. With Bella's arrangement, Kyle received a mysterious request for contact magic not long after. Kyle, who had long been recognized by Bella, sat upright in the Captain Tiga's room without hesitation, directly controlled his will and activated this contact magic. In an instant, a circular mirror exactly the same as that used by Bella appeared directly in Kyle's captain's room. In the round mirror is an office with a similar style to Kyle's captain's office. Two Star Federation staff members who are humans as Kyle are sitting in front of the desk that looks extremely gorgeous. Obviously, when Poole was selecting the docking person, he specifically investigated Kyle's information. Although Kyle looks extremely mysterious at other cosmic levels, it is like a guy who suddenly appears. But for the Domain Master level strongman, it is simply a matter of no ease to investigate a cosmic level. If you can be the commander-in-chief of a universe, Poole's methods are naturally as numerous as a cow's. For example, time backtracking is a very convenient and fast method. Mr. Kyle, right. Hello, I'm glad to serve you. The male docking officer suddenly spoke, his tone full of respect. There is no way, who said this is the cosmic level that Miss Bella personally named them to let them find. In the whole world, looking at the entire universe, except for Miss Bella's boyfriend. Is there anyone else? Because of his understanding of Bella, Poole, who received the order directly from Bella, might not have thought much about it. But when they received the instructions from Poole, their minds had to be a little more abundant. After all, if you don't do anything well in the face of the daughter of the Realm Lord, you may lose your mind. Thousands of years ago, there was a domain owner who had just been promoted from the universe to the headquarters of the Star Federation. Because he has always been the controller of hundreds of millions of creatures, he, who had just entered the Star Federation, still has some arrogance. It happened that the third sisters of Bella had just come from the world's main world to the main world. They had a little princess with a temper. They started to make a fuss about some trivial matters at the Star Federation headquarters. The Domain Master, perhaps because he wanted to show that he was not a powerful person, or because he had other purposes, actually directly used his power to suppress others and taught the Bella three sisters a lesson. Then the Domain Master level powerful man burst out his head on the spot and died instantly at the headquarters of the Star Federation. It was also at that moment that many Star Federation staff realized that the identities of these three sisters were extraordinary. Of course, Kyle naturally couldn't understand these things. After learning that the Star Federation staff were per capita Domain Master level, A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly waved his hand to signal. I dare not take it. I dare not take it. Two sirs, I am Kyle. I just took over the original Ryan Star domain and prepared to rename this star domain to Dungeon Star domain. In addition, because this is my first time becoming the Lord of the Star domain, I have no experience and don't know how to connect with the Star Federation. If there is anything wrong, please forgive me. Cough cough, another female domain master coughed twice, holding the information about Kyle given to them by Poole, and was indeed a little surprised. These are the main reasons why we contact you. Next, we will register and verify your identity as the Lord of the Star domain. Originally, these things should have been handled by the Lords of the Star domain in person at the Star Federation headquarters. But since Mr. Kyle is His Highness Bella's friend, we can naturally save these tedious processes and complete them online through contact magic. I just ask Mr. Kyle to confirm or correct the next information. It should be hard for you too. Kyle nodded repeatedly. From the mouth of this female domain master, he also keenly noticed a trace of problems that had been ignored in the past. Unexpectedly, the identity of the descendant of the Bella Realm Master is so shameless even in an official place like Star Federation. It seems that he must not lose this thigh. Next, the two staff members began to verify Kyle's identity with a solid copy of information. In fact, the content is very simple. It is not much different from the process of applying for a certificate when Kyle was on Earth. The main thing is to confirm Kyle's name, age, birth planet, and other issues. The real trouble is that Kyle needs to use the secret method provided by Star Federation to extract his own life ripple and then let the staff record it. However, the transport of ripple is a huge problem. The Star Federation headquarters is hundreds, thousands or even more star domains away from Kyle's current location. If you want to accurately transmit the life ripples to the Star Federation, you need extremely huge volunteer support. This is also an important reason why other star domain lords have to go to the Star Federation in person. But, after all, Kyle came from contact with him, so the staff naturally expected this. When transporting life ripples, the two of them reached out and released the surging wish that made Kyle amazed at the deserved as the master of the domain, and took the initiative to help Kyle complete the recruitment of life ripples. At this point, even Kyle officially became the master of the star field recorded in the Star Federation. The Star Federation branch, which was originally located in the Ryan Star domain, and the staff there will also fully cooperate with Kyle's various work. In fact, even if Kyle is not recording in the Star Federation, no one will refute his status as the Lord of the Star domain. What he wants. It is the support of the Star Federation branch. Because next, he will absorb a lot of resources from Ryan Star, exchange it into enough Ryan Star through the Star Federation branch, and then draw a large number of character cards, for the entire Ryan Star domain. No. It is the Dusk Star field, providing comprehensive coverage. The ordinary master of the star field may need to perfectly rule 3 to 5 star field, and supplemented by the accumulation of time, so that they can complete the sublimation of their realm. But Kyle, who has absolute plugins, believes. Perhaps you can touch the shackles that make countless cosmic levels afraid without even conquering the entire star domain. Then break through it in one fell swoop. Create your own world. In the vast starry sky, Kyle hung in the void, looking at the members of the Dusk who were dispatched with instructions to collect resources, and an indescribable mysterious smile appeared on his face. The realm of the domain master is far away in the sky and close in front of him. Maybe he can already start thinking about what kind of world he wants to create. In this regard, he is still a pure novice. However, he has seen Ryan's world, and he has more or less some ideas about his own world. I'm really looking forward to my future. Kyle slowly stretched out his palm and pointed it at the endless sky. During the following period, the Pirates of Dusk completely entered a time of crazy development. And because all the cosmic-level powerful men have surrendered to Kyle and become loyalists under Kyle. So it was not until the Dusk Star domain took the initiative to seek diplomatic relations and promote the name of Dusk that other star domain masters knew about it. The Ryan star domain actually changed the world before they knew it. What surprised them was, this new lord of the star domain was actually a young man they had never heard of. What they didn't expect was, shortly after they first heard about the name of Downtown, this star field actually expanded. The main planet of the original Monty star field. At this time, the planet was extremely empty and quiet, and it was completely different from what a star field center should have. However, only the Monty star universe-level powerhouses who were hiding in the distance and activated. How prosperous was this place in the past? Countless beautiful planets are lined with them, like a famous painting that records the sky. But all of this was actually destroyed in the hands of the demon in front of him. But although they were dissatisfied with the devil's destruction of the beautiful star field center, no one dared to stand up and question the devil. Because from the appearance of the demon to the destruction of the entire star field, the demon just punched. More importantly, that punch directly killed the Lord Monty, the Lord of the Star Domain, whom they were loyal to, and no trace of it had been found. In their entire lives, they will never forget the extreme astonishment and fear that Lord Monty showed when facing the power of that punch. Chapter 325 The Small World is Endless Fun. Under the suppression of absolute power, the Monty Star Domain became the territory of the Twilight Star Domain without surprise. Afterwards, Kyle directly set the main planet of the Twilight Star Domain in the pirate world that he was extremely familiar with. Although in terms of scale, the size of the pirate world cannot afford a star field at all, and it is the main star of the large star field formed by the merger of two star fields. But who said this is where Kyle's dream began? Traveling through thousands of galaxies and seeing billions of planets. To be honest, sometimes he even forgot in a daze that he had traveled through the anime world he once loved on Earth. Among the countless planets he has come into contact with, there are also some low-tech planets that are extremely similar to the Earth. The consequences of those planets were undoubtedly conquered by Kyle with godlike means, turning all his creatures into loyal people. It is precisely because of the existence of these planets that Kyle will think of his true birthplace Earth from time to time. This is also closely related to Kyle's next preparation for promotion to the Domain Lord. With the official name change of the Monty Star Domain and the record was completed in the Star Federation, the names of Kyle and the Dusk have completely become the most popular headlines in this universe. Almost all cosmic levels know that in this universe, an extraordinary guy appeared, occupying two major star domains in succession, becoming the lucky one who has the most hope of breaking through the domain main realm. Although in the Star Federation, even the lowest civilian workers have the strength of the Domain Master level. But compared to the vast and growing universe, the Domain Master level is actually an extremely rare thing. Usually, if one universe can appear in 1,000 years, it is already considered high yield. However, although Kyle's reputation has been promoted, it is not all good for him. First of all, the star fields around the Dusk Star Domain are now all set up heavy troops to guard the Star Domain border, refusing all contacts with the Dusk Star Domain and intending to completely close the country, the Dusk Star Domain. This will eliminate the possibility that these lords of the Star Domain and others will be destroyed by Kyle. No way. It's really scary. When Kyle defeated Ryan for the first time, because Ryan happened to organize a meeting, the entire cosmic level of the Ryan Star Domain was beaten by Kyle. At that time, not many people knew Kyle's name, let alone what his strength was. But after killing Monty, his reputation could no longer be hidden. After all, at that time, many people saw Kyle without saying a word and punched Monty, the Lord of the Star Domain, under the fist wind. Although many people now do not believe that Kyle's strength can kill Monty with one punch, even at the Domain Master level, it is impossible for him to be so relaxed. At least 2 to 3 punches. But this doesn't affect the fact that they are afraid of Kyle at all. Fortunately, Kyle took Bella's line in advance and had already communicated with Star Federation. He could directly hand over the specialties of Star Field to the Star Federation branch at the standard purchase price, and then through their official channels. Digestion. This also ensures that Kyle will have a steady stream of Star Alliance revenue. This wealth that was broken into heaven was soon exchanged by Kyle into character cards of various levels, and then continued to wander around various galaxies and began to. At this time, the convenience of the identity of the Lord of the Star Domain is revealed. First of all, those cosmic levels scattered throughout the Monty Star Domain. After learning that Monty died, some people did choose to leave the Monty Star Domain. From this point of view, we can see that Monty is more likely to win people's hearts than Ryan. However, most of the cosmic level finally chose to stay and become Kyle's subordinates. Although there are only a few hundred people, even at the first level of the universe, the willing power they contribute can be as strong as dozens of large galaxies. This is still the case when all living creatures in the galaxy have been loaded with character cards. As for those high-level cosmic levels, the power they can provide for Kyle has increased exponentially. In this way, Kyle directly gained a large amount of willingness. Next were the stars in the two-star fields. Unlike the cosmic level, no matter which star field it is in, its dominance over the star level is not very strong. Some stars can enter and exit other star fields at will. This is a bit like a small wealthy businessman who immigrates casually. As long as the money is in place, he can go wherever he wants. But those rich people who top the list may even need various approvals and filings when they go abroad again, let alone immigration or transfer assets. In the universe, power is the most powerful asset and currency. So in order to conquer these free star ranks as much as possible, Kyle also introduced various policies and tried every means to gather the star ranks. From a systematic perspective, Kyle's method obviously lacks cost-effectiveness. After all, whether it is a star or a planet, or even an ordinary person who is not a good person can bring to him after loading the character card. The increase is also fixed. But from the perspective of being promoted to the Domain Lord, Kyle's approach will undoubtedly achieve his goal faster. After all, a star can reach dozens or even hundreds of planetary ratings, and countless ordinary creatures. In this way, no one in Kyle's trench sexually squander. One day 3 years later, Kyle, who was drawing character cards on the Tiga, suddenly became happy. Everything was so natural and without warning. It's a breakthrough. This. Kyle, who suddenly entered a new realm, was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously clicked on the system's capsule machine, and then did not look at its results. He directly retreated from the system. I'm a breakthrough. Feeling a completely different state and world from the past, Kyle looked at his hands in surprise. A mysterious feeling instantly condensed into his thoughts. It was as if he could create something with his hands at any time now. Is this the Domain Master's ability? Kyle stood up from the chair, stood slightly, and carefully felt the difference between the Domain Master and the cosmic level. It clearly took him more than 10 years to go from the 8th level of the universe to the 9th level of the universe, but it took him less than 5 years to break through from the 9th level of the universe to the master level of the domain. You must know. He hasn't even finished visiting the Twilight Star domain. However, because all we need to break through to the main level of the domain is the accumulation of vows, even though he has broken through that barrier, he has indeed not felt much strangeness. The strength has not become stronger. If there is a real difference, it may be that he discovered that his willpower began to accumulate in his body. It's like, at the 9th level of the universe, those wishes only flowed through his body, and he could not control it, and the only thing he could use was the wishes he had in his body at that moment. Therefore, the power of the cosmic 9th level is unstable and depends on the belief of the creatures. Now, he found that he actually had the power to stay in his will. The wishes that had flowed through his body were about to dissipate, followed by a thought from Kyle, and they suddenly stopped in a mysterious space in Kyle's body. And these wishes are increasing every minute and every second. This is the biggest difference between the Domain Master level. It is conceivable that the vow power that a cosmic level can use is actually just the vow power that the Domain Master level has increased at a certain moment. That's why the Domain Master level is so powerful. With the increase in the effect of his wish, Kyle finally understood what was almost instinctive in his heart. That means that he can now create a world where he serves as the only god through his own power. I finally can create the world. It's really interesting to think about it. After feeling the changes at the domain master level, Kyle suddenly started to sigh. Seeing the more and more wishes accumulated in the mysterious space, Kyle couldn't help but think about his next actions. There seems to be some resources within the Star Federation to help the domain masters open up the world. Maybe I can apply for some necessary resources from Star Federation through Bella's identity. Anyway, he had already hugged Bella's thighs once, and hugging once was a hug, and hugging for a lifetime was a hug. Kyle never cared about being soft eating or something. He was just afraid that he would not eat enough. Not eating fast enough. With the high-quality resources provided by Star Federation, he has absolutely no problems with the development of the world, the basic rules and the creation of life. The rest is to let him think carefully about what he should do in the first step. Originally, what Kyle was preparing to transform himself into Pangu, directly create the world, create myths, and then follow the myths of the earth in his body to complete the basic creation of the prehistoric world step by step. However, life in the prehistoric world is really too high. Those with a little name and surname must be at the stellar level. This is really not realistic for a newly established world. So Kyle can only settle for the second best and start with the simplest basics. However, after all, he has no experience in this regard, so it is best to be able to chat with his predecessors and then take action. Anyway, he has just been promoted to the domain master level, and it will take a lot of time to accumulate enough power to open up the world. This period of time happened to be his opportunity to study. I just don't know, if Bella learned that he had been promoted to the domain master level, what interesting expression would appear. Thinking of this, Kyle took out his and Bella's contact magic card from the dimensional space and injected his willpower into it. 5 years later. In the starry sky outside the pirate world, countless stars were controlled by magic, lost their instinct to move, and stagnated in the universe. Above every star, there is a cosmic level that leads a group of dusk members, quietly looking up at the sky, waiting for a certain moment to arrive. Today is the day for Kyle to open up a small world. In order to avoid detours in the future, Kyle gathered all the guys who were expected to be in the domain master level of the Twilight Pirates to watch him open up the small world. The first formation of a small world was the process of manipulating the omnipotent vows, intercepting some of the power of the laws of the main universe, fixing it in the vow space in one's body, and allowing the vow space to generate a complete world. Because the first step involves intercepting the power of the laws of the main universe, kicking out irrelevant things and leaving what you want, the main process it's done in the main world. Because the more laws you intercept, the more will it consume. Therefore, the first step must be to think about what laws you want before making a decision, otherwise it will only waste your will. And after the small world is formed, it will be difficult to accept the law of external forming. Therefore, the good development of a small world will lead to the next world and save a lot of time and willingness. This is also the main reason why Kyle wants to get everyone to watch. After guidance from the domain masters of the Star Federation, Kyle is now proficient in the development of the small world. The only thing left is to conduct real practice. After everything was ready, Kyle reached out to give everyone a gesture to the dusk, and immediately summoned the surging wish power in his body, forming a big hand that could grasp the laws, and grab the universe in the void. This is also the skill Kyle learned from the Star Federation Domain Lord. Concentrating your will into a familiar body shape will be more conducive to completing the subsequent rule selection work. With the wave of the vow power, endless power of the law that was given more convenient and intuitive observation by the vow power suddenly appeared in front of Kyle. Immediately afterwards, Kyle began to pick and choose at the countless laws in front of him. While choosing, he also explained to everyone. Because everyone wants to create a different world, the rules of choice will naturally be different. When encountering some laws that Kyle doesn't want but has a certain value, he will even consume extra vows to take them out separately to explain its function to everyone. The main focus is a comprehensive explanation. In this way, Kyle picked and stopped and talked, and time passed day by day. In a blink of an eye, it was 3 months. In the past 3 months, Kyle finally completed his selection of the laws of his small world. After explaining the steps to everyone, He suddenly gathered his mighty power, condensed it into a huge pair of large scissors, and cut a large number of fragments of the law 2 knives at the law he had chosen. His small world was first created and he could not bear the laws that were too thick or too long, so the fragments of these laws were just right for a newcomer at the domain master level. As for the laws that were cut by him, there is no need to worry at all, they will complete automatic healing in a short time. Although during this period of healing, the nearby universe may be slightly affected, such as forbidden demons, weightlessness, time repetition and other phenomena. But the problem is not big, it is completely within the affordable range of the universe. Kyle waved his hand again, and another large piece of wishes flew out, forming a huge wrapping cloth, wrapping those wishes fragments. Then the original Vows clenched his fist tightly and punched the package. Make him hit Kyle hard.